forgetting that we're not in love anymore. And I keep forgetting that things will never be the same again, you know? All right, if you are a believer in the Lord God Jesus Christ, your one and true only Savior, we are talking to you tonight. This is Bad Bible Debates featuring Mezzo, and maybe, if we're lucky, later we'll get a Joel appearance. We'll see how he does with these skirts. Down at 213. Whoa, what is this? What's happening? Oh, hey, I meant to look at this. Hold on one second there, Mufasa.
You're dancing. You're dancing, brother. Big screen.
Okay, just, hang on there. Let me just turn this off.
Brother, 1 minute, big screen, please. You dancing.
Yeah,
please,
hang
brother.
on a second. Just hang on. I was trying to, oh, where'd he go? Okay, what are our layout options? Okay. Interesting. So there's this option. Yeah, I think that's interesting. So we're talking about doing a Friday Friday panel. Joel and I doing a Friday panel. And so we're giving it a shot and we're trying to figure out the layout. We've been talking about the layout. Yeah, I looked far away when it went to that, didn't it? That was weird, right? Not just small, but I also looked farther away. It was strange. All right, Mufasa left. Good. Hey, Mufasa, don't ever come back. We don't like that. Some people think we would like that. Some people maybe do like that. I guess I just don't like people like randomly dancing on my live. Dorian, hi, welcome in.
Hello there.
What's your age and what's your religion?
19. Christian.
Okay. Well, we're talking tonight about how God's description is a contradiction, hence he's fiction. And if you notice, that's a hot rhyme, which makes it a little harder to debate against, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm interested in what the logical contradiction entailed and the description of God is.
Sure, just like they say he's all good and then he does things that aren't good.
Wait, what's meant by all good?
That everything he does would be good?
You want to say it's logically necessary that everything he does, or rather you want to say that it's logically necessary.
Do you think he's all good?
Let's say I say yes.
Okay. If he's described as all good, that's the description. And then he does things that aren't all good in his description because he's described in the Bible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's a contradiction. He's both all good and not all good. And that's a
what's
contradiction.
the argument that he does things that aren't all good?
Well, some of the things he does are described as like not for good, you know?
Do you hold the view that it's possible that all the actions that God did were good?
Well, I mean, I don't believe in God, but in the Bible, it says some of them are bad. So
in the Bible, it says that some of God's actions are morally wrong.
Yeah, well, it says they're not for good.
I'm unclear on what's meant by good there. Perhaps good could be used prudentially, like they're talking about well-being or good consequences. But I highly doubt that the Bible says that God did something that was immoral.
Well, it says he did something that wasn't for good. Like it said, he harmed them, not for good. I will fix my eyes on them for harm and not for good.
Good doesn't have to be a moral term. It can be a prudential term.
What does prudential mean?
Prudential is relating to well-being and consequence rather than the morality of an action.
How is well-being and consequence not morality? If someone's acting in a way that affects your well-being consequentially, doesn't that just kind of become a moral action?
Not necessarily, no. There's a conceptual divide. Now, it could be the case that prudential normativity and moral normativity collapse, but just conceptually they're distinct. So it just wouldn't be an entailment of an action being prudentially bad that it's morally
So you're
bad.
fine with saying God does things that aren't good? But he's all good.
If by good, yeah, so presumably by good there, you mean prudentially, and then when you say he's all good, you mean morally. So yeah, that's totally fine. That's not a contradiction.
So he does things that are not good, and he's all good.
Yeah, but the good there changes its meaning. So
I don't
it's not
think it does.
Yeah, so the first term, when you say God does things that are not good,
Wait,
you're saying,
so with the first one, when he's all good, you mean he's morally all good.
yes.
Like everything he does is for the sake of goodness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if he does something that is for harm,
Yeah.
is that bad?
And bad there is a prudential term, not a moral term.
No, as a moral term.
No, I don't hold that position. That harm necessarily entails morally bad.
Okay. So he's harming them and it says not for good. And you're going to say that this good means that it's a prudential good that is harming.
It's prudentially not good and it's harm. Yes.
Okay. What does that mean? I don't understand what you mean by prudential in that case then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of trivial to say that you've harmed someone not for good. That's just to say that you engage in an action that lowered their well-being, and it's the case that you lowered their well-being.
Yeah. And you think that's morally good to do?
I think it's possible that's morally good. Right.
How?
In order for God's existence to be, there's just no contradiction entailed in an action being harmful and also being morally permissible or morally good. There's just no contradiction there.
Yeah, there is. I think to say that like, I'm going to kill them and it's not going to be for good, it sounds like a contradiction to me.
You're going to, wait, so you take someone's life in a harmful way. You hold the view that that's necessarily immoral?
If it says it's not for good, yeah.
And just to be clear, good there is just being used in the sense of harm. So I might just be curious, what is the contradiction entailed, like logically? What's the logic?
No, it's using it in a moral way.
Obviously, I don't grant that. I mean, I would just ask for the
Have you
argument.
read the verse?
Well, you read the verse out to me.
But have you read through this?
Well, I've
You
personally
know
read
what
it,
part of the
no.
Bible this is?
No, but I have good reason to believe the term's not being used in a moral sense.
Why?
Because that would just be a contradiction, and then I hold the view that
Yeah, it would be a
presumably-
contradiction. I think that you're
presumably
right. So what happened was you're like assuming the contradiction doesn't happen. So you're presuming there's no contradiction, and so you're like changing the meaning of the word good in this case in order to like save your God, right? But you haven't read the
not
verse.
what's happening.
You haven't read the Bible.
I just
and
think that the more reasonable stance is to suggest that if it's a case that there are tons of people who are Christian and hold the view that God is all good, yet the Bible somehow says that God isn't good, presumably
It says he harms someone and not for good. That's his own words. This is in the words of him.
presumably the more charitable reading is understanding good prudentially, right? Because if it was the case,
Why would I
that-
need to be charitable here? I think that's not a charitable
You don't wanna
reading.
be
I think that's a
charitable?
mental gymnastic reading. I think what you're doing is bending the truth in order to appease the masses here.
I think it's a
it's
more
very
plausible
clear what it's
account of good. Wait, really?
Yeah.
Wait, but the term good is very context dependent, especially in Christianity. They'll say that states of affairs are good when moral goodness is only a property of action. They'll say character
It's in the
dispositions are good.
context of I'm going to kill and harm them. How could it be? How could you say I'm going to kill and harm them for good? And it is otherwise it's redundant, right? It's redundant to say I'm going to harm them and they're going to be in a better state. No, I'm going to harm them. They're going to be in a worse state. That's obvious. It's like, are you saying God's being redundant here?
You could harm, yes.
So this is just bad. He's just a bad. He's quoted here, obviously. So he spoke this.
That's fine. Yeah, to say that the English translation isn't the best, that's totally fine. Perhaps the original language.
So he's just not a perfect communicator.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. So do you think God is perfect?
Do I think God? That's kind of a red herring to the current conversation. We're talking about whether God's description is a contradiction.
Yeah, and so you cooked me on that. Goodness obviously is just a redundant here. That's your apologetic. I concede completely. So do you think God is perfect?
That God's description is not a contradiction?
We haven't finished all of his description. Have we?
Well, look at the 4 words there. It doesn't mention anything about being perfect. I don't even know
I'm
what
asking you, is he perfect?
I don't know what perfect means.
Oh, then what are you talking about? You don't know, is he a perfect communicator?
I don't know what you mean by perfect.
Does he always get his point across perfectly in a way that we understand it?
You're kind of being. Are you saying that does he use language in a way that's optimal for the average human to understand? I could say no. I could say no.
No, he doesn't. Does he use redundant terminology?
I could say that's possible. Yeah, I don't think that.
Why? Why would he do that?
I don't think a causal explanation is going to be relevant there because I don't take it to be the case that this invalidates any of the four omni properties. Do you take it to be? Don't take it to be the case that this invalidates any of the four omni properties. Do you take it to be the case that invalidates any of the four omni properties?
I just think that you're obviously doing mental gymnastics, and I was just seeing how far you would go with it. And
do you hold the view that contradicts?
I hold the view that this is not redundant, and I take it at face value that the words mean what the words say.
The question was just, do you hold the view that this invalidates any of the four omni properties if it's the case that God isn't a quote unquote perfect communicator?
I think it would be
just yes or no question there.
Omnipotent, because he could have done a better way. It might, but I also don't think that these are the only four omnis that describe God.
This is the description that you gave. I just want to be clear. Under your description, you do not believe that that's contradictory, right? Just
no, I think if God's not a perfect communicator, that doesn't ruin the omni properties. Okay,
so then I just take this to be a red herring. I'm not sure.
Is it okay for me to explore your version of God? Or are we only going with my version of God?
I prefer to stay linear. And
do you believe in God?
Yeah.
What's the sixth book of the Bible?
The sixth book of the Bible? Like the New Testament or the Old Testament?
Yeah, either one.
Well, the Old Testament only has 5 books.
Okay.
I guess you could say that.
Dorian, so you're not a real Christian. Like, why do you come up here?
To cook you, which I did. You weren't able to actually demonstrate a contradiction in God's existence.
I did. You don't even know that. We're talking about the Bible God, and you don't even believe in the Bible God. So you don't know that the Bible doesn't say this because you haven't read it.
I still beat you in the debate.
Well, no, you didn't. You said that the context of the verse I was reading, and you haven't read it. You don't know what it says. You don't even know what book I was reading out of.
I said we have good reason to believe the terms being used prudentially.
No, we don't, because you don't know the context of the verse.
Give the context.
Have you read that book that I was reading?
No, give the context.
Why don't you go read the book and then come back?
You're going to run away now after you've contradicted yourself?
Dorian, read the book and come back. We're talking about the Bible God.
The contradiction is just God's description entails a contradiction.
If God's all good and not, if I'm right about the context of this and it's a moral good, then does it defeat the God? Does it show a contradiction of an all good God?
Obviously.
Okay, so go read it and find out what it is, and then come back.
I said we have good reason to believe that it's not the case. The terms being used non-prudentially.
You haven't read it though, so you don't know that.
How does that follow?
You're not a Christian, so go read the book of Amos, and then come back and we'll talk. It's a short book. Just read chapter 9 and come back up.
I don't really see how this logically follows.
Because what you just said is, if I'm right, if I'm contextually correct, then that disproves this God. You don't believe in this God, so it doesn't matter. You just came up here to debate. You're just being annoying. I'm here to talk to Christians. But if you really want to talk about this particular God described in the book of Amos, go read chapter 9 and then come back. It's like going to take you 10 minutes to read it.
Details in God's existence.
Actually, what I said and that you agreed on is if I'm correct and you read the book and the Amos chapter 9, excuse me, Dorian, you already agreed to this, that if you read it, and it turns out that I'm right because I did read it, then that means it disproves this God. So you go read the book and tell me if you think the context stands.
That you're correct?
Yeah, I read Amos. Go read it.
What's the argument that you're correct?
Read the book first and then we'll talk about it.
No, just give the argument.
Dorian, if you haven't read it, I don't know what our discussion
number 1,
is.
Try number 2. What's the argument that you're correct?
Dorian, I'm going to tell you one more time.
Number 2, try number 3.
You can't do this to me. Shut the fuck up. You don't believe in this God. Okay. Go get out of here, dude. If you don't believe in the God and you want to argue for the God, you're just being a weirdo. Read the book, Amos chapter 9, and come back. I'll listen to you, for sure. Why do you do that? What's the point of like arguing something that you don't know anything about? He has no idea what the book is about. He has no idea what this God does. He thought the Old Testament has 5 books in it. What? Which is fine. Like, don't believe in Jesus. I don't even know. Like, I doubt he's even a theist. Some people just like to argue. But there is specific context. And it's the destruction of Israel. Go read it. Come back up. When it says it's not for good, it means he's all good. That was the argument, by the way, for people who got here late. When it says God does things not for good, it is good because of the context of the book that he's never read. That was the argument. What's up, everybody? By the way, I would have kept him up here longer if he would have like not tried to overtake the live. This thing where you try to like overtake the live is just rude. So come back up. Come back up and like we can really talk about it. I don't care. Just don't be a dick. Half an hour into this live, no Christians yet. It is Wednesday, by the way, which means we are open to wackos tonight. We don't normally accept crazy people. But it is Wednesday night, so it's Wacky Wednesday. A happy hump day, by the way, everyone who's humping and dumping the Bible. And if anybody wants to come up and you're nuts, this is the night for it. We accept like flat earthers, psychics. What else? Just any type of Christian person, I guess, yeah. Or Muslim. Or Muslim. I would also be happy to speak to just a regular theist or deist. Just don't come up under guys, because if you're coming up with like under false pretenses, then it's bad faith. Let me see what other notes I have here. I was thinking about making a background that says, why shouldn't men paint their nails? For when we get people coming up about that. When we get people coming up about that, I can just like switch and be like, fine, let's get into that and just have a background. That's an interesting idea. Whoa, who's talking in here? Okay, so we are on YouTube. Let's go say hi to the Tube Steaks. Benny, thank you. As always, it's a delight. It's a delight to have you in the community. And to have you, helping out with this live, it's really, really a wonderful thing. And for people who are, over here, the tube steaks that are over here, I actually got an ad for like a steak sandwich. That's so funny. Maybe they've been hearing me call you guys tube steaks. That's funny. That's enjoyable. Hi, tube steaks. I'm going to get just a couple of hi's over here. Hi. And say hello over there. Tube Steaks, we got, let me see, is it 18,000? 82,000 people over there. Oh, that's the date. It's August 27th, and we have 116. That's still pretty good. 116 people over there. And let me mute Discord real quick here. And over here, what do we do? A couple hundred over here too. Hey, we got nice numbers coming in, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here as we make our way into the night here. It's Wacky Wednesday. Oh, let's see what else I wrote down in my notes here. Here's a meal plan I have for my family. If you guys want to know, tonight we did like tofu rice bowls, and tomorrow is going to be tacos, like a taco kind of thing. Those are in my notes. You might be more interested in hearing my religious notes. Oh, I have a bit of a news. There is a thing I'm working on, which is I had been dreaming of this. Oh, here's Joel. Say hi to Joel. Hey, Joel.
Hey, Mez.
I was just going to tell him about the website I'm working on.
Oh, this is exciting, folks. Just tune in. Now, everybody, hey, you know what I love? When born again atheist says lock in.
Lock in.
Have you heard it? She's like, lock in. But I love it when she does it as the Mog. Like she does the character of the Christian guy. And she's like, lock in. And
it's my favorite character, like including all of Saturday Night Live. Like it's just so enjoyable to watch her. She did a version of that I think about, like maybe it wasn't the first time I saw that guy, but it was like one of the times I really was paying attention. I still think about it just like daily, where she had some, calls them man of God, and she was in her mustache and everything. I think she's alive right now. You guys should go over there. She's enjoyable.
Sub only.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if you sub there, go there. Yeah, Pastor Mark. And Pastor Mark, like help people stop masturbating, but also was like just talking shit about women, right? Just like, oh, I hate them. We just need them to marry us. Please just marry us. I hate you, but please marry me. Marry us. And just kept saying marry us, to like including the other guy. Yeah. And he hated it, and it was just like so fucking funny. Marry us, please. Marry us. Just so desperate as she went. I couldn't stop laughing. I think about it like constantly.
Yeah, it's just so constantly. Funny. Yeah. So she's like, lock in. All right, come on, we're gonna do this. Come on, lock in. But we don't lock in because we were talking about something else, and look how far off lock we are. This is the problem, and also
we're locked out.
I want to start saying that. But I know, I'm going to start saying lock in.
That might be okay. Look, there's some stuff that I don't think she made up lock in, but she owns it. She owned it.
Like it's become like her thing. It's a pretty classic and his thing, which is Pastor Mark, of course.
The first guy who debated me came up and was stealing Ian's lines. He was doing that'll be dodge number 1. Let's see for try number 2. He was doing that bit.
We've got a pivoting parry over here.
Yeah, I was just like, you can't do that here. Get out of here.
Ian hasn't been doing the name, just pivoting name. Like they haven't been doing the names lately. Anyway, so everyone lock in because this is great, really exciting news. We're really excited about it.
And what is it again?
Lock in. You were talking about the website.
Oh, have you guys heard of websites?
There's the new exciting thing coming to town, and it's websites.
You know, like an app on your phone? They have those on the computer.
You can get them on the computer, and
it's bigger.
They're bigger because they have wider. Like a different size of a screen. And also, there's like so many different parts of the website, which sometimes like an app, it seems like 3 parts or something like that. Yeah,
well, this website only has 2 parts, so it's a pretty shitty website. Actually, it's really
so far
just
it's shit, but the shit.
So what we're talking about is, as you know, Joel and I do the BBD, which is the Bad Bible Debates podcast, and the Bad Bible Debates, which we're going to do live here Friday, hopefully, if we get it to work out. And then what we also are working on, what I've been building, is just a very rudimentary BBW, right? Which is the
it's website. Not as rude as our lives. We're a lot more rude in the lives, but this is pretty rudimentary.
Right. Which thanks for mentioning that, rudimentarily. And so one of the main things was I've been thinking about building this somehow, and there's other lists online of all the bad Bible verses, right? There's tons of them, but there's not I couldn't find a concise list that was here are all the the shit you just can't refute. The list of the stuff that's God did a bad here. There's no way you can morally say that this is good without sounding like absolutely psychopathically psychotic. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't know if I think you listened to a lot of the live yesterday, and there was a lot of that where like everybody did sound psychotically psychotic.
Yes. Because
they did 10 toes down. I almost said 2 toes down. 10 toes down. They were like,
that's still too many. Even if it's like, even if you're only doing just pinky toes into burning women.
Yeah.
You keep your toes out of there.
It's good to stone a woman for being a virgin for not being a virgin on her wedding night. You know what I mean? Yeah. But these are irreconcilable. Is that what the word is? Is that what the word is?
Yeah, I call them irreconcilable. It's like a list of irreconcilable passages. So if you guys want to check it out, I'll put the link in Discord, even though it's like not finished being built yet. It's just a Wix page. It's like super simple. It's a Wix page. And I want to make this is like the list of irreconcilable passages. And if you guys want, you can go read my lips, or you can read Joel's lips, and we're putting them together. You can just look at our lips and just see what you think. And so let me go ahead and put that link.
You just open our lips or spread our lips open or whatever, however websites work. And
I think you spread them.
Yeah, spread the website around, spread the lips around. That's good. Spread our lips and
what could that mean? What could that mean?
Everybody checks it out.
Okay, I'm going to put this in promotes.
Mezzo's got a lot of lips in there.
Joel, did you miss me?
Hold on a second.
What? Who are you talking to?
Joel.
Me?
Wait, hold on a second. I'm doing something.
Also, how old are you?
Joel, you don't remember me?
Not really.
We don't remember you, but can you hold on one second?
Just hold on, because we're just
I'll hold on.
Putting his lips out there. So mute up for a sec. He may have brought you up prematurely.
Yeah, I thought you were someone else. Okay, so there's the ByBlood website. It's super basic, but I set it to link so just people in promotes there can see if you're on our Discord. There's a list. I think there's like 19 or 20 in there right now. Yeah. All right. Levinas, welcome in. What's your age and what's your religion?
I'm 21 and I'm Jewish.
Oh, all right. Well, do you think that God's description... Oh, first of all, do you remember Joel?
Yeah. Me and Joel had like a really good time, actually.
Did we have a conversation with Rabbi Hannah?
No, I don't know who that is.
Did I bring up a Jewish rabbi when we were talking?
Nope.
Oh.
Maybe I just don't remember.
Okay.
And so do you think that God has all these omni properties?
What? Like what?
Like, I don't know, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and omnibenevolent.
I usually follow a doctrine of negative theology, so like I can think you can describe what God isn't, not what God is.
Is God isn't evil?
No, you can't, because that's still the positive, right?
He isn't evil, or he isn't good? Which one isn't he not?
I think you're misunderstanding. Why do you think that there's
I'm
negative
isn't
theology?
Understanding.
Like, is he absolutely
like,
not
what do you
evil?
think? Why do you think that there is something called negative theology?
I don't think anything. I'm asking you what you think, and you haven't said shit.
I think I have.
What's
Joel,
God like?
Remember what we spoke about last time about how Mezzo
We
needs
don't
to get
remember
paid?
you. What's God like?
I don't remember that.
Do you know what it might be? You might be just like super uninteresting, because instead of actually like, that's why it's hard to remember you. Maybe say something that's like valuable to the conversation. What do you think God's like?
Do you like the documentary hypothesis?
Like, I think there's part of me that remembers you, and you're probably actually a Christian that pretends he's Jewish.
Oh, that's
You want to test me?
Yeah, show your wiener tip.
Cam up and show your wiener.
Mezzo, you dirty dog.
Just tell us, do you have an anteater or what? What's going on?
What? I actually don't
anteater
know.
or
I
a
don't get
mushroom?
that joke.
If you were Jewish, you would get that.
Yeah, he's not Jewish.
Yeah, Jewish people get jokes.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, Levin, it's been really,
fun, yeah.
really good. Did you want to describe, like, or tell us what your God is described as? Do you think he's all powerful? Do you think he's all good? Any of that kind of stuff?
Highly recommend you guys read The Art of Biblical Narrative by Robert Alter.
Is he not
Right now?
weak in any way?
Robert Alter?
Is there
He's like a
anything that
professor at UC
he's
Berkeley.
weak? Is there anything he can't do?
Wait, hold on. What's
That's
the book
tough.
called?
The Art of Biblical Narrative.
The Art of Biblical Narrative. And who's it by?
Robert Alter.
Robert Alter. And I'll just see if there's like a PDF.
But what's his actual name? We don't want his alter ego.
Bob.
You're definitely not Jewish.
What what the?
All right, here's the preface. The fate of books like that of children is usually not foreseeable by those who bring them into the world. Like many writers, I have more than once fostered an illusion that a particular book of mine was destined to make great impression, only to discover that its readership seemed to be confined to librarians and my friends and relations. Should I read the whole book right now, or should I do this like later?
Probably later.
Why'd you bring it up right now?
I think you guys would find it interesting.
Okay.
Always good to read, right?
Well, not necessarily. What if the book sucks?
It's always good to read and write.
Yeah.
Levin, do you think your God is all good?
Is all good?
Is everything that Yahweh does good?
Who?
Yahweh.
No, he knows it
you're
as
doing Yud Kei Vav Kei. Yud Kei Vav Kei, yeah.
Is he all good?
Is he all good? Yeah, sure. Like God, I think God produces everything that God produces is good, I'd say.
Does he ever harm someone in a way that is not for good?
Does he harm someone in a way that's not for good? I think by definition, even if God were to do something like the binding of Isaac is probably the prime example of that like it's obviously horrible to kill your kid, but he still told Abraham to kill your kid.
So he's all good, but he sometimes commands bad things?
No, I didn't see why that was bad. Right? I guess maybe we're having two different definitions of good and bad. Right?
Yeah, in that case, I would just say like traumatizing a child by having this father stand above him with a knife would be bad.
Yeah. I mean, that's not a good thing.
Right. So God commanded a thing that wasn't good.
Again, I think it's just two working definitions of good versus bad, right?
That's what the first guy said too. He was like, that doesn't count as good. So then he's not all good. He's some kinds of good, but not all kinds of good.
Doesn't count as good. I just said that there's two different. That's not what I was saying. That was a little bit of a straw man, Mezzo.
Well, your point's really straw. Like it's like debating a scarecrow. So I can't help.
I love the ad hominems. Keep it going.
Like speaking to a thicket. Or a thatched roof.
Ooh, nice vocab, Joel.
No, except I would say it's more like a thatched floor because.
How do you guys decide who's like the face person? Like, do you switch off?
Yeah, we switch off.
How do you decide that?
We trade faces. Have you seen Certy?
No, Mezzo. Come on.
I actually am Mezzo right now. And Mezzo's me.
That's silly.
Yeah, this is basically an episode of the movie Face Off.
I wonder if so we have Pax in here, but Pax.
What do you think is the point of the story
conversation? I don't know, because you don't seem to be like focusing in on it.
Let me see something real quick. 11, hang on one second.
Okay.
Jeff, are you there? I don't think Jeff meant to come up either.
You go, Jeff, are you there? He leaves immediately.
Not here. Not me. Jeff,
Con
if you
Air is
mean...
a great movie, and it's no Armageddon, but go ahead.
Well, I thought it was Armageddon, but that was just me. No, there's a different Jeff. Jeff Maggio?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, are you keep leaving?
I'm heading out. See you guys.
Oh, okay.
Good.
Thanks, Levin. Jeff, how old are you? What's your religion? Jeff, you keep leaving. We can't hear you talk. You have to be like, if you can't see me, I can't hear you. Am I a JCVD fan? What's JCVD? Jesus Christ venereal disease?
Oh yeah, no one's a fan. Wait, Jesus Christ has the venereal disease.
Not a fan of any of that.
Still, you don't want any of the venereal diseases. Mm-hmm. Even Jesus. I just think it'd be ironic
Jean-Claude Van Damme. Yeah. Yeah, I like when he did those splits in the underwear, very hot. Very sensual. Very was that in Time Cop? I feel like Time Cop might be the only Jean-Claude Van Damme movie I've seen.
And it was Jean-Claude Van Damme good, wasn't it?
Yeah. He did that. He did that kick where he held his foot up at someone who's going to steal a purse or something. Mm-hmm. Well, now there's another Jeff in here. Hold on. What? Jeff, you're not supposed to be up here. What are you doing?
I believe in God now.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
Interesting.
I was converted about 10 minutes ago by the other.
Which one?
Yes.
Which one? The answer to which one is yes?
Yes.
That's kind of what the last guy said.
That's how come I got converted.
You can tell he's a Christian. He doesn't answer questions directly.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting.
I read up on negative theology, and all you got to do is go, I don't know.
Oh.
Just whatever someone says, you go, nuh-uh. I negate that.
No, not nuh-uh, just Hey, somebody remembered. I do believe in Sean Stockman being God. That is actually like no joke. Like that's real.
What's the best Boys to Men song?
I'm gonna throw a wild curve and say Girl in the Life magazine.
No. Wait, is that Billy Joel? Is that his song? Girl in the Magazine? I think that's
that's Uptown Girl.
Yeah, Uptown Girl in the Magazine.
Girl in My Life magazine.
Yeah, it's craziest, right? It's Water Runs Dry. It's really good.
Well,
Water Runs Dry is like, yeah.
Water Runs Dry. They sang that live and saved my life.
Yeah, I mean, like you and a million other people, like.
Sean. This is not a lie. Like Sean Stockman looked in my face, in my eyeballs, and saved my life. Like, I'll tell y'all the story over a beer one day.
Well, we don't drink beer, but can we?
Me either.
Can we just pour it out though, like as we talk?
For the
just
homies?
3 of us sitting there pouring beers on the ground.
Another round.
We just don't drink
Another
these.
round.
We just don't drink these.
This one's on Mezzo.
Oh, he's on the floor.
Just pouring them on each other. I like this idea.
I gotta pour mine out because I'm not driving, but I'm, not drinking.
Just pour it out the window. You're not allowed to have an open container in the car, but if you hold it out the window and pour it, I think you're safe.
That's fine,
But, Boys to Men 2 was, I think, one of my first CDs I ever owned. But I was incorrect a minute ago when I said Water Runs Dry. The correct answer is I'm Doing Just Fine. Yeah, Jeff knows what the fuck I'm talking about. That song is that's not on 2. That's on a later album, but that song is the fucking shit.
Evolution. So, Evolution is probably the most slept on album.
You don't hear a lot of songs from a band, like a whiny band, right? Like they were like, I'm so sad you're breaking up with me band. That's their main mode. And then to do one that's like, actually, I'm fucking fine, whatever. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did cry during it a little bit, but it's still good.
Well, actually, you know what? I was just informed by God that the answer is all of them.
No, Song for Mama sucks.
What did you just say?
I said Song for Mama sucks. And so does the one where he goes, I'll wash your hair, do your laundry. And he just lists all the chores he wants to do for somebody. That one sucks too.
There's a reason you're best friends with Joel.
Because we're great.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. Y'all are delightful. No, if there's one bad Boys to Men song, it's Bounce, Shake, Move, Swing.
Oh, that sounds bad. Is that from from that roller skating movie that Lil Bow Wow was in? Is that off the soundtrack of Roll Bounce? Is that Roll Bounce? Is that what it's called? What's that movie called?
Sounds like it should be more than one song. There's just too many things going on.
That song is on Nathan, Michael, Sean Wanier, and the first time I heard it, I said, "What?" Like just off the first few seconds, I said,
"It is called Roll Bounce."
What is happening right now?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that one. That sounds like old. Look, they're not all great, but they have a solid thing, and their versions of other people's songs are also very, very good. Like yesterday, they took yesterday away from Paul, like McCartney, and really like rocked that. They did a good job with that.
Now I know this isn't a coming of age band, but how do you guys feel about Easy Like Sunday Morning by the Commodores?
Did you just Google that?
Yeah.
Commodores is insane.
Are you Googling black music, Joel?
Well, I put sort of black music. I don't.
Sort of.
Yeah. Here, I gotcha. This is sort of black music because it's originally by a white guy, but then again, Nate Dogg and Warren G took it and they owned it. Yeah. They really did.
That only belongs to like Nate Dogg and Warren G now. Like that is.
I don't know, man. The original's actually pretty sick. During that part, like that's just the chorus, and then the rest of it is like every time we touch, and it's kind of annoying. But when it gets into that groove, it is like, okay, forgetting we're not in love anymore. I love it.
But they say let me ride, like you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. What does the rhythm is the bass and the bass is the treble mean? I feel like they just said that and then they were like, I don't think that makes sense.
That's just describing G-Funk.
That was the era they were in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Jeff. Well, thanks for your help here. Did we deconstruct you? Did you stop believing in yes?
Yeah, I'm an atheist again, but I will say I'm excited about y'all's website. So
it's just a Wix page. It's very simple. We're kind of like holding it as a placeholder for now, and we could move to something bigger later when we become really famous. But it's just a starting spot.
I love it. Websites are sort of a passion of mine.
Have you ever been to one? They're kind of boring. Like it's just words and stuff.
Did you know? And before I go, you can look this up. This year, AOL is discontinuing dial-up.
Are you serious? Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
It's been going?
Yeah.
You got to be shitting me.
I wish I was. Like when I got the notification, I said, wait, what? Who?
Someone sent you a message and it said, Dear Jeff, we're done with that.
Somebody still has a working US Robotics 56K modem somewhere.
Yeah. It's it just is the way that they get internet at the last Blockbuster in Alaska. Is that still a thing? Is there still a last Blockbuster? There probably is.
Yeah.
Wow, that's funny.
There's probably still also a last Radio Shack.
I was looking for a Radio Shack like 2 days ago. I was like, there's got to be something like that. You can't just get weird cords anymore anywhere. You have to get like regular cords. Sucks.
Weird cord sounds dirty. All right, I'm gonna go on that. I think we can't top weird chords. I think weird chords.
Oh, I think we can get right on top of a weird chord. I'm not worried about it. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff from The End of a Species, thank you so much for being here. Let me get him out of here. You're not supposed to be up here.
Why like you don't like Easy Like Sunday Mornings? Like I feel like it's a perfect song.
Oh, I love that song. That's why I'm easy.
Easy like
Atheist Sunday School.
I should do that on next Sunday School. Pax, what are you doing up here? Aren't there rules to this place?
Oh, I'm a Christian again now too.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
You guys can't just lie to get up on.
You're making atheists look bad when you guys lie.
Oh, Jesus is cool, guys.
He is not cool. He's not real.
My brothers, I was going to dance for you. I just came up to say.
All right, let's do it.
I was talked out of dancing for you, my brothers.
All right, cam up, go.
Hang on.
Hang on?
No, because I don't know how to cam. Okay, wait. Let's do it. Because I got the good lighting. Come on. How do I? Here, give it.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, and go. Okay, I actually like this. That was great.
Yeah, hello, my brothers.
Can we just keep doing, like, during the whole next debate, can we just keep this going? I could just turn this down a little bit.
No, it is also late and I am tired. So that's good. That's a good end for that one.
Oh man, that would actually be really awesome if all of our debates had like background dancers.
Fly girls for the debates.
Yeah. All right, Pax, you're not supposed to be up here. Get out of here.
Wait, no,
Jeez.
I had.
Gosh, freaking liars. Thank you for dancing for us. I appreciate it. The lighting was very cool. We had a music video moment happening.
Yeah, that is cool. We should remember this for when we release our album.
To have background dancers?
Just to have like this in the music video. We'll have like, and when we did lives, we had these people come up and dance on our lives, and we'll just like show that. But like in the album, like in the music video of the album, like people can go, oh yeah, I remember that moment. You know, it's really cool when we do the triple vinyl.
Do you know what people don't do enough? Foreground dancers. Just put them up front, and we're in the back, like trying to peek around, you know, saying, Ben, welcome in. What's your age and what's your religion?
42, Christianity.
Hey, I'm also 42. We're the same age.
That's awesome.
How are you feeling? Is your back okay? Mine sucks.
Mine's fine. It used to be worse, but it's got better.
You do physical therapy or something?
No, I just try to stay active.
Hey, to the person who's doing spam in the live, if you do spam all caps, that's fine, but just throw some... Hey, who blocked them? Joel, what the hell?
All right, I can unblock them, but
I was telling him it's fine. You just got to do like you have to do like a threatening Bible verse or something, right? Like say like I'm going to dash your babies. All
right, I'm going to put my thing to 5 seconds. So that
by the way, that might be the Game Show Network, which, you know, we're trying to reach out. Yeah, we're not scared. We want you to come request up. Ben, so look, I have this thing about God where it seems like the God that you believe in is omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and omnibenevolent. You know what all those are meaning?
Yeah. So what seems to be the problem or issue?
Well, yeah, if like God can do anything that they want, but that they also can't do bad things, it seems like a contradiction, don't you think?
Well, so you're saying he cannot do anything bad. Is that what you said?
He can't do everything because he can't do bad things.
So that's another thing.
Joel,
what is
are you
considered
here?
Bad to you? Like,
I think my dogs are like barking outside, and I don't know why they're outside. I have to go get them. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Are you
I'm
okay,
here.
though?
Yes.
Because last time you were a little nervous when I left.
No, we're in the middle of this is a great talking point, and I love it.
And Joel's my best friend.
Point,
he's gonna be great. Yeah.
So
okay, all good and all you know.
He won't take long, hopefully. What was he saying, Ben? God isn't good, so he can't do anything at all. What was it? What did he just say?
He was just wanting to make the analogy that his God is like, I guess, all powerful, then why does he not, but he can't do anything bad or something like that.
Yeah, so that would like negate is negate the right word? His all powerfulness or something?
Possibly. So just because you are all good and you choose not to do bad, does that make you lesser powerful?
Oh, thank God. I don't know. I feel like if he's choosing
it does.
not to do
Joel was going to say that. Yeah, it does. Because if you're unable to be bad, then it's a thing you can't do.
I guess there's a difference between like he can do it, so he has the potential for evil, but he decides not to, versus he doesn't have the potential for evil. If he doesn't have the potential for evil, then he's not all powerful. Would you agree with that, Ben?
Well, what is evil? Because you can say like God could have done something, and you look at it and say, "Oh, that's mean. That's evil. I don't like that." Well, in your eyes, it appears evil, but in his eyes, it was either good or necessary for his grand scheme of all things to plan.
That's interesting. Well, look, I have this new website that someone sent me called Lips. It's a list of Bible verses here. And let's just like look at the first one here. there's some story here, and maybe this is good, but I would say that like killing a bunch of animals is bad. Do you think that's bad, or is that okay to like kill a whole bunch of animals?
Depending on what purpose it is.
The
So if
purpose
you're trying
was
to feed an army and you have to
no, there were no armies. They just died. All
One
the
thing-
is yeah. Sorry, Joel.
Well, no, I was just going to say that, like, the purpose thing is a little weird to me, Ben. Like, when it's you and I, and we have to do things like desperate times call for desperate measures, like we don't have a lot of options. We have to sometimes do things that are, you know, maybe something we wouldn't want to do because we couldn't do anything else. But with God, he can always do something else. So I don't know, the purpose thing, it's like, doesn't excuse something heinous. Do you get where I'm coming from with that?
I understand what you're saying, but then the question again arises, though, okay, so if he did not do plan A, which he went with, what plan B would have been better?
Oh, that's exciting. Let's do one, Mezzo. Let's talk about one. We'll come up with a plan B.
Sure. Well, let's say like you have all these terrible humans on Earth, and you're thinking, I got to kill these people, except Noah. And so the method that you choose to kill them is a method that also takes the life of every innocent animal on Earth, as well as all the like human babies who are obviously innocent as well. So what's the other way to do it? I would just say like how many people were alive? Like, let's say there was 6 million people alive. The better way to do it would have been 6 million individual lightning bolts. That way all the animals still live.
Well,
Instead of a flood, of course.
Like, you could think of it like that, but then potentially there could still be some of that evil still remaining. Someone could have survived a lightning bolt.
No,
Maybe
he makes
someone
sure
could
he
have
gets them.
dodged
He
a
makes sure he
lightning
gets
bolt.
them.
Who knows?
You can't dodge God's lightning bolt. Is that what you're going to go with?
I mean,
wait, he's all powerful.
So,
he has the power to kill you with a lightning bolt, right?
but even so,
No, hold on. This is important, Ben. Can God kill you with a lightning bolt?
I mean, he can.
Does he even need a lightning bolt? Can he just snap his fingers?
Well, of course.
Could he
But
snap
that
his
is-
fingers and kill 6 million people at once?
Well, there's much more symbolism with flooding the earth.
Oh, okay, so
versus-
the value in murdering all the innocent animals was some sort of symbolism. I
but
don't. That
there's
doesn't
much
do
more
it for
to
me.
it. I think it goes much deeper than that, because
If the Bible had
the
said,
land changed as well, probably.
okay, if the Bible had said, and in that moment God saw that humans were terrible, so he said, Noah, go inside, and then God snapped his finger, and instantly all the other humans on earth were dead. That would still be like, whoa, this dude's a powerful monster. Like, we would still think he's a powerful monster the way we do when we read the flood, but he wouldn't have to kill all the baby raccoons. He wouldn't have to kill all the puppies and kittens, right?
Oh, but then if you want to evaluate all the options and look at, say, we can step into a DC universe with the possibility of multi-universes. And then you look at, there's only one of the Earths that got flooded where the landscape changed after the flood receded. However, all the other Earths remained the same in the same form. And in the end, the outcome of the people and where they were located and the history of all
Okay, can I just
history,
make
the
sure
way
I'm
it played
tracking
out.
this? So you're saying that the reason he killed the puppies and drowned the kittens and the raccoons was because he had to change the landscape in an alternate comic book universe?
Well, what I'm saying is we don't know if everything would have happened exactly the same way it needed to happen in order for it to be ready for Jesus to come.
So we don't know if it was good or bad. It might have been he did it to just to be bad. We don't know.
But again, Ben, this is where we go to this like, oh, this is the only option for this all-powerful God to do it this specific way. If not, Jesus doesn't show up. It's like, that's just a nonsense statement, right? Yeah.
And then the God hit everyone with lightning except Noah. And in the next moment, Noah walked out of his house. And guess who was there? Jesus. Like, he can just make this happen. And who else was there? All the raccoons and kittens. They were there with them. Right? Like there's no like, you're the one limiting the all-powerful God who can do anything.
And wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be cool if all the like animals, just like in Cinderella or no, Snow White, they all like gathered and they could talk, you know, like the snake and the donkey, you know, but like the raccoon and Noah, we're so excited to introduce you to Jesus.
Yeah.
Look at it, it's Jesus.
And they're dancing on the bones of all the babies that they just hit with lightning and stuff, but they introduced Jesus. But Ben, I think like I'm curious about this landscape thing. What happened to the landscape?
Well, that's just if I entertain the idea that Scripture did not say anything about that. No one was bad, everything was innocent, but that's not the case. If you read the Bible, you would know what it says, that there was nothing about they were innocent.
Yeah, the people were bad.
There's no innocent babies or anything like that.
Well, babies are just like naturally innocent.
Were evil.
Innocent means you've done something bad.
And even
I'm sorry. I just said that so backwards. I'm so sorry. Guilty means you've done something bad, right?
But if you look at it, look at a child from birth,
terrible.
Its
crying,
instinct is to be
pissing their panties, just like a fucking mess. Yeah, they're evil babies.
Well, something
but the
worse than that.
raccoons
They're
aren't. Is what I'm saying.
selfish. They just want everything for
Terrible.
themselves.
I'm a kind of like a Christian in that way. I think babies are evil, but it's the ant, like baby deer. What did they do?
Well, you don't need more than 2 to put on the ark to repopulate the
those
earth.
2 are
so he
are
saved
safe,
what he needed to save.
Right, but he killed all the other deer.
Well,
if I killed every deer on earth except 2, would you think I was good? That seems like a bad thing to do.
Not necessarily, because the point is that if you want to say you have a farm, you have 10 sheep, you're slaughtering 8 of them, you're keeping 2 because you want to still keep the population going. However, those 8,
what was the slaughter for?
Because you need.
What was the purpose of the slaughter?
You want to get the food. However,
for food.
But they already had enough food.
Yeah, Ben. So that's for food. But the deer aren't for food. The raccoons weren't for food. The kittens weren't for food. They drowned them for what? What was the reason to drown kittens?
For one, none of them have a soul, so it really doesn't matter. And
okay, that was psychotic and also anti-biblical. They do have souls. They have spirits. In Ecclesiastes, King Solomon, the smartest man who ever lived, says, I said to myself with regard to humans that God is testing them to show that they are but animals. For the fate of humans and the fate of animals is the same. As one dies, so dies the other. They all have the same breath, and humans have no advantage over the animals, for all is vanity. All go to one place, all are from the dust, and all turn to dust again. Who knows whether the human spirit goes upward and the spirit of animals goes downward into the earth? Animals have spirit. They have the same breath. Do you remember when God breathed life into us, the Holy Spirit into us? It's the same breath that animals have, according to just...
No.
Well, okay. So I'm with you. I think King Solomon was full of shit. I think like the Bible has lies, and like I'm going to agree with you there. Like the Bible's false in that regard.
He was making the question to kind of like, who knows the ways of God? You know, do you find the same things in the book of Job? But that doesn't change the. So
you think you know more than Solomon about the animal spirit?
I know how God created the animals, and he did certainly not breathe his breath into them.
How did he make them alive?
Well, it says how he brought them forth.
Yeah, how?
You can read that in Genesis 1. There's only one thing where he would breathe into the nostrils, and that was.
Does it say how he? Which verse am I looking at here?
Your verse, looking at chapter 1, verse, probably like, I would say, just look at day 5, 4, 5.
Yeah, he makes the plants, then he makes the light. Let the waters bring forth swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the dome of the sky. So God created the sea monsters. Okay, and how did they get life?
Well, they were brought forth through what? You just read it.
Yeah, it's the same way. Then it says, let us make humans in our image, according to our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish. He just makes them. So God created humans. He created them. It doesn't say that he's breathing into either one.
You have to. So when you read Genesis chapter 1 and 2,
it's in 2.
It kind of looks like it's bouncing back and forth a little bit, because it goes into more description how he created man and woman. Because he said, on the 6th day he created them. But he does also go into detail how that process was different from the rest of the creation.
In the second one, it doesn't mention that he made the animals. They're just there.
Yeah, so maybe if it went into more detail, it would be like he breathed life through the nostrils of the pig and through the nostrils of the cow and through the nostrils of the horse,
No.
But can I just say, Ben, let me grant you this. Let's say you're right. Animals are soulless fucks. So would you, if I was just over here drowning kittens, would you call the police on me, or would you be like, that doesn't matter?
Well, of course, in that time, in that moment, we're talking, 5,000 years ago, 6,000? I don't know, 5,000 years ago? Maybe 4. I don't know. I can't even remember.
It doesn't really matter. It's just
the point is that there was absolutely no concern about animals being, oh no, we're going to have drowning kittens. There was no concern of them. That didn't concern
that's what I'm
them
saying.
at all.
If I had no concern over here and I was just chopping kittens in half and then, drowning them and then cutting them up and then throwing them around on the street, it wouldn't matter, right? It'd just be you'd be like, hey, don't litter, but that you wouldn't care about the life of the kittens. Do you have any pets, Ben?
Yeah, a lot. But do you think most...
Do you ever kill them for fun?
Noah cared about our thoughts about kittens?
For some reason, I get the vibe from you, Ben, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying this was a totally different culture. So this wasn't a culture that was concerned with the lives of animals the way we are. We have pets, and maybe they didn't have pets in the same way. So, of course, they're not going to worry that much when they're making up this myth that they're killing all sorts of animals. They're not going to think of it that way, right?
Obviously not, because cats were not considered. I don't think they were in the clean animal category.
Well, I think that in Egypt, I think they had pet cats and revered cats probably before this book was written. But let's imagine for a second that they just didn't see animals as the way we do, as companions in the same way, right? So what that indicates to me, and I think you're really nailing it right now, is that this was written by people. There is no God involved. There's nothing divine about it, because an immutable God whose morality would transcend even ours wouldn't not care about the sentient creatures he's created. But in this case, the God isn't giving two shits about them. So I think you've nailed it. This is a myth written by people. I love that.
I mean, I guess I would agree. That's a kind of easy way out to just say well, that part didn't happen. That's an easy way out.
Because obviously it happened, because everything in the Bible happened, so it's not a myth.
Joel, he's stuck on that.
Ben,
I think you'd be better off saying that this horrific thing didn't happen.
Well, there's nothing horrific about it, because if I put myself in the mindset of they brought the 7 of each clean animal, which was the important animals to bring.
Like
all
Ben,
the other animals for the sake of keeping the earth.
Maybe you could say
animals.
this, Ben, just to make sure that we're like clear. Would you say like, as a Christian, I believe that sometimes it's morally fine to drown animals. You can just say that sentence back.
Let's
as
create
a Christian,
scenario.
You say, as a Christian.
I'm going to create a scenario so you can understand how I would look at it today's date, 2025.
Sorry, Ben, do you think that what I said is true, that sometimes it's morally fine to drown animals or not?
Well, I can paint a picture and then you tell me.
No, I would say no. I think it's not okay to drown animals. Joel, did you want to?
Depends on the circumstance.
I would love to answer the question, but I do have a picture that I'd love to paint too. Like I'd love to paint a picture for Ben. Right. So I don't know who should paint first, but like I have a picture to paint and see what Ben thinks of it.
Well,
Ben, do you want to go first, or do you want to have Joel paint first, or should I?
I'll just put a question. You can answer that pretty much.
I can draw it out as you say it, if that helps.
You don't want to do mine. You don't want to draw mine.
Okay.
Don't draw mine.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Now I'm curious, Joel. What's yours?
If the situation is that you will have to choose between, say, there's a burning building, and you will only have enough time to go to one floor or the other. You can save a person, or you can save a cat.
Yeah, I would save the person.
You can only have exactly enough time to save one of them.
Yeah, I would save the person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I value human life more than cat life. I'm egotistical that way.
Okay, where do you think that value reflects? What do you think that value comes from?
Is it Ben? That was a useless painting. But let me do a painting.
No.
Well, yeah, Ben, hold on. Yeah, because just to be clear, the scenario we're talking about isn't saving someone and choosing who to save. It's about choosing who to drown.
That's so let me paint a scenario, and you can tell me, Ben, A or B, which one you think is the more moral thing to do. Okay. Now, in this scenario, I am being attacked by a man. Okay. The man is going to unalive me. He's going to kill me. And he's coming at me, but I overpower him. We're by a lake. And I grab his head and I'm able to push his head into the water. Now, this is pretty brutal, but I am going to save myself by drowning this man. Now, in scenario A, I hold him underwater until he stops moving, all right, to save my own life. This is the only option I have because I'm not all powerful. In option B, I'm holding him underwater, waiting till he stops moving, and there's a kitten nearby, and I grab the kitten and I hold it underwater too, and I drown the kitten as well.
I could draw that out.
Which one's more moral?
I might have a drawing of that.
Or B?
Well, then again, what is morality to you? And it also depends
on...
answer the question. I would say for me, I think the first one's where you don't also drown the cat is more moral. That's right. My choice. But Ben, what's your choice?
Oh, because that's another
Or do you think they're equal?
It depends where you're from. Because
I'm asking you, Ben. Ben, I'm asking you.
Ben, where are you from?
I'm from a place where morality does not include animals.
Right. So animals you would say
that affected by.
So then
morals.
Those are equally more. Those are moral equals, right?
That's true. Yeah, that's an option for you. You can say A and B are the same.
I would say getting the cat in the pool too was unnecessary,
but not bad.
Yes,
but it has nothing to do with morals.
Okay. So then you would say, as a Christian, I think drowning cats is morally fine. Can you say that sentence?
Well, morality doesn't.
You can't say that sentence. So Ben, yeah, I know that's why you should have no problem saying the sentence. Ben, hold on, Ben, hold on, stop. That's why it's easy for you to say the sentence, because morals aren't included in morality to you, or animals aren't included in morality. So just say, because sometimes I do this with people when they say these things that like, this sounds absurd to me. And so to see if you really believe it, I can't make you like put your hand on the Bible. But what you can do is like stake your religion on it. So if you're willing to say, as a Christian, I believe it's morally fine to drown kittens, then I'll believe that you actually think that. Otherwise, I think you're kind of like just saying that to get out of this argument here. But if you really believe it, please say the whole sentence.
Well, if I was trying to get out of the argument, you would actually have a valid statement. But because you do not understand how morality works and you apply it to animals, then that's not going to work. It's not going to fly.
So then, Ben, as a Christian, do you think it's never morally good to drown animals?
You're trying to pull moon sand off of the sun. As far as
I'm actually curious by what you mean by that. So because it's kind of a vague statement. So morality doesn't apply to animals. Are you saying that like if a raccoon steals something, the raccoon isn't immoral because morality doesn't apply to the animal? Or are you saying that if anyone kicks the face of a raccoon in, that's not immoral because morality doesn't apply to humans when animals are involved?
Moses was given the 10 commandments. One of them was not to steal, or did he come down the mountain to talk to raccoons?
Yeah, so can humans steal from raccoons?
Tell me. No, you got to say the sentence. Moses came down from the mountain.
Ben, you're not in a position to tell me I have to say a sentence after 9 times I've tried you to get to say the sentence and you won't say it. So if you can't do that until you're willing to say, as a Christian, I think it's morally fine to drown cats. If you can say that sentence, I'll say any fucking thing you want. But I don't think you really believe that, which is why you keep dodging saying it.
I don't have to say
because you don't believe it. Nobody does. It's insane. You're right to not say that. What you're wrong to do is lie and act like you believe that when you won't actually stand on your 10 toes and say it.
If you're fighting a person,
right? Yeah, I forgot. You can, even on 2 toes, you could just say, I, Ben, as a Christian, think it's morally okay to drown kittens. If you're willing to say that,
I'm toes.
So if you're wanting to do that as an unnecessary to your, when you were fighting this guy, drowning him, and you unnecessarily want to drown the cat too, I would say that's unnecessary.
Right. So do you think that there's a time
immoral? It has nothing to do with morality.
Right, Ben. Nice dodge. Great.
It hasn't. It doesn't.
So then say the opposite. As a Christian, I don't think it's okay to drown kittens. Can you say that? Or would you say, as a Christian, drowning kittens is morally irrelevant? It's amoral. It's neither right or wrong.
Okay, for a person to go and take kittens,
it has to be one of those.
Ocean,
like you can't keep dodging that. It has to be one.
Because the problem with atheists are they want to create a scenario, making Christians say something,
yes,
and then they're like, "Oh, well, your God then did this." It's like, no, that's not how it works.
Right.
Oh, so you think this is a trap?
It's not a trap.
No,
we're not trapping. We're not trapping you to make God look bad, Ben. That's not what we're doing.
Imagine being in a cult where you're always afraid you're going to be trapped because your book is so awful.
No, but I'm way beyond
you got to relax
to understand where you're trying to go. So you cannot trap me. The point of the whole thing is that you cannot.
What I'm trying to get you to do
God.
I'm not trapping God. I'm trapping Ben. I'm trying to see if you actually believe what you're saying, and I don't think you do, and you're caught. We already trapped you. The trap's over.
No, because what you're
it already
you're not
happened.
Fighting me. You're fighting God, and therefore you can't.
You
trap
missed
me.
it. You missed it. It already happened. We caught you.
No,
you said something that you don't believe. You were dishonest up here. Now we don't trust what you're saying. Yes, you were. You said animals.
I was not.
You said there's no like immoral thing you can do to animals. And when I said say that as a Christian, you refused to.
because your scenario doesn't apply to God's morals.
Is there any scenario where it's morally okay to drown kittens?
If, as I
Yes
said,
or no?
if you just put them in a basket and threw them in the ocean, that would probably be unnecessary.
You're right. Let me rephrase it, because if there, you're right, Ben. I'm sorry. I got to rephrase that, because if there was like Ben, yeah, I'm gonna fix it, because you're right. If there was a like psychopath who was like, you need to drown these kittens or I'm gonna like murder your whole family, I think you would be justified in drowning kittens or something like that. But like the proper way to say it is, if it's unnecessary and someone chooses to drown kittens when they had other options, is it ever going to be morally okay? I would say no. I think no. If you have other options and you choose to drown kittens, it's bad. As an atheist, I think that's bad. What about you, Ben, as a Christian?
Well, as a Christian, I can say it was not unnecessary because he did not drown all the kittens. Some, but not all.
So it's okay to drown some kittens, but not all of them.
Well, as long as the whole main idea is you save.
You can say all that. You can say, as a Christian, it's okay to drown most kittens as long as you save some. You could say that sentence. That'd be fine.
Well,
start with as a Christian.
No, I was starting to say.
Yeah, Ben, you're being dishonest. If you're unwilling to stand up here and say that, I'm going to drop you down. You can we'll talk to someone who's more honest and willing to stand behind their own beliefs.
I'll only say what the Bible says, so it's up to you.
Okay, well, yeah, just go ahead and drop down.
All right.
You know, there's some verses at the back end of Exodus 21 that have to do with bull goring. And like if a bull gores another bull, then it has to be put to death. And, you know, there's just animal related laws. It's, of course, going to be because the loss to the owner. But there is still...
But what about this one, Joel, on page 473? Oh, your righteousness, your steadfast love, O Lord, extends to the heavens, your faithfulness to the clouds. Your righteousness is like the mighty mountains. Your judgments are like the great deep. You save humans and animals alike, O Lord. You're so righteous that you'll even save animals. It must be a righteous thing to do to save animals, right?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Let me. There's also a verse. I don't know what it's going to say in every translation. I'll have to go find it. It might be Deuteronomy 15, but it's saying that like these sheep, some of these sheep are evil. That means that sheep.
Some of them are evil. The other ones aren't. Well, there's Jesus says the thing about look at the birds. Are you not more valued than they? Which shows that like humans are valued more than birds, but birds have some value because God does feed them. Yeah. They don't have no value. So drowning but maybe they just have like just enough value that you only have to save 2 of them. Maybe.
Maybe.
Weird. That was like a weird hill for that guy to die on. But
I mean, he just was. That's what happens where you get so afraid you're going to be caught because you know the book is full of nonsense that you're just like,
it's full of traps. You're the ones like flipping through this book that's full of mouse traps. Hey, Dr. Someone, thanks for the subscription. We don't get a lot of subscriptions around here, and I really appreciate it. Now, there's some weird thing coming up with subscriptions soon. So what I suggest you all do is subscribe like crazy now, and then when the price goes up, you can just dump it. Paradox, welcome in. What's your age? What's your religion?
24.
And?
I'm a Muslim.
Okay. Well, is your God...
He has all those properties, yeah.
Yeah, and he's also all merciful, I believe, right?
Yeah, all just.
Yeah.
Why do you think being...
Well, merciful is a little bit different than just. It's actually the opposite.
Both of them. He has 99 attributes, but yeah, they're both... he has both of them. But
he has 99 attributes?
Yeah. But
Is this
more
a
importantly,
Jay-Z song?
no, don't no. It means that he has like 99 attributes, meaning he's the most just. I don't know all of them. They're in Arabic. I don't speak Arabic. It's not my mother tongue. But why do you think being?
I bet a bitch is one of them.
No, it's not.
72 bitches. Am I right?
Joel.
Being omnipotent and omniscient and omnipresent, why are these things to you can't be simultaneously true?
Yeah, so like being omnipotent means you can do anything, right?
Of course.
Yeah. So can he like leave a room?
Leave a room? I don't know what
yeah,
that
like
means.
I'm in my garage.
Yeah.
He is too. He's in here. He's omnipresent. Can he leave?
You mean in a physical sense? What do you mean he's in here?
Do you think he's omnipresent?
Omnipresent. I'd have to look into if that's part of one of his attributes.
Okay. If he's not everywhere, then he's not omnipresent. That's fine.
Yeah, because he just because he knows of everywhere doesn't mean he's necessarily there as well.
So he knows about my garage. Can he forget about my garage?
If he willingly wanted to?
Yeah.
Then if he wants to not remember of this information, I guess there's no issue.
Then he wouldn't be all knowing though. He would lose that property.
So yeah, then I think that's what you're doing. What my name is. It's a self-contradictory statement. It's like a paradox.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you like use all and 100% and like force these omnis onto them. They get stuck.
Yeah, and I don't think Allah has. We don't. First of all, Allah is not all good. We don't call him he's all good. We call him all merciful because he believes in justice. He believes in making things.
Mercy and justice are two different things. You keep saying those like they're the same thing. They're very different. They're almost the opposite.
I get that, but like so. Okay, so what's your issue with that? Why? How is that a contradiction?
So the one that I was saying is that if he is all-knowing, he can't forget something because then he loses his all-knowingness.
You asked me though. Exactly, you're asking me a fallacious question, and I was just trying to answer it honestly.
What's like fallacious about it? Because I can forget
what's
things.
What's fallacious is, well, you're not all-knowing though, are you?
Right. Yeah. That's why I can do it and he can't. It's the contradiction comes because he has too many all properties. You guys tried to make your God so big, you made him impossible.
Interesting. So you're saying, wait, I want to understand this. You're saying that because he's all knowing, what's the but? Because he's all knowing, therefore what?
He can't forget something. If all knowingness is like an essential trait of his, that if the moment he stops being all-knowing, he stops being God.
Okay, so that's fine then. So then, therefore, he can't lose information.
Yeah, hold on. So just slow down a little bit. If he's all-knowing, and that's required of him to be all-knowing, then he can't forget things. He also can't learn things. Those are two things that I can do that he can't do. If he can do all things, but there's things that he can't do, that's a contradiction.
It's funny. Is this like making you feel better or like what? You comparing yourself
a little bit. Yeah, I feel a little better.
I don't understand like what you're gaining out of like coming up with your creative mind that your God, that this God gave you to begin with for you to feel good about yourself. Like I don't understand.
I don't know. He made me this way, so he should have made me in a way where I didn't unveil all of his contradictions all the time. That would have been smart for him to like not give me that.
No, but he gives you the power to choose, Mezzo, and you're
the paradox. Like if there are contradictions here and contradictions are impossible, that might mean that like all the claims you're making about God making Mezzo and stuff aren't true because the God doesn't exist. Is that possible?
I'm so sorry. I didn't pay attention. If you can repeat that.
Oh man, I can't repeat myself.
That was so good too, Joel.
It was perfect too. Man, you got to start paying attention to the conversation. I can't say things again.
Joel,
that's one of my rules.
Let me hear it.
You got to lock in.
Okay.
Or lock in.
Anyway,
it is good. It is good.
I was saying your God's pretend because he's contradiction. See, I can't. Fuck, I didn't say it as well as I did the first time.
What he said, paradox, is he said, if Mezzo's contradictions,
no, the
God doesn't.
No, if the God contradicts.
If the God contradicts Mezzo.
But no, look at the things that are contradictions. Are they real?
Let me play the tape back.
You're gonna have to say it again because I'm not understanding anymore.
Let me play the tape back.
Well, you got to listen. So lock in.
I'll listen.
Right, yeah, that's why I can do it. He can't. It's tried to make your gods.
So you're saying, wait, I want to understand this.
Oh, don't do that again, Paradoxes. That's not a good name.
Because he's all knowing, therefore what?
You can't forget something. If all knowingness is like an essential.
Paradox, are you locked in?
I'm listening. I'm
He
focusing on.
stops being all knowing. He stops being God.
Okay, so that's fine then. So then, therefore, yeah, you can't.
Paradox. Hold on. Hold on. So, just slow down a little bit. If he's all knowing, and that's required of him to be all knowing, then he can't forget things. He also can't learn things. Those are two things that I can do that he can't do.
Yeah, it's way after this, but like, pay attention, Paradox. This is important. This is a good lead-in to remind you of what the contradictions are.
Yeah, I feel a little better.
I don't understand.
Running an ad.
Oh, come on. What are you using?
Are you
Especially after 50. Hold on. You guys, okay.
Man, what is he using?
Okay, lock in.
He made me this
Okay,
way,
so-
so he should have made me in a way where I didn't unveil all of his contradictions all the time.
That was a good
That would have been
line.
smart for him to like not give me that.
No, but he gives you the power to choose.
That's solid.
Mezzo, and you're
Paradox. Like, if there are contradictions here and contradictions are impossible, that might mean that like all the claims you're making about God making Mezzo and stuff aren't true because the God doesn't exist. Is that?
See, right there, if you're making claims about all the contradictions that God doesn't exist, then it might make Mezzo true. And you heard it loud and clear the second time through there. So are you locked in? And you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I was locked in. I heard what he said, but I don't know if it just what. So, Joel, if you can like repeat that question and like
I can't repeat it. What the fuck did we just do?
You were just playing it back for you.
Repeat it. I don't understand what he's asking me of. Like, what does that mean?
Is that what you're saying is a dodge to avoid this problem?
Let me do some street epistemology with him.
Like David Blaine.
Yeah. Do you think paradoxes exist?
No, they don't. They're fallacious.
Well, they don't exist.
What? Paradoxes are fallacious?
Yeah, that's the whole point. If someone asks, can God create a rock so heavy that he can't lift himself? It's a self-contradictory statement. Because he's all-powerful, he should be able to do something, but he can't do something that he can't do himself. It's a contradiction.
But I could do that.
Yeah, because you're not all-powerful.
Right, yeah, that's why he doesn't exist, because he's impossible to exist.
No, bro, so another thing I want to tell you something.
All-powerfulness doesn't make sense.
No, hear me out. Hear me out.
That's the point.
Wait, hear me out. You're going to love this. Because that's illogical. Illogical things don't exist. God can only do what's logical.
I see what you're saying.
That's our definition of when we say all-powerful.
Paradox. I get that for a square circle. God can't make a square circle. He can't make a married bachelor. I get that. Making a rock that's too heavy to lift is possible. That's not a square circle.
Not with his attribute.
Yeah, right. Not for him. For us, for me, it's possible. I could glue a bunch of small rocks together and make a rock and tell it was too. I know I'm not God because I exist. Listen up though. But try to actually listen to this. The problem with the square circle is that object can't exist. But with the rock being too heavy, that's God's problem. The rock isn't the paradox. It's God that becomes the paradox because we can do that. We can make a rock so heavy.
Right.
Yeah, so like when we describe the things, when we describe the paradox, which is actually a contradiction, it means that God doesn't exist, just like the square circle. That's what you're saying, Mezzo?
That's fine. No, yeah,
so
he is.
The paradox part, or the contradiction, lands on the square circle. God can't do it. We can't. Let me draw this, genuinely, just to make it really clear.
When you're done drawing, I'll answer because I think I understand what you're saying. I forgot the answer already, though.
Yep. Well, the main thing we're saying is contradictions can't exist. And God has contradictions built into his attributes.
What did you just draw?
That's the only thing we're saying.
Okay, this is Allah. And then this is...
Bro,
don't tell anyone. By the way, Paradox, don't tell anyone.
Okay, and then this is the object. This is the object in question. Okay.
May God bless you.
Thank you. Okay. So... if we are both trying to make a square circle, we can't. The problem is the square circle. This is where the paradox is. It's right here.
Correct.
If we're trying, however, to make a rock so heavy that it can't be lifted, we can do that. So the object is possible for it to be made, and we are possible to make it. The paradox now lies over here because he can't do it. The paradox shifts. With the square circle, the paradox applies to all of us. It's an impossible thing. But with this, the only person who can't do it is God. And if God can't do something and he can do everything, that makes him a contradiction.
No, I disagree. I know I understand exactly very well what you're saying now. You gave a good distinction between the example of why it's a contradiction to create a squared circle. By definition, it's illogical. But the paradox of creating a rock that's so heavy, that creating a rock so heavy is not a paradox. But the problem here is that
is this the one we're doing?
No, it was the omnipotent. Anyways, it's of the.
That's a very good one, but that's only for if Tick shows up.
So the paradox here is in the concept that if of the idea of being able to do anything, right? It's like an immovable. So that's my whole point. So it's a paradox. It's a paradoxical question to not just God. If you claim, right? If you're claiming that X is all powerful, and then you ask me if X can do something that he can't do himself, it's a fallacious question.
I think you're saying that
the question is fallacious.
I don't think the question is because you can ask it to someone else and they can answer it.
But there's no one else great as God. That's the thing.
Right, that's the problem. So, and that's why I say you guys tried to make him too good that you accidentally made him impossible, right? There's this old expression that I haven't talked about this in a long time, but in Hollywood, Hollywood, have you heard of Hollywood? They make like movies and stuff. If you pitch a show and they're like, sold, we're going to make this show. We're going to make a show about, Joel and Paradox being best friends walking down the street, right? Okay. And they go, okay, we're going to make it, but before we do, talk about the budget, fast, cheap, good. Pick two.
Okay, pick two?
Pick two. Because
good and fast.
So this is just like the scenario, the Hollywood exec would say.
You really got to lock in because this is going to take some time. So you really want to pay attention, okay?
So it won't be that long.
Understood, sir.
So the reason they say that is you can make it fast and good, but it's not going to be cheap. You can make it good and cheap, but it's not going to be fast. It's going to take a long time. Or you can make it fast and cheap, but it's not going to be a good movie, right? So once you pick the other things, it makes the other one impossible. Just like once you make someone all-knowing, it makes omnipotence impossible because you can't do everything now, or else you'll lose your all-knowingness. There has to be a little give and take. You should say he's mostly potent, he's mostly scient, he's mostly present, he's mostly benevolent, and it would solve this problem. If you just make those all 99%, then you're onto something. It makes the God a lot harder to debunk. But since you listed all these things at 100%, there's flaws in the God.
I don't believe then, and I'm entirely sure, unless you know where it says that Allah is he has omniproperty.
Well, you said that. You said he has all these.
Well, I would believe, in wording we say he knows everything.
Right. So that's where it's from you and your beliefs. That's where.
Okay, but also, by the way, the example you gave was nice, but I do believe a good, experienced director can create a movie that he can make it fast and cheap and good. That's not a contradiction, and I think
that's just an example to show how it works.
I understand, but
they apply it to cars too.
So essentially what you're saying...
Oh, yeah, that's in fast, cheap, good.
So is this generally your reason?
And Out of Control, I think. Is that movie? Fast, Cheap, and Out of Control.
Yeah, 95, the 95th movie in the series.
So
it wasn't not Fast and Furious. There's one that I think that's...
I thought it was a Fast and Furious joke.
No, it's like a documentary, I think.
Wait, Mezzo, the reason that you're a non-believer is because you just think that a deity who created us all cannot know everything and do everything just because that paradoxes exist that you created with your own mind?
Contradictions.
Yep.
But you didn't give me a contradiction of why he can't be all powerful and know everything. What's the P and not P?
Because he can't forget something. So forgetting something is an action that he can't do. So he can do all actions and he can't do all actions.
Okay, so
that's the contradiction.
So Mezzo, if I'm saying that if my claim is God knows everything and can do everything, and you trying to prove a contradiction by saying, I forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah. So repeat. Okay. Anyways, I forgot.
Also, here's another thing. This is maybe an easier, just for your particular God, is that if I were God, I wouldn't make hell. I would be compassionate upon non-believers. I would be compassionate upon, in fact, I am compassionate upon non-believers. And so I'm more compassionate and more forgiving than he is. And he's described as the most
Well, guess what? Well, that's because you're not the most just, are you? How are you then accountable?
I'm the most compassionate.
Yeah, exactly. And you lose a trait that God has. That how are you going to keep those accountable who grape people?
So is he the most compassionate?
Honestly, bro,
he can't be, because he has to weigh his compassion with
the day that
justice,
you do this
right?
topic in your life again, I would then go into the 99 things that I said and to see what he is. And I don't know if they say he's the most compassionate.
Well,
right?
let's just look at the Quran here. Let's start at the beginning. Let's Quran.
No, you can just Google
hold on. Yeah, hold on. Noblequran.com. Let's look at how do we look at the first verse? How do you say it? Fatiha?
I'm not Arabic, but that's a
Al-Fatiha. Okay, this is the Quran, chapter 1, verse 1. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, most merciful. Oh, there it is. It's in the first verse.
Okay. Yeah, I think I remember that. Most compassionate. Okay,
I'm so glad we didn't have to read the rest of that. Did you think I was going to have to read the rest of that for a second? That was close.
Yeah, so, okay. So, bro, again, when you, dude, you're talking of a thing.
He got to, in the name of Allah, the most, and then he got.
I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered reading the words of the God I worship.
Paradox, that's funny.
Hear me out. So, if you, in your finite mind, are trying to understand something so complex like God, like Allah, who has to live upon having all of these things together by just, picking that if I was all compassionate, I wouldn't create hell, but you're not considering everything he knows. God said that when angels, you know that you're not the only person here.
You're right, Paradox.
Listen, you're not the only person that does this. I've done this. Angels done it. If you read the scripture, you're going to hear when God was creating people like humans, like you and I, and angels asked him, why are you creating something that's so corrupt? And God responded that you don't know what I know. Yeah. So, to you think that, why is hell created? But guess what? You don't know the other 99 billion things that God does.
Yes, 100%. He has to weigh his compassion with his justice. He has to give up a little bit of compassion in order to fulfill his all justiceness. I don't have to do that because I'm not all just. I can be all compassion. I can forgive everyone in a way he's unable to, because he has to balance that with his justice.
Dude. That's why we human beings are beautiful, bro.
Paradox. That means that he's not the most compassionate. It says he's most compassionate, and I'm more compassionate. So this is wrong. His description's wrong.
I don't think then your definition of compassion is good, that you can lose something by, quote unquote, then you're not being compassionate. If you're not taking accountability of that, poor people that you're letting go of in vain, then you're not compassionate.
My compassionate is everybody gets to go to heaven.
That's not compassionate. Then what about those poor people that are getting raped that you're not doing anything about?
The people getting raped go to heaven.
No, the people that
in my view, the people getting raped go to heaven.
No, Mezzo, those who did grape, why are they not going?
They go to heaven.
Why?
Because I'm compassionate.
Okay, that's weird. Then how?
I know it's weird, but I'm more compassionate than Allah.
But that's not taking accountability then.
Because I'll tell you the actual reason is because I think that eternal consequence for any temporal punishment is not fair.
That's a great way to respond. Yeah.
So I will always give compassion, right? I would make a second heaven, obviously, where the rapers could go. I would put them in the same place. But Paradox, listen, I'm more compassionate. We just did it.
No, but that's the thing. Like, okay, you can think in that scenario. Although I don't. By the way, the same thing you were trying to ask. I don't think that's what you believe. Although that's what
as an atheist, I believe that if I were God, I would let everyone into heaven.
No, I don't want you to say that. I want you to then say you would let a rapist. I
would let a rapist into heaven.
That I think that's absurd.
Okay. I think that eternal consequence for a temporal crime.
And we don't believe that. And that's fine. I had a response for that. We as Muslims don't make definitive claims, speaking on behalf of Allah, that who he's going to put in heaven and who he's going to put in hell. We don't know I don't know that you're going to go to hell. You seem like a fine... Listen.
Does the Bible or does the Quran say anyone goes to hell? Does anybody, or are you a universalist Muslim?
Oh, okay, yeah. It's possible to go to hell. But I don't know
so in my compassionate world, I would not. Wait, but
Mezzo, why?
But hold on, Joel has to say something, and he's better than you.
Excuse me?
No, I'm just was gonna say what you said. But I also wanted to say that Paradox, just to
put this note in your mind that when you've been saying that this is a what were you saying? A fallacy. The fallacy lies in the terms, right? The fallacy, it isn't a fallacy, but the way you're using the word fallacy is actually all compassionate. That's the fallacy. That's the thing that fails, right? Like, it's not in the contradiction that Mezzo's come up with. It's in the description of the God. Like, that's
I don't know
problem.
if we just say all because we want to describe our love towards towards our Creator, but we do believe that when I don't know about the all in a literal. What if we? I don't know.
Well, he's all
'cause everyone should
wise,
say,
right?
like, he's a mix of compassion and judgment.
Here's the verse too, just to be, and I'm sure there's more, but this is the first one that I had remembered. Surely those who reject our signs, we will cast them into the fire. Whenever their skin is burnt completely, we will replace it. So they will constantly taste the punishment. Indeed, Allah is almighty, all wise. So we get another his 99. He's all wise, which is similar. It's omniscient, I assume, although a little bit different. Not just he knows all the facts, but he knows how to
incorporate them.
Yeah. I think that's a slight difference there, which I'm not. Like, I'm not even like barely wise, and I'm definitely like barely mighty, but I'm more compassionate because I wouldn't replace people's skin in order for them to feel the burn again.
I'm about to say something that's about to completely.
Do you think that's compassionate?
Yeah, I'm about to say something that's completely refute you. Well,
hold on. I want to hear that. But first, do you think replacing someone's skin so they can feel the burning again is compassionate or not compassionate?
What did the person do?
They didn't believe. Those who reject our signs, they're an unbeliever. They turned away from God. Hell is a sufficient torment.
That's what I was saying. I don't know who is going to be. If I would speak, I'm just gonna say I'm not someone who knows everything like Allah does.
Yeah.
So
well, you're
I'm
more
not in the right
compassionate than
place to
him.
do
But
it.
here, obviously, he's going to replace their skin to burn
But
it.
I'm about to
Do you
say
think
something.
that act is compassionate? Before you do your thing, you still have to answer that.
Do I think if it's compassionate to take the
Replace someone's skin to burn them again?
He's gonna. Yeah. So I don't think it's in a literal sense. I think this is God trying to make you recognize that the consequences would be great enough for you to right now repent, which you're not.
So it'll be as bad as it won't be this, but it'll be just as bad as this.
No, it's not just as bad.
It won't be that. It won't be very bad.
I don't think he's literally gonna regenerate your skin just so you can feel the torment again. It's trying to emphasize on that hell is a bad place, and you don't need to, and you don't want to go there. So do the good things now.
Okay, so is it compassionate to make a bad place?
Yes, it could be.
Okay, that's crazy.
If someone deserved it. If someone deserved, like, listen.
If they deserve it, the compassionate thing would be to forgive them anyways.
Well, he is open to forgiveness if they. You have to ask for it though.
Not if he's replacing their skin to burn them again. Oh, you don't believe this part of the Quran? You think this part was made up?
No, I think it's an allegory. It's like.
Why do you think that?
Because again,
because it sounds so gross. It sounds so horrific.
It sounds a little extreme. Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like yeah.
But really quickly, allow me to just say this last thing before we move on, is that when you said all omni properties and then you instantly read the Quran, you kind of refuted yourself. When you read that Quran verse, it didn't say all compassionate. It said the most compassionate, most merciful. You know what that means? Yeah, exactly. We're not claiming he's all. We're saying he's the most. There's nothing on this planet Earth and in this universe that can come close to God's compassion. We're not saying that he's all compassion. What? No. We didn't say he's all compassion. Where you can come.
But I have more compassion than him. That's why I brought that up.
I'm talking about your first point of saying that contradiction.
Yeah. I don't have omni compassion in the list over here. That was a
but
different.
neither does God.
Paradox,
God
you're
is
right.
the most compassionate. He's
I know,
not all
Paradox.
compassionate.
Take a breath, dude. I understand what you're saying. That was not. I changed topics. The omnis contradict each other. The compassion contradicts itself because it's just not true. I'm more compassionate than he is. There was two different points.
Okay, great. So talk about your second point. Mezzo, I hope that this is you trolling, You are more compassionate than God. Bro, what are you talking about? I promise to you, dude, right now.
Do you remember the thing about how he's going to, for people who don't believe, go to hell?
Mezzo, hear me out. I swear to God, you have never, thank God if it's the case that you never experienced or your loved ones never experienced horrific things that others are. Whereas then if you tell me you choose to forgive them, that's a whole separate story, okay? You've never experienced it. And I think it's not honest of you to say that you would let someone forgive who had done these gruesome, disgusting things, okay? You just never experienced it, and therefore that's...
I have experienced it. You don't know my life, and I'm more compassionate than your God is described in the book. Because while I would wish imprisonment for life...
Okay, then you're not more just. Sorry, you're not more just.
Calm down. I'm not the most just. I'm compassionate.
Okay,
I'm not claiming to be more compassionate than... Dude, listen up for a second. For like the 85,000th fucking time, I'm not saying I'm more just, more knowing, or anything than God except compassionate. I'm more compassionate than he is because I'm willing to forgive people so that they don't... You're still talking over it. So, Paradox, you gotta go, dude. Like, you can't keep talking over me and then not understand what I'm saying.
Is the compassion like just about like heaven, the hell thing, or is compassion like, I don't know all the attributes of Allah, and I don't know.
Well, I feel bad, Mezzo. I'm not trying to interrupt you.
Paradox, you just interrupted Joel to say you don't mean to interrupt. Shut up.
Okay.
I feel bad about this. But like, is Allah the type of God that sometimes heals people? Like, is Allah a healing God?
No, Allah is someone that if you ask for, he then forgives. He doesn't just forgive those who are not asking.
I'm not talking about forgiving, so listen to my fucking words. Does he heal? Does he heal?
Heal? What does that mean?
Like, if somebody's sick, does Allah heal?
What does heal mean?
Okay, well, does he heal the sick?
No, like heal like a dog, you fucking idiot. Jesus Christ.
Like, are there cases where Allah, and I know that like I've read this before, I've looked into it a bit, so I think Allah does... There are some faith healings that
Allah
happen
only
in
does
Islam.
what he wills, what's in his will.
Yeah, of course. So he sometimes has compassion on people and will heal them, right?
Yeah, because he knows he knows more.
Yeah, so Mezzo, would you heal every single person of every ailment that they could ever possibly have if you could?
Oh, immediately.
Yeah, more compassionate.
It's showing that he's just naive.
I'm naive, and that naivety allows for more compassion. Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's
it might be the wrong thing to do, but I would do it in a second.
And can you connect that? Okay, I concede. You know what? I concede, and you're right. Okay, you're more compassionate. What's your? Can you now tell us where you're getting with this? Like, what are you trying to get at?
The Quran's wrong. It says he's the most compassionate, and I'm more compassionate.
Oh, that's what you were saying.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay, and I don't think that's what compassion is. Then that's not true compassion. If you're gonna cause more harm,
Nice talking to you, Paradox. Thanks for coming by.
He's not gonna cause more harm. He's gonna just heal all the sick. That's compassion.
Shit. That was fun. Yeah, nice to. I'm trying to have more conversations with Muslims. I've talked to you guys about this, Joel. You Joel, and you guys, Joel. I feel like Islam is a scourge upon modern society, and I'm very concerned about the implications of its spread. And so I want to do my part to make sure that we knock that out. What do you think, Joel, about you have the "it's not your fault, it's the fault of the cult"?
Yeah.
What about a bolt from the cult? And it's like someone
It's not
running.
your fault, it's the fault of the cult. Let's bolt from the cult.
Well, I don't know if you have to do all of it.
You got to bolt from the cult. It's not your fault. It's the fault of the cult. Like,
you're adding extra ones. Like, you just only.
It'd be better if
you have the fault one, and I have the bolt one.
Oh,
it's the dog.
It's your own thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought Bolt by Blood was maybe he was in there. Maybe I don't want to say who's next and who's in line, but like you got Ernest up here now. But
it looks like he's next. But there's also like 6 guest requests, so we should move a little faster.
Okay, we're going to go really quick.
Hi, Ernest. This background always brings people in. Hi, Ernest. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
34 and like Christian, I guess.
Okay. I guess that too. Like, do you think Jesus is God and stuff?
I don't know, guy. I was just
That's good.
So apparently I sleepwalk on the ceiling preaching hellfire, so maybe he exists,
Well, it's Wednesday, so you're allowed to be here like this. So you know what we're talking about, how God isn't real? Like, do you get that that's kind of the point of this live?
I opened the gates of hell and jail and sent everybody to God to beg for instant salvation.
That was nice. So
and a
you're more
second chance.
compassionate than Allah, at least.
That's actually great.
Yeah, they all survived.
That would be nice, because it'd be nice to like have the opportunity to know that it's real. You know what I mean?
By talking to this guy?
No, by like him. Does he kill us and then we go and...
I'm not going to kill you.
No, not you.
No,
Like,
no,
God is
no.
gonna, right? You mean God's going to kill us, Joel?
But you send people to the gates of hell or something, heaven or something?
No, he let them out of hell and into heaven, right, Ernest?
No. Well, so technically, I only punched the building hard enough to create a subatomic earthquake for over 60 seconds that they described as the gates of hell breaking open.
Where was this?
Bayfield County, Wisconsin. They won't give me the police reports, even though they have about 60 of them.
I can
all
look it up
saying
like
the
with a
same
Richter
thing.
scale. So Bay City, Wisconsin, what year?
No, Bayfield County. I already looked.
Yeah, I'll just look it up. I have a...
All right, Bayfield County, Wisconsin, 2013. I'm thinking 528, or was it 428? I have one piece of paperwork with a date
What
on
was
it.
the Richter scale reading? I see a 2.9. Could it be that?
Damn,
bad?
really?
Yeah.
Is it 2013?
That was the strongest one in May of 2013 in Wisconsin. Was a 2.9, which is
Damn,
like, that's a-
Bayfield County, Wisconsin.
yeah, that's a tiny shake, by the way.
Well, coming from inside the jail, it still shook the whole fucking ground.
Okay.
They said the whole building was bucking like a bull. And, yeah, they were calling in backup from the Air Force and everything.
Cool. Did you
They
get
said
out?
they would quit and run away if they tried charging me.
Oh, they knew it
They
was
said
you
they'd
that
quit
caused
and
the
run away if
earthquake?
they tried keeping me there.
Did they
Yeah,
know-
they seen me punch the window.
And they were like, this guy's starting a earthquake. Let me see where
They
maybe
were all
the
shitting.
epicenter is right like by here. Let's see. Was this like on...
Can you really find it?
Yeah, I have access to this kind of stuff.
You're just looking at, are you looking online or do you have something fancy?
I have access
online
to
it's not listed.
databases here that people don't have. So
Ernest, could you do a fun experiment, which is to run outside and just punch the ground as hard as you can and see if we can feel it where we are?
Are you in Wisconsin right now?
Yeah, but man, I ain't been able to do that in years. I've been kind of just
Come
taking
on,
it
you
easy.
can do it. Believe in yourself, Samson.
You only did it once?
And I punched the window twice, but they said the shock waves were so major. Yeah, the inmates
Is this
said
by
they were
the
all
Spring
praying to
Lake
God.
campground?
It's in, let's see, Bayfield
by
County.
Unity?
The jail
Stratford,
is in,
Marshfield?
it's by the lake.
Yeah.
No, it's by the big major lake there in Wisconsin.
The big major lake.
It's on the lower side.
You mean like...
It's by the big major, Bayfield County.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's nothing here then for that.
Yeah.
It sounds like maybe
can't
you're
remember.
just like your mind doesn't work quite right, but also like the other thing is that there's not a
No,
God.
because
So like,
all the
like whether it
inmates
works right or
don't-
not, or whether it does work, and you punched a jail. And thanks to the Justin Raiders who are coming in, I saw you. We're talking to this guy who punched a jail, And
can I get to the next part?
Yeah. Well, the point is, it doesn't matter. Like, God's still not real.
All right. So after I got to prison, so I eventually did come back, and they locked me up again after I did some more stuff. But I got to prison, and the people started complaining that I was floating around there preaching hellfire in my sleep. And then after I got out of prison,
this guy keeps me up all night. He's floating around preaching hellfire. Like it was that kind of, like they were putting complaints.
This girl said I humped her across the ground.
Box in the prison? They have a suggestion box. Less hellfire preaching.
Yeah.
All right, Ernest. I think that this isn't really the topic of our discussion tonight. I know that we accept
That's exactly the topic.
No, it's not. It's unrelated to the topic. We're talking about how God is omnipotent. It's not really related to this at all. So and also, I mean, like it is Wednesday, so we accept crazy people. But you seem like you're just a bit too far gone to have a conversation with.
His mother.
We're trying to have coherent conversations, Ernie. Oh, okay. There he goes.
Yeah, I think he was just a bit too far gone to talk with. I'm happy to let up, some people who have strange views, alien believers, ancient aliens, things like that on Wednesdays, but not people who can't hold a sentence together, I guess.
Well, they're all going to have strange views, right? Because they're Christians and stuff. But
not our next guest. This is ByBlood. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
When I fart, there's tornadoes in Kansas.
God damn it.
It's another Christian. Typical Christian.
Well, it's Wednesday. You're allowed to be here.
Age 32. Christian.
What's your denomination?
I mean, I'm Assembly of God, which would fall under Pentecostal denomination. But I also don't really classify myself in the same breath as evangelical Pentecostals.
Yeah, so those people are super.
I think when you're a true Protestant, you're just non-denomination. You'll just go from, I was Baptist for 5 years, then I went over to the Mennonite Brethren, then I popped over to Pentecostal, then I tried the Oneness Pentecostals, and then I went back to the normal Pentecost. You know what I mean? It's like that kind of fun thing.
I think non-denominational is kind of going back to the origin, right? Because we're not going to say that in the early church there's going to be like the representations of these denominations. They came much later. So if you identify as non-denominational, I think you're actually more closer to the origins of Christianity.
I'm non-denominational.
And you know what they say? Mezzo's not denominational. But you know what they say? A change is as good as a break. And God's description is a contradiction. Hence, he is fiction.
Joel, that rhymes. I love it.
Yeah.
So like what we're talking about are some of these contradictions, like God's all good but does bad stuff, those kinds of things, you know?
Yeah. So you're going to run into a couple issues. I've been listening for a while, and first off, I'll just say I don't think Paradox was really answering the questions that he was asked. So W for y'all in that conversation. It seemed like he was obfuscating. So where do you want to start?
Sure. Can a all good God harm someone in a way that is not for good?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Well, there's your first contradiction. That's great. He's all good and does something that's not for good.
Yeah, so when you say for good, we have to clarify terms. So any statement that you make, Joe, I think you and I have talked one other time, Mezzo. Joel and I have had a couple more conversations. So the way I have conversations is this. You make a statement, we're going to clarify terms. Once we clarify terms, then we can actually get to an understanding of what the other means. So taking the sentence that you just said, could you say it one more time? And then let's just kind of break it down.
Okay, but I'm going to do a yawn first.
That's fine.
It was fake. I was just saying how boring that was.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Usually intellectual conversations are more boring and they're not as like earthquake punching the ground, floating in a cell.
Is there something in between maybe?
So no.
Can you try this, bot? Can you be like, the fuck are you talking about? What are you saying? You're saying like what good? He's good, so he can't do something that's not necessarily good completely. Like, why is that a contradiction?
I'll tell you what. I'll do it. You can be boring, and I'll do it exciting because I had a Celsius.
Yeah. Yeah. So here's the thing.
I got kiwi strawberry, so I'm gonna be kind of hyped up.
Oh, that's fun. That's tropical.
All right, so let me say this again. Could an all good God harm someone in a way that's not for good?
Yeah. So what do you mean by all good God would be the first point?
Yeah, someone who everything they do is good.
Okay, so your definition there just applied circular reasoning. So when I ask you what it means for an all good God, and then you use good in the definition, then you enter into circular reasoning.
Oh, everything they do is like morally ethical. How do you want to say it? What do you mean when you say God's all good? It's whatever you mean.
Yeah. So when I take God's all goodness, I don't take it necessarily just having to do with moral perfection. I think goodness can apply. And to your other thing is like, hey, can there be a middle ground? Yeah, there can be to these types of discussions. But fundamentally, when like you have a philosophical topic, right? And that's exactly what you have right now. On your background, you're representing a philosophical topic because you're.
I know what my background is, but can you like just maybe address the thing?
Do you agree that philosophy is boring though?
Yeah.
Okay, then the conversation is just.
It's going to be boring, but it's going to be more boring if you just like keep talking about just like say the thing.
Yeah. So here's the thing. So God's goodness does not directly entail just moral perfection. Goodness can be applied to the nature.
Does it entail moral perfection?
Well, benevolence does. If it's omnibenevolent, I think that benevolence is an implication of morality, isn't it?
Yeah, so I fall more into the line. I don't think there's any notion where omnibenevolence is going to be considered like a divine attribute, right?
Oh, okay.
Because I think omnibenevolence isn't included in the set of omnis for one reason. And that's going to be that a human could also have omnibenevolence, and then you would be predicating a divine property to a human, right? So for example, if you say, once a baby or a dog even, let's say a dog only knows one owner their entire life and loves that owner unconditionally and knows no other things. Well, then omnibenevolence in virtue of all lovingness is going to be predicated toward that dog as a divine property. That's going to run into so this view comes from a couple of people, but it's mostly represented by a philosopher known as Ryan Mullins. He's actually someone here on TikTok who is one of the top minds in regards of philosophy of religion and his field. So this view of just saying, okay, omnibenevolence can be applied.
Sorry, but is he a friend of yours on TikTok right now?
Yeah.
Like, could you invite him to the live? Like, could you send him an invite and be like, hey, need a little help here? Talking about how you're trying, we try to make sure that no dogs can be like God. Can you get in here and help us?
We could do a 4-way.
I mean, I could. So we're just saying that if we're going to take an account of all loving, means that you love everything that you know, or something like that. Then you can actually predicate all lovingness toward other entities. So you can also say that goodness can be applied.
Like as soon as God knows everything, then even if a dog were omnibenevolent to its one owner and its small little existence, God's omnibenevolence would be truly omni because he actually is good towards all things and knows all things. Like it would never compare. So I don't think you guys have to be that worried about dogs being like God.
Well, no, we're just saying that omnibenevolence can be predicated toward other things because it's just in virtue of loving anything that you know fully.
But like, do the omni attributes have to be exclusive to God? Is that one of the tricks?
They're essential.
Can you ask that one more time? What do you mean one of the tricks?
So like if there were two things that were all powerful, but God's all knowing and all powerful and all good, but there's another thing that's all powerful, that then God couldn't exist because there's another thing that has one of the omnis?
Oh no, I don't think
God,
that's the because
that seems like Bot's saying that
to the a law that crushes because they use most, but two things can be all.
Yeah, but we're not going to say that the divine, like something that lacks divine, like essence, nature, or whatever you want to say there, cannot contain divine properties, right? So the entire point is that there's a category separation between the divine.
So as soon as God has the property, another thing can't have it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so if God has a property that is a divine property, then something that is non-divine cannot have that property.
This is a new rule. Now, one of God's property is creator.
Yeah,
is that one of his properties? Because I'm definitely a creator.
I don't think that is a divine property, though.
Okay, so that's just
right
a
now,
property. So when it's a divine property, what does that mean? Is it's only like exclusive to him?
Yeah, so divine properties are just going to be in virtue of having or possessing a divine nature, right? So if you say, okay, I'm human, I have a human nature, and I have like a limitation on power, and I have a limitation on knowledge, I have a limitation on presence. And then we say, okay, categorically, God is not going to be defined by like these like human nature characteristics because God precedes that.
So he doesn't have a description.
No, we absolutely. So I have no problem saying that God is omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and like when we're actually breaking those things down, I would also say that God is foundational.
Is the God that you believe in the one from the Bible? Or do you just make it up your own kind of thing?
Not really.
No, I do believe the God of the Bible, but again, you have to also say what you mean by that. Right. So
I feel like what happens is like you guys are like, we're so bored with the God of the Bible that we're going to like just make a challenge. Okay, he's the only one that can have what we're going to invent as omnibenevolence, because a dog could be omnibenevolent. Like in his own world, though, he's kind of omnibenevolent. It's like, but that he's nowhere near omnibenevolent. He doesn't know all things, so he can't be good to all things or be always good. Like it's impossible.
Here's the easier contradiction then. If we're doing Bible God, in Psalms it says the Lord is good to all and his compassion is over all that he has made. Do you think that's true about ByBlood?
I think Psalms is poetry. So one more.
So you would say no, that's not true. That's not literal.
No. It's not saying it's not true and that it's not literal. Like we can still say it's true and say it's not literal.
I love how you came up and said that last guy was obfuscating so much. What an
I just answered your question directly. Could you repeat back to me what I said?
No, I was busy making fun of you. Say it again.
Okay, so
but you didn't.
Wait. So if I answer,
but you said that's poetry.
Wait a
That's
second.
not a direct answer. That's obfuscating, and then you finally said, "But we can say it's literal." That's what you did.
Okay,
is it literal or not?
How about you rewind the tape?
Just say, is it literal or not?
Yeah, so something can be true and not literal is the answer that I gave, right?
Okay.
You were making fun of me, so you didn't actually hear the answer. You were just accusing me of obfuscating.
But he said, "Is this true?" And you said it's poetry. And he said, "Well, is it like true?" And you said, "Well, it's literal." It like
no. So I said something.
It's fine. Whatever you said doesn't matter. We're going to have a little fun, okay?
Yeah. So if you
so ByBlood, do you think the Lord is good to all?
Not necessarily. No.
Okay. So this verse is not literal. That's fine. I have other ones. We can look through some more. We'll try something else.
Wait a second. So before we start going down ever scriptures you want to pull out, can we agree that the Bible, it is a document, it is predominantly on theology, it's on history, it's on people's experiences, how they've experienced God. It has different categories within it, right? I don't hold the univocality of scripture in the sense that every
that's what I was asking you.
A referent.
That's all I was asking you. Yeah. Some people do. I don't know everything you believe. So I brought up a verse to see, do you think God is all good in this way where he's good to everybody? And you're saying, no, he's not.
Yeah. So I that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
As long as you understand that my view of scripture is not that it represents like a type of univocality in such a sense that it is going to mean everything that is said is going to be taken literal.
Yeah.
Then we're good. Now I can affirm that certain things
it's
are
your own God that you've taken from this, and you're doing like you're using philosophy to like figure out what he's really like based off of sort of what the Bible says.
Loosely based.
Yeah, so it's called in philosophy it's called a model, right? So when we say like look at science, for example, we have different models of evolution. There's not just the theory.
I know what it is. Like I totally get it. You don't have to give me an explanation of this thing.
Well, so the same thing is going to kind of apply. Like you didn't know how I'm going to respond to the Bible. I don't know how you're going to respond in virtue of like philosophical metaphysics.
Right.
So
yeah. So I just that's all I was doing was just asking to see where you're at. Because if you don't think that God is good to everyone, and that sometimes God does bad to people, then that's a new thing. Like that's just your version of God, right?
Yeah, I think we just got to abandon the idea that God is all good.
Yeah, omnibenevolent might not be the right
God is
word
not
for
all
it.
good. Yeah.
And look, and this is fine.
it's not
the way out of the contradiction is to give up some of these omnis. That's the best way out. So, well, not omnibenevolent isn't in there anymore. Then great. We don't need to like. That's not a contradiction anymore. Like you've solved it, right?
No. So it's not to say that God is not all good, right? When we add in like that with conjunction, God is all good to everyone. That's a different claim. So if we say something is all good, and then we're saying, okay, all good entails, that means that there's like actions that are derived toward individuals based off of values or desires or something like that. These are just two separate questions. So when you say something is all good, it's not going to be indexed in any sense that's meaningful toward the treatment of like an individual or the treatment of a population or the treatment of something like that.
Benevolence isn't about how we treat people.
Say again, I'm sorry?
You're saying benevolence isn't about like how we treat people or how an agent treats people?
It doesn't exhaust it is the only thing I'm saying. So we can say...
I feel like
it seems like it does.
Can I try to say it this way, John? This might be what you're maybe trying to say, is that like sometimes he's going to do the harsh thing that isn't good, but it's because maybe it's deserved to the particular people that need to have the bad thing happen to them. But it's still not a good thing, but he's still completely good because it's justified that he does the thing that isn't good necessarily.
Yeah.
Is that what you're kind of saying?
Kind of. So take the view that you guys were representing of like a contradiction between mercy and justice or something, which we can talk about too, because there's a misunderstanding there. So the person that is receiving justice is not going to consider that it is a good thing happening to them.
Right.
I think all of us would agree, right? The person is going to say that this is something negative that has happened to me. And so normatively, that we're going to say, okay, they don't think it should be happening. But when we're saying, okay, justice is going to be implied that it is a good thing as like a simpliciter, like it's good that people, that justice is received or something like that.
We should say it like this, like from God's perspective,
yeah,
all the things he ever does are good. He never does anything that doesn't have like a good outcome or a good reason, a justified reason in his opinion.
Well, it depends on what I think you can roughly say that. But again, some of the terms like opinion, things of that nature, it's just going to say that God can represent moral perfection, but moral perfection does not entail that everything that happens to individuals or creatures is going to be considered by them morally.
I have a feeling that you think we're getting you into a trap.
No.
It's not the trap you think it is.
No. I'm not giving my answers based off of a trap I think you're trying to lay out. This is genuinely just how I have conversations.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. So, like, you're just basically saying that, yes, from God's perspective, however that works, however him having a perspective works, everything he does is good and justified because he is all good. But of course, the people who are receiving punishments or different bad feelings and things like that, like for instance, when he says, I'm going to force you Israelites to eat your babies, eat your children, because you don't follow my laws. It's bad for them, but from his perspective, of course, good.
So. Yeah,
they get eaten.
But he doesn't think any of that stuff happened.
Wait a second. So that's what I was kind of going to say. Notice
that's why I don't know if we're talking about the same God still. I think that's like part of the problem. So like I'm talking about the God that's like described in the Bible, and you're talking about the God that you're making up.
So it's not a God that I'm making up. So
who made it up?
Again, if we say just take like a skeptical theistic view. Are you familiar with what skeptical theism is?
No.
Okay, so skeptical theism is going to be the notion that God can act on behalf of reasons. Now, ultimately, it's going to be like an appeal to mystery, but it's just saying in skeptical theism under like problems of evil or under like harm done to individuals or something like that.
His ways are higher there.
Yeah. Well, kind of, but it's actually going to say something a little stronger. It's going to say there is no logical contradiction in God acting on behalf of reasons.
Okay.
Is that fair?
As long as the reasons are good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So God,
he can't be like, I'm going to act on the reason of I want to see a baby scream in agony, because that reason would be a bad reason.
He can't cut a cat's head off for fun. Is the one that I like usually run.
Yeah. Even though there's a reason he likes seeing cats' heads like across the room from the body that like turns him on or whatever, that reason would be an evil reason. So he can't do that. Just because there's a reason, it still has to be a good reason, right?
Yeah. So another way of saying that, so like the head, the cat and the head and whatever, right? Another way of saying that is like it is logically possible for God to decapitate a cat. There's no logical contradiction in that sentence, God decapitated a cat. But what you actually get into is whether or not there's a metaphysical contradiction. Now, the metaphysical contradiction is going to be directly in reference to the model of God that's being presented, right? And so I agree with you in this sense. Christians can come up here and defend a model of God that is going to lead to contradictions.
Yes.
You and I are not going to have an issue there. But
that's what we're talking about. The ones who follow the Bible. If you make up a whole different God that is like your own thing, then that's different. Yeah.
No. There's a presupposition there because I can still affirm the God of the Bible with the model of God that I defend. Right.
Just not the words of the Bible.
This is the difference. It's not going to affirm your specific interpretation of it. Right. So
that's what I mean. The words. So like the actual words in the Bible say something and I'm not going to interpret them. I'm just going to read them. And then you're going to interpret them to like say, this one's poetic. This one's not true. This one's not literal. This one's is, and like kind of like pick and choose as you go. If I read the whole thing as like, here's God described, here's God quoted. If God's quoted, is it poetry?
No. So if God's quoted, it can actually be, a couple of things. So I think there are instances absolutely where people have experiences with God where God is quoted. And I think we can kind of relay that to different portions. Actually, I saw
relay it to different portions. I don't know what that means.
Well, so I saw someone in the chat, and if they want to come up and discuss, they're more than welcome. I'm sure y'all wouldn't mind. It's Justin. Deconstruction, Justin.
Well, hold on. I mean, so maybe, but like, I didn't understand that sentence you just said.
Yeah. So the sentence is just representing this, right? We can have justifications. So if we know, okay, the Bible's not one book, it's many books.
The question is, if it quotes God,
yeah.
Is it poetry or is it literal or not?
It depends. So
okay.
That statement.
So that's what I'm saying. If you are interpreting it like to depend whenever you like Like if something like
Whenever
is
it's
listed that
convenient.
messes, that like makes it seem like contradiction, you go, well, now it's just poetry. And then when it's not a contradiction, you just accept it. Then you're just like making up your God as you go along, right? It's like a Build-A-Bear.
No. So there's a presupposition there, because what you're actually presupposing, which I've already denied, is univocality of the text. So,
I deny that also. I'm with you. I agree.
No. What you're proposing in the question you asked is the univocality of the text. Because when you say you're picking and choosing based off...
John, of course, what we're really saying is how on earth would you know what parts of the Bible apply to the true God if you didn't presuppose the God and then impose that on the text and ignore all the stuff you don't like? Like you're starting from outside, and we could do this with like almost anything. Like at this point, it feels like you've just made up some fairies and you've made up attributes of fairies and things you think a fairy needs to be like. And then Mezzo and I would be like, well, we heard this about fairies. And you'd be like, that's a people got that wrong. But the fairyology goes like this. And it's all just like ethereal and obscure and just like out there in the ether. And you're just like making it up as you go along. Now you have to contend with this book, and that's where it gets a little difficult, but you have an out for that too.
Can we ask you a few really Bible
quick
stories and you tell us if you think they're literal or not?
Really quick, I want to respond to what Joel said. So it's not a presupposition, right? So a presupposition is going to be like starting from the top down. That's not what I've done. So if we're saying, okay, in virtue of like logical coherency, we want a model of God that is logically coherent just in reference to bare theism, right? So that's an evidential point. That's not a presuppositional point. Then we say, okay, separate from bare theism, when we actually look at like different types of theistic belief, then we're going to apply this model of God and see whether or not it works within the text. And when we're actually examining the text, guess what we do? Yet again, it's still not presuppositional. It's going to be justified reasons to evaluate the text, considering the text.
I genuinely don't understand
making
those words.
Yeah, you're welcome. Those are from me. So here's what I would like to just know. Let's just run maybe like 5 or 6 Bible stories, and you tell us if they're literal, or if they're like metaphorical or poetry, or they just like didn't quite get it right. Like, do you think Jesus really walked on water?
So here's what I'll do. I will answer the questions, but I'm also going to relay the category I believe it's in. Deal?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So you say,
okay, sure.
It's literal, it's metaphorical, it's poetry, like whatever thing. Yeah. So Jesus walking on water.
Yeah, it's going to represent like history and like biographical information regarding the life of Jesus. And it's going to be based off of like eyewitness testimony.
Right. He actually did it though?
Yes, I believe him walking on water is based off of like...
Yeah, you would just say literal. That's literally true.
No. I told you I'm going to give the category that I think it falls into. So literal is not...
Literal history.
Literal
history.
Literal is not a good enough category for me.
Let's say actuality. Actually happened. Well, let's just put happened or didn't happen. You can say whatever else you want, but also put happened or didn't happen, because I don't take notes on this. Hardening Pharaoh's heart.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. So can we talk about that for a second, though?
Let's see. Did it happen or not? I don't want to talk about it if it didn't happen.
Yeah,
is that account historical like the Jesus one? So it did literally happen?
Yeah, so I think it happened, but we have to talk about and what it means.
Well, let's go through all these. Let's see.
So hardening Pharaoh's heart is going to...
We get it, reprobate mind, whatever. Okay, go on.
No.
Commanding the Amalekite slaughter.
No, that's going to fall under law. It's going to fall under law code, and it's going to fall under...
well, it's a command. It's a command. It's not a law code.
No. It's directly tied to the law codes, and it's directly tied to like war rhetoric we have evidence for.
So it didn't really happen.
No, so I think the attack on the Amalekites happened, but whether or not the attack on the Amalekites included men, women, children, everything that breathed is what's in question.
I think what Mezzo's asking is like
So
the quote by God. One second, John.
That's the thing.
The
So if
quote
I
by
say
God is John. The quote by God, is that a historical, literal quote that God gave? Even if it's hyperbolic, that's fine. But like, did he say those words to Samuel or Saul or whoever? Samuel, I believe. Yeah.
Oh no, I don't think necessarily.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
not fully true. Okay. What about this is the one in Amos I've been reading where actually what's the eating people one? He's probably going to say that's hyperbolic too, like the cannibalism.
Deuteronomy 28. It's also
hyperbolic.
That's 26.
Anytime he says, "I'm going to make you eat your babies," that's probably hyperbole, right?
So yes and no, right? You can
it's like anytime it sounds bad to you, you can say it's like not fully true. And
No,
if it
because
sounds good to you, you can be like, yeah, he walked on water for sure. Yeah.
No, there are things that I like. So take the Garden of Eden, right? Do I think the Garden of Eden is a good thing? Yeah. Do I also think that like those passages in Genesis 1 and 2 are wrapped in metaphor? Absolutely.
Do you think there was a literal Garden of Eden?
So wait a second.
Do you think there's anything bad that happened?
Well, really quick. What the accusation is that I'm only going to say it's not literal if it's a bad thing.
Saying that the Garden of Eden is literal is bad for your view because you're going to look anti-scientific. So you have to say that that's metaphoric to like save face.
No, I don't have to. So again, you're just like, you're trying to put motivations on me that I don't have. And that's
no, but I'm just calling it like sees it.
No, you're calling it like.
Is there anything in the Bible that God did that was bad that you think is real? Is there anything where you're like, that was a bad move?
Tell us the worst thing that God ever did that was real. The bears?
Well, wait a second. Why do you think that something that God does is going to be considered the worst possible thing under the view that
we'll think is the worst possible? You love it, but we'll think it's the worst.
Of the things God did, what was the worst thing he did, in your opinion?
So it's in virtue of your beliefs. Am I understanding right, Joel?
Just like do your best guess at what we would be horrified by that you think literally happened. Like it can't be that hard. Did he actually command to burn women alive? Did he actually kill the firstborn of the slave girl at the sawmill or whatever it was? What sawmill? That doesn't sound right.
You're talking
the flood, the slavery, death penalty for the Sabbath, anything.
Have you read the book? Like this stuff. Did he really kill them all with quail? Like did he kill thousands of them with quail?
How about this? I can affirm this. Take every example, and we can say, in virtue of like, even if it happened literally, that God allowed it, and so you could say that under your view, it's going to be like grotesque because he's implicit in allowing it or something.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
What's
or
the worst one of
commanded
those?
it and did it? Yeah.
Yeah. So if we're just going to say that God allowed the things to happen, and then you can just fill in the blank with whatever you want to fill in the blank with, then that's probably what you're going to consider as like the worst thing.
Okay.
That's a non-answer because there's so many
that's the
things
19th non-answer we've had from this guy, and I'm kind of getting sick of it.
John, you're doing a really bad job at being direct and not
Joel,
just.
that's not a non-answer. That's not a non-answer.
All right. Well, I'm going to give you the last word here, ByBlood, but we do have some other guests that we want to get to. We said we were going to go a little faster through them. Did you have another thing you wanted to say here?
Yeah. So just dealing with the accusation that was a non-answer. I said literally just take any of the things that you think are literal because I'm answering on your view, right, Joel?
We don't believe in it.
No.
Also,
the question that Joel asked,
my view would be that the character of God in the Bible commanded things and did things, not allowed them. So I'm asking for when it says in the Bible that he did or commanded things, quite literally, that you go, oh, this horrible thing that was commanded here, he literally commanded that, or he literally did that. But you're saying, just say whatever it is you don't like, he did allow that. That's where you're softening it and being disingenuous. No, you know what I'm saying, and if you don't, then you're brain damaged because you really should be able to understand what I'm saying. Like with all the different theological terms and all the big words and all the talking around that you do, that to not understand the simplest thing that we've said it seems disingenuous, John.
No,
do you understand how that could come off that way?
No, so I can actually articulate back
to you. You really can't understand how that could come off that way?
No, I can articulate back to you exactly what you said. I know exactly what you mean, and I answered it directly. So,
so I don't think that God allowed the slavery laws. I think he gave the slavery laws. If you don't think he gave the slavery laws, then what did he give that was literal that he actually did?
But the question,
that's what we're asking for. If he didn't do any of those things and he just allowed all the bad, then that's fine. If that's the answer, then that's fine.
Yeah. So the answer, because you threw out a bunch of examples and you're like, okay, did God do this, 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 and this, and this, right? When you threw out the bunch of examples, I just conceded to all of them. And I said, okay, let's just say God allowed them to happen. And what you're saying is, okay, that's not the question you asked, because you're asking how God is directly commanding something to occur.
Let's do this specific one, because I have the one I'm thinking of. And this is in Ezekiel chapter 9. And God is saying he's going to kill these idolaters in Israel, right? The glory of the God of Israel had gone up from the cherub. It's rested its way to the temple. And there was like this man clothed in linen who's like this angel of the Lord.
I take Ezekiel to be prophetic, so it's usually going to fall under the category of what's going to happen actually for me.
So this actually happened? Or it will happen?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Ezekiel's a big book. What verse are you referencing directly?
Well, so then why did you step in to say that?
Because I take Ezekiel, specifically as the book Ezekiel, I take it to be dealing with the prophetic and dealing with like actual events.
Okay. So this one's probably real.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, God said to him, go through the city, through Jerusalem, and put a mark on the foreheads of those who sigh and groan over all the abominations that are committed in it. To the others, he said in my hearing, pass through the city after him and kill. Your eye shall not spare, you shall show no pity. Cut down old men, and young women, little children and women, but touch no one who has the mark. And begin at my sanctuary. So they began with the elders who were in front of the house. And they killed the elders. And then he said to them, defile the house and fill the courts with the slain. So they put the bodies in the house there.
Just for clarification, you can keep reading, but just for clarification, what verse are you in?
This is 9. Now we're at around 6 or 7 or so.
Okay.
7, yeah. Then he said to them, defile the house and fill the courts with the slain. So they went and killed in the city. Okay, so they do it. He says, go kill everyone, start with the old people. If they have a mark on their head, that means they're okay. But if everyone else, including children, young men, young women, and little children, don't spare them. Okay, and then it says they do it. They go and they kill the city. Okay, This is God's command. Angels are killing people at his command. It's not like soldiers. These are angels. He's like with like cherub, right?
Okay.
So, do you think that this really happened?
This is a really bad example. So what does verse 1 say?
Then he cried in my hearing with a loud voice, saying, draw near, you executioners of the city, each with his destroying weapon in hand.
So, I'm sorry, it's not verse 1. I apologize. That's my fault. So, let me just ask, I'm trying to find the verse, but you realize literally all of these are visions, right? They're not actual things that are happening in real time. They're not even in
That's what I'm asking you.
No. I'm telling you directly, like the passage not implicitly. The passage directly already notates that these are visions.
Yeah, that'd be great. If this is just someone having a vision of a thing that God didn't give him this vision, it's just him having a dream that he had, then that solves this for sure.
Well, then why would you bring it as whether
Does it
or not?
say that?
Yeah, it does say it. So
where does it say that?
So Ezekiel 8 has to do with the vision of abominations in Jerusalem, because he's talking to Ezekiel. So all of these are actually connected to visions that are.
It says the hand of the Lord of God fell upon me. That's what it means. Like God like touched him and gave him this vision, right?
I'm trying to find the exact verse because I haven't read this in a while.
Then God said to me, "O mortal, lift up your eyes."
God will never do, right? It's just a vision for entertainment purposes.
No. Wait a second. So the question is whether or not this is actual or whether or not it's like not actual. That's what was presented. That's what
it's not actual. It's not prophetic. It was just a fun dream God gave him. He was trying to scare him.
Well, so this is directly what's happening in the vision. This isn't something that is happening in real time.
Yeah, sure. And the vision is like he's not saying like.
If you give me a second, I can find it.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
He's not showing him a movie and going like, and this will happen, and then it does happen. You're saying it's just a show.
So the way the prophets functioned is they're usually given vision, and the visions in most cases they're pretty grotesque in different fashions, having to do with like how Israel is treated God, or how like other nations have fallen away or whatever.
Yeah, they're having a bad dream.
But they're literally all vision. They're all visions.
Yeah, and they certainly like don't come true, because that's not really like the test of a prophet, is that the things that God shows him come true. Of course, that would be ridiculous, even though it says that in Deuteronomy, but that's probably not true. Is that what you're saying, John?
No, that's like a complete straw man of what I'm saying.
Well, no, that is like you're saying this is just a dream he had, but it wasn't a prophetic vision, right?
Yeah, so like we can look at multiple of these. I'm trying, if you give me a second. It's hard for me to answer questions and also read. I am not good at multitasking. So I'm trying to find you the actual point where it references.
But John, do you see what we're dancing around here? Is that like, even if this particular passage is the vision, it still has to come to pass because he's a prophet. So that means whatever God is showing him in the vision, he's going to do.
No, not at all. That's
okay. So
I can point to so many visions that are that they're prophetic in nature, but they're not tied to any like real world events. They're tied directly to like the condition or the attitude of people's hearts, or the attitude of a nation, or the attitude of its leaders. Like, so for example, there's another famous prophecy in Ezekiel having to do with the valley of dry bones. Right.
Yeah, and they all come back to life.
Yeah, and so like this would be an example of of like a prophetic vision that someone's having. That is not something that's going to happen in any actual or literal sense.
Right. So what I'm seeing is stuff in 6. Like the reason I ask about this is because we were talking about when God is quoted, right? And so there are quotes in this and around 6 where it says, "The word of the Lord came to me. O mortal, set your face upon the mountains."
Wait, this is like Ezekiel 6? I didn't go far. I don't think I went far back enough.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing this is God is actually like giving him this message. This is from God to him, is what it's saying, right? Then in 7, the word of the Lord came to me. So this is like the Lord giving him this, right? In 6, and then in 7, and then in 8 it says, the hand of the Lord God fell upon me. So he keeps saying it's God giving it to him then. And then in 9 it says, then he cried in my hearing with a loud voice. So God is still like giving it to him.
Yeah, so God is giving him a vision, but the vision isn't representative of like actual historical events or battles or anything like that.
Okay, so not literal
prophecy,
was the answer.
Prophecy doesn't come true in Ezekiel.
It's not a prophecy. It's just a non-literal vision to show how, I don't really like the Israelites or whatever.
So I don't want to give an answer on it specifically on like what the content of why the vision's given, because again, I haven't read it in a while and I need to read it. But
well, read it and come on back up to us and we'll talk a little later. But I'm going to go on to some other guests. All right.
Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate the conversation.
This at some point, it's like, how many like non-answers can we go through? I don't know. And also, like, look, great if you want to make up a new god from scratch, or like kind of based off the Bible, and you want to kind of like make up a new one, that's cool. Probably kind of a weird move, sort of culty move. But that's fine. Queer T, welcome in. What's your age? What's your religion?
I'm 18 and I was born February 2007. My
that
religion
would make
is
you a
Islam.
Christian. Is what?
Islam.
Are you sure?
I'm Muslim.
What year?
2007, February.
Oh, I thought that would make you a Christian. Well, happy birthday.
No, it's February.
Still.
Okay. Happy birth year.
Happy birth year.
All right. Thank you.
The big 18. So what do you think? Is your God the most merciful?
Okay. So yeah, I'd say he's most merciful. He's most compassionate, most good, most loving, and these attributes work together.
So with the other guy, we're talking about how justice and compassion kind of have to play in balance. What do you think about that?
Not necessarily. So when we say most compassion, right? So let's say God has compassion for someone. That compassion is the most actualized compassion that you can have. For example, when you have compassion for someone, I think God has compassion for that same someone. God has more pure compassion for that person. So it doesn't matter how many more let's say God doesn't have compassion for a non-believer, but you do. It doesn't matter because that compassion is still pure.
Yeah, his is just he's doing his best.
No, the compassion is pure. So, for example,
what is
I agree.
pure
I
compassion?
don't agree with divine simplicity that we can comprehend everything of God. That's
Yeah, but if
so
he's
there's gonna
just and merciful, those contradict each other, right? So like you have to give up a bit of mercy in order to be justice, or you have to give up a bit of justice in order to be merciful.
I'd say that any action that he does is just.
But let me ask you this question. Like, what form does this, if you mind, Mezzo, what form does this compassion take? Like, what does it look like in practical terms?
What? So are you asking how we can comprehend it?
No, like what we see. So like, I'll give you an example of like, if I feel compassion towards someone. So let's say I'm like sitting at like in a parking lot and I see an elderly woman struggling with bags of groceries, very, very heavy. I might have compassion on her and run over and help her. Take the bags and bring them to her car. Now, Allah is obviously not doing that. So what does his compassion look like in practical terms?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. We can't comprehend that type of compassion. There's going to be things that we can't comprehend or understand fully.
Like we just don't give him that word. We shouldn't call him that
P
then.
Not P.
If he's compassionate in a way that we don't understand, we should say he's all something. We don't know what, but he's something.
Because there's no P or not P. I'm not trying to like prove that. We're not proving whether or not God exists. We're proving that it's a possibility that it can exist. There's no P or not P.
Yeah, you can't be all compassionate, all powerful, and not help the little lady lift her groceries into the car.
No, because you're mistaking what most compassionate means. That's not most compassionate.
Well, that's what we all know it to mean, but you're saying there's some other meaning that we don't know?
No, we're just saying that you can't comprehend when God does compassion.
Do you comprehend Joel's compassion for helping the lady lift it?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, so we understand the way we use compassion, but you're saying God uses the word compassion in some other way that we don't know about.
It's the same meaning. It's the same meaning, but
okay. Well, then it works perfectly. Why wouldn't God help?
But let's say God chooses not to show compassion for someone, right? Like for example, a non-believer. That doesn't mean he's not most compassionate, because the compassion that he gives to a person that he wills is the most pure form of compassion. For example, when we love someone,
he's most compassionate to people he chooses.
Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't say that. So he's not the most compassionate. He's picky with who he's compassionate towards.
You can pick. You can will who you share that compassion with, and still be the most.
Does it say he's compassionate to all?
No, he's not compassionate to all.
So like he's not like I almost want to say this word like holistically compassionate. Like he's not compassionate to everyone all the time, but when he is compassionate, it's like he's all compassionate. Like he's so compassionate.
Like for example.
That's why I said he's doing his best. He's like trying to be as compassionate as possible.
For example, when we say God is all powerful, right? He can create a 10-legged animal whenever he wills, but he can choose not to. That's the point. But I heard you guys say like
out of compassion, because that animal would be a freak.
What do you mean? What?
That animal would be a fucking freak, right?
Certy, could you mention one instance of compassion that Allah has had in practical terms in this world?
In practical terms, I'd say like forgiveness would work with compassion. So
No,
that's
not practical. So helping a woman across the street, that was practical. So is there like some way we can see Allah's compassion in our world today?
In our world, let's say like
I have a verse here actually.
Let's God, for example, let's say somebody's in like cancer patient. God could like ease the pain to that would probably be an example of compassion. But we can't give I can't give you an actual example to comprehend his compassion. That's the point.
Right.
Just
Do
because we
you
can't comprehend
personally shun evil?
Yeah. Condemn evil.
Do you pay any alms?
To pay any alms?
An alms tax?
To shun evil? We paid the 2.5% zakat, if that's what you're referring to.
To the mosque or whatever?
Charity and forms of
charity.
charity.
Yeah, that's alms tax, yeah. Do you believe in the revelations in the Quran?
Yes.
Have you ever had a difficult time with something?
No. So because
your whole life has been perfect?
Oh, my life, personal life, of course I've had problems.
Okay. So you're someone who shuns evil, pays the alms tax, believes in the revelations, but yet there's been times where you weren't given mercy.
Given mercy? Yeah, probably didn't deserve it.
Well, it says in
there's no problem.
in 7:156. Oh, let me just read your book to you. Ordain for us what is good in this life and the next. Indeed, we have turned to you in repentance. Allah replied, I will inflict my torment on whoever I will, but my mercy encompasses everything. I will ordain mercy for those who shun evil, pay alms tax, and believe in our revelations.
Yeah. Yes.
So does his mercy encompass everything?
Yes. So that mercy is already ordained upon me. So I have that. So for example, when we accept Islam, right? So when you are a believer, you have the ability to have that mercy to encompass you. So that mercy already encompassed me by virtue of that belief. But when you don't believe, then no, God does not show mercy upon you.
Okay, so for Joel's example, the little old lady who was trying to put groceries in her car, she shuns evil, she pays her alms tax, and she believes in the revelations. But she's still not getting help. God shows no mercy to her in that moment. So he's merciful with the afterlife, but he's not all merciful, right?
So we're forgetting that the fact that he's omniscient, the most wise.
So there's some good reason that she should have to struggle with her groceries?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, you can laugh. You can laugh.
I can't help but laugh. What value?
Because this is ontology, all right? So you have, like, for example, things you can't argue. Like, do you believe in
Certy, this is great. I want to hear this answer. So Mezzo said, why? What would be a good reason why she should have to struggle?
Like I said, comprehension, that you can't prove a P and not P.
It's an I don't know, right? So like, I don't know how God is compassionate. I don't know why a woman would have to struggle with the groceries. I don't know.
That's the point is, that's an argument for ignorance, right? If the P or not P can't be proven just because you can't comprehend something. You have to show the P or not P. For example,
sure. So say you don't know. You don't know what the good reason would be.
I'll give an example of a P or not P.
Certy, I know P's and not P's. Just for this particular thing, you would say, I don't know what the good reason would be. Because if there is no good reason, and he's still letting her have mercy, then that is a contradiction, right? Or not giving her mercy.
You can't say if, like, that's like saying,
yeah, you can. In logic, we can do like hypotheticals. We can do conditionals. That's totally fine.
of course we can do conditionals, but when you say, for example, when you give me a hypothetical of like, can God cease to exist? And then you make that argument about, well, this thing is not a thing. So you can't give conditionals on things that are not things that are logically impossible.
Struggling with groceries is a thing.
Again, yeah, but you're saying that there's no good reason. So when first
I can't
of all,
think of any.
Define what's good. What is a good reason?
I can't think of any. That's the problem. Can you?
No. I asked you what good reason means.
I can't. I don't have one. I'm not the one saying there is one. I can't think of a good reason an old lady should have to struggle with her. I can't think of any.
Okay, I'm not asking you whether or not you think there are good reasons for that granny to struggle. I'm asking you, what does good reason mean?
Yeah, what do you mean when you say you're not asking if there are good reasons?
Yeah, just like there's a justified reason where it's for the best that she struggles. Like it benefits society in some way, or it benefits the universe at large in some way. I can't think of one.
So do you believe in objective morality?
No. But do you?
So things aren't. Yes, I believe in DCT.
So since there is objective morality, I concede. I think you're right. There is objective morality. You cooked me on that. Now, what's the objective, like moral, like just possibility that there could be for that thing? Because I still can't think of any.
Of course. So, like I said, we can't comprehend everything that God does. Like,
right. So it's an I don't know.
Like, for example, right? If a child can't comprehend when his parent advises him on something, right? That's simply a lack of knowledge on that child. Just like
so, what you're saying is it might be a contradiction.
There's no might. I'm saying
you're saying since you don't know, maybe it's a contradiction, or maybe it's not. Maybe we can't figure that one out.
I don't know why.
Well, then if you're going to claim it's not, then you have to give us the good reason. If you don't know one, then it might be one or might not be.
Well, then we're gonna go back to what's a good reason.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and just give us one and we'll.
But again, like we already said, you can't define what's a good reason based on our.
Yeah, let's even take the word "good" out of it. Is there a reason?
Yes.
What is it?
That again, I don't know what the reason is. That doesn't mean there isn't a reason.
Right. So then
doesn't mean that there is one.
You can't claim that there is one if you can't think of it.
I can logically say there is one from DCT.
You're just doing like the God of the gaps. You just found a gap in I'm not
proving
vision
that
of
God
reality
exists.
here, right?
No. So again,
yeah, this is a gape. So like we see like there's a gape here where there's mercy that is lacking, and so you're gonna like put God in here, but also it's like it's a weird gap to put him in because like you don't know if there's mercy or not happening. You don't know.
You're misunderstanding the attribute.
Maybe it's
of
not a
most
God of the gapes. Maybe you're just like it might just be jamming a God in for no reason.
Okay, so we're not arguing about whether or not God exists. We're arguing whether or not it's logically possible that God exists. So
and we just found
again,
something that might be a contradiction, but you don't know.
It can't. The point is, I can say there's a reason based upon DCT, right? But then that would be a moral argument, right? But that I just proved that it's logically possible for that granny to suffer. That divine command theory.
Oh, okay.
Divine command theory. Okay.
Great. So the point
real quick,
is
thanks to the Xena Raiders, everybody coming in. We had two nice raids today. We had a Justin raid and a Xena raid, and a Joel raid. Did we get a raid from you? Because you were doing music earlier.
Oh shoot, I got 1%. Oh shoot.
Well, maybe God will give like mercy on your battery and recharge it.
Inshallah.
I don't know what that means.
God willing.
But he's not willing, right? Like your battery's going to run out. Even though you pay your alms tax and you believe in him, he's still going to not do it.
So we can go back to what divine command thing. So that's it's this difference in moral systems, right? Sure. Now, I would say you can make a better argument when we're talking about like his all being most powerful, right? Or hold on, I want to reject something. So I don't believe God is omnipresent. So when you say God is omnipresent, so God's essence isn't everywhere, right? Now
it isn't everywhere.
No, he isn't everywhere. He transcends beyond space and time.
I'll say this: I don't think he's anywhere.
I got you, but from my theistic worldview, God isn't everywhere. He's not in a place either. He transcends beyond.
Yeah, so he is nowhere. He isn't anywhere. Then you agree with me?
Is a pen male or female?
What?
Is a pen male or female?
I don't understand what you're trying to do. Are you trying to like make a question that doesn't make sense?
It's a category error to apply
location. Yeah, he's nowhere. He's not in a place.
To apply where and nowhere is a category error. So
no, it's not. Is he in any place?
No, but he still exists. Existence isn't dependent.
That's fine. Yeah, math isn't anywhere either. Math still exists. That's fine.
Oh, so you're not a physicalist? Like you don't believe you don't believe everything can be reduced down to the physical?
I am, but like, you know what I mean? Like concepts kind of exist across like, or like exist beyond space and time in a way, you know?
What about like consciousness?
I don't know. I don't believe in that.
You don't believe in consciousness?
Yeah, I believe in it the way I believe in it, but not the way you do. I think most like religious people use consciousness to smuggle in the concept of a soul. So I probably don't believe it. I want to know your position.
I want to know your like view on consciousness.
Yeah, I think it's just like a level of awareness that brains can achieve.
So it's like a emergent property of the brain?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you think it's like something outside of the brain, right?
So there's a thing called like Aristotelian soul theory so I don't really use the idea of the brain to prove like there's a soul. I just use the soul theory. I'm not really good at explaining. I have to study it more, so I'm not gonna like go down that rabbit hole. But I just use that to like show that there is a soul. But that's not the topic.
That's you smuggle in the idea of soul, right? That's like that's just a common thing for like religious people to be like consciousness is this exterior. Yeah, not all, but I get it. I understand. But like some religious people use the word consciousness and what they really mean is soul. So they get us talking about it, and then a second later, like, wait a minute, why are we talking about the soul? And then it's like, we got you. You know, it's like this trick. But I don't think of it that way. I don't think it's this exterior thing to our mind, to our brain. I think it's just like a type of like there's levels where it's like, basic awareness, sentience, self-recognition maybe is somewhere in there, and then consciousness. They're like just different levels of brain.
No, I'm just saying you could also believe in a soul and not believe in God. Like you could just move down the thread.
Yeah, but I don't.
A bit more. Like just say that the soul is also physical and we can test with it. We just don't know how to. That's it. Like for example, dark matter. Scientists we can't test with it, but we can still believe that exists.
What are you talking about?
I'm giving an example why you don't necessarily need to deny there being a soul. You can accept that there's a soul while just moving down the thread.
Yeah, but I don't believe in a soul though.
But yeah, so we were just talking about him being so yeah, I don't believe God has to be omnipresent, and I don't think that you can make there's no logical contradiction with that.
Yeah, he's not everywhere. He's not anywhere. But do you think he's all good?
He's most good.
Most good.
Oh, I could argue he's all good. Yeah, I could say that every action that he does is morally and maximally perfect.
Even like commanding horrific things.
Okay, what do you mean by horrific? Based on what?
Based on my intuition.
So why should we trust you? So you
don't have to. Yeah, absolutely. It's just my own personal like. I might be wrong on this, but I think like putting someone's skin back on so we can burn them again is like horrific. Am I wrong? Is that
you
actually
can't
good?
Make an argument from that?
I'm not making an argument. I'm just genuinely asking you your view. Do you think that is actually good?
Yes.
Are you horrified by it too?
I'm horrified, so I don't want to be in hell. Yeah.
No, I mean, are you horrified that that's going to happen to someone else?
Yeah, I feel some negative feeling towards that, yeah.
But you're incorrect. It's actually the good thing.
No, so I can feel negative about, for example, I can say that for a crime, I think there should be a death penalty, correct? But I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want my dad to go through it. So even though my feelings towards as negative, it's still the good thing to happen.
But QWERTY, like if your dad didn't really do anything except for maybe jaywalked, let's say, and they were going to give him capital punishment for that, would you still feel the same way as if it were in your mind justified, or would you like have a totally different feeling about that?
Yeah, that would be unjust.
Right.
To give the death penalty over that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so the crime that actually is not the death penalty, but the eternal torment of repeatedly regrowing and reburning skin is not believing.
Okay, the crime of not believing is the worst crime, and that deserves eternal hellfire.
Wow.
I believe.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's surprising to me.
But in your view, how?
What do you mean how? I don't need
like
to.
It's somebody that like doesn't believe, like passively doesn't believe, isn't raised in the right place. You know, or
so let's say So let's say the message of Islam never came to them, right? And then they never understood.
Let's take me, because like I've heard of Islam, I've heard of Allah. Like I've been in like people shown me the miracles of the Quran. I'm not convinced by it because it just doesn't seem very reasonable. Also, I was raised Christian. I'm an ex-Christian. I don't want to be duped again. So I have this like, I'm just like, I'm careful. You know, I don't want to get sucked into another cult. You know what I mean? So it sounds like you're in one of these cults. So I don't want to.
Okay.
It's a cult, and so I don't want to be part of your cult. So this isn't me like being like, oh, I hate Allah. He sucks. I whatever. I'm not convinced that this. I mispronounced it. I'm not convinced that this is real. So you think a just punishment for me, who like lives a pretty, probably what you might imagine, a wholesome life, just a regular guy, is to have my skin burned off for eternity?
So if you die in disbelief and you reject God, right? I'm not rejecting God. I'm not going to say, listen, I'm not going to say anything about your salvation before you lose the choice of salvation, right? Now, so that's why I'm going to give you a condition. If you die in disbelief and you reject God, yes, you do deserve that.
How?
What have
I done? What have I done?
Like I already said.
What have I done? What have I done?
You disbelieved, which is the worst of crimes.
How is that a crime when I can't help being convinced or not convinced of something?
Who does that hurt?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
It only hurts yourself. So the worst thing you can do is hurt yourself. Like is that
once again, that doesn't matter. So you choose to go to hell.
No, I don't want to go to hell. I don't want to go to hell. I don't want to have my skin burned off.
Don't reject the truth. That's the point.
No, when I can't after life, if I die and like I don't know if Allah stands there or whatever, I'll go, oh shit, I don't want to be here.
That doesn't So your act of disbelief.
It's too late.
That means you chose. So when you say you don't want to be, for example,
choose.
So if he's merciful while you're alive, but after we die, he's not merciful anymore.
Why that cutoff? That's so weird.
He's most merciful. He chooses who he's merciful with. So you're still
he still chooses. Conflating. So not to everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So once I die, he could still choose that I go to heaven.
No. So if you die in disbelief and you reject God, you go to hell.
See, this, I got to tell you, QWERTY, and I don't want to I know cult is a scary word for you, but like, it seems like a cult when someone says you have to believe something there's no evidence for during the time you're alive, and there's going to be all this good stuff or all this really bad stuff after you die. Evidence. But you have to do it during life, because if you don't, that's the cutoff and there's no turning back. So you don't have any other chances. It's totally tricky. Like it's tricking you into being part of the cult using fear and coercion.
Do you think Jews and Christians get to go to heaven?
No.
What if they like?
Oh, if assuming that let's say they didn't get the message, then there is a possibility that they go to heaven. And also if they die before,
believe in the same God, they just in a different way.
Yeah, so Jews are monolatrists. They believe divine beings exist, but they believe that only one being deserves worship.
So if they truly believe in a law, but they practice Judaism and Christianity,
they have to accept the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, as well, and they don't accept him.
Oh, that makes sense.
Do you have a Quran near you?
Yes.
Can you read 262?
Sure. Wait,
I might not understand this verse, but I was under the impression that whichever religion you practice, as long as you believe in Allah, is fine. I don't think that you have to accept
That's perennialism. That's perennialism, and that's disbelief. And
what does the verse say?
I'll just check the translation. So you said 262?
Yeah. This is in the Al-Baqarah. Am I saying that pretty good?
Al-Baqarah.
That was pretty good.
We've got to write like a very like succinct syllogism that will show somebody like Corey here that belief is not a choice. I don't know. It always seems like such a weird ethereal conversation, but it's very straightforward. Like I have to be convinced of something.
Yeah.
And he's a Phil bro. He should get that. Like he should already know this. This is like very basic. To think that we deserve punishment for something we can't choose is bizarre.
I mean, the demonstrations work pretty well, but I do like the idea of like putting that in the form of a like clear like syllogism. Plus, it's fun to say. I haven't been keeping up in the Discord. I want to apologize to everyone. This has been a really boring live. Has this been a little bit boring? Maybe we should have like some. It's supposed to be a weird Wednesday.
I think we got it a little. We've added some spice in. I think we've made it fun.
I guess like this context would be like before.
I just read it out loud because no one else knows what it says.
All right, so it says.
And just for people to remember, this is in regards to whether or not Jews and Christians can like get their reward.
So the believers, the Jews, the Christians, and the Sabians, all those who believe in God and the last day and do good deeds, will be rewarded by their Lord. They shall have no fear, nor shall they grieve. So I'd say this is referring to before the coming of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. There were factions of Christians and Jews and Sabians, right? They didn't believe in Jesus. They rejected Jesus' divinity, and they believed in God, and they believed in the Judgment Day. Those Christians will have that type of reward, obviously, because they are still Muslim. Ontologically speaking, there's Muslim, but the different covenants they're on, that's going to change their how they act, right? So yeah, so I would say that that's a context. But we have other verses that speak on after speaking to the Christians surrounding
while they're alive. While they're alive, they get their reward, but when they're dead, they don't. Is that what you mean?
No, the verse says they will get their reward, which is...
He's saying that that's an old verse. So that verse came out before, like when that verse came out, there were still Jews and Muslims that they would be okay. But since the verse came out and the Quran was in the world, then that doesn't count anymore.
Oh, you guys shouldn't have put the Quran out. That was a big blunder.
No, so when the religion was perfected,
everyone would have gone to heaven.
Yeah, they had to perfect the religion because it started sloppy because Allah is,
This is in the second one, but then by the third chapter, they're saying you can only do Islam.
This basically, so it's not that it was incomplete. It's the fact that there's going to be a final revelation. So God could abrogate things till he says this is the final revelation. So whatever revelation he had, it was perfect, but he can choose to abrogate it. And when he says...
What's the word abrogate mean?
Aggregate.
For example, he'll say that...
Are you reading this off of like an apologetics website or something?
No, I'm using this.
Well, why are you using a word that you can't define? You shouldn't do that.
I was going to define it.
Okay, go ahead.
So abrogate simply means, for example, during the time, early times in Islam, temporary marriages were allowed, and then they were prohibited after. So
how do you spell that?
That's not a definition.
Oh, abrogate.
Permitting something.
Here it is.
So prohibiting
repeal
something
or do away with a law.
Permitted.
So he changed it.
Change a law?
Yes, change.
Okay, so he changed it. Okay.
You're just saying
abridged.
abrogate? No, it's
Is
abrogate.
it abridged?
He's saying abrogate.
Okay.
Abrogate. But like you're just saying that? You just say that word casually?
Abrogated.
Yeah, so he changed it. So he does it, and it's not that great at first, and then he's like, I gotta fix this because I was an idiot.
And
What's that?
In that specific context, in that time period, it was great. That's the most perfect judgment law. Then now, in the different context, it's this is a perfect law.
How long did it take for him to write the Quran?
He didn't write anything. It was revelation, but the revelation process was 23 years.
23 years, okay. So
for that,
there was a little bit of time between chapter 2 and chapter 3 where Jews and Christians were fine, and then it changed after that. Yeah. Okay. Just I'd never heard of that verse before. I also want to know.
I'd say that verse was probably referring to the Christians before the coming of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. I'm not sure. Do you know the tafsir?
No.
So it's the commentary, early commentary of the Quran. I would have to check that and see because they understand the Arabic language vastly. They've spent years on it, so I trust their interpretation over my own.
The Jewish Talmud or something like that, or the Midrash or whatever they call these books. I don't even. Yeah, there you go. That's what.
I'd say I'd say that although we can still talk about this, I don't think. I
was just curious about this verse because I'd never seen it before, and I had never heard the word abrogate. But you're saying that's a real word too. So
they were the early apologists.
Yeah,
they were already fixing the problems.
All right. Look, Queerty, I feel like we've talked for a little bit here. Obviously, I don't think that this God is real, and I think that there is a contradiction in calling him most merciful. But you've been a delight to chat with. And did you want to say anything else?
No, I enjoyed talking to you. I think it was good faith on both sides.
Yeah. Hey,
thank you to both of you.
Oh, go ahead, Joel.
I just want to add just really, really quick, and we're not going to get into it at all, but QWERTY, genuinely look into the idea that belief isn't a choice. Look at the possibility that maybe to believe something, you need to be convinced of it because of evidence and things like that, and it's not actually a conscious choice. And if that's the case, which it is, then it's not really just to burn people alive for something they couldn't choose. But again, we're not going to get into it, but I just want you to look into that for yourself, because if you learn that belief is not a choice, then it might be that you're in a cult that lies to you.
So I have a question. So if belief was a choice, and there was arguments that we can prove that it's a choice, would it then be justified then? Would that argument?
I still don't think that it's justified to burn somebody alive forever for choosing to believe something. But I just can't see that belief is a choice. But we could talk about that another time. I know that Mezzo wants to move on, but just look into that.
And look into it in the concept of just can you form a belief of your choice? Can you choose to believe that you're a frog or something that you're not actually convinced of, It's really difficult to do, to just be I'm going to choose this. Hypnotism aside, I do think you could go to a hypnotist and be I need you to make me think I'm a frog. And they could do that, which is what religious people should be pitching. If you are on the fence, go to a hypnotist, have them you need to actually really think this, have them they should just to be safe, say hypnotize me, right? Because you want to have no wavering faith if your time comes up at the end of a bus ride or something like that, you know what I mean? But also look into it. It's Quranically, it's harder to say than biblically. Quranically, is that right? Because there's verses where Allah guides some people who he wills, and then leaves some people behind who he wills. So it's worth kind of looking into that as far as what the book says, and then as far as what it actually means to form a belief out of nothingness, and then come back and talk to us some more. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Good enough, guy.
It's nice the like the two religions, Christianity and Islam, both kind of have this similar problems. There's like different like, oh, look at this horrible stuff in the book, like different versions of that. But when it comes to like the problem of hell and the problem of free will and the problem of belief is not a choice and oh my goodness, my body again. It always gets me. It's so gorgeous.
Is this better?
Hello, hey, can you hear me?
Nope.
Yeah, just to mix it up a bit. Student, welcome in. What's your age? What's your religion?
Hey, my name is Garrett. I'm 24, and I am a Christian, follower of Jesus.
To Jesus. Do you think that Joel and I should worship your perfect God?
Yeah, he made everything. Well, Bible talks about him as he created everything, which is in the book of Genesis. And then he came down as a man and died on the cross for all of our sins. Isaiah 9:6 and John 1:1.
That was a weird move. Why do you think he did that? Yeah, why do you think he did that?
Oh, like why did Jesus come down as a man and die on the cross?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's honestly something a lot of people run into. So the Bible talks about all of us have sinned, whether or not that we believe or not. We've all told, some of us have maybe told a lie, maybe we've stolen. In some shape, way, or form, we've broken the 10 Commandments. Yep. Like it or not, if you've sinned according to the Bible, your wages of sin are death. So why is Jesus
and just like, so
important?
we can like do this as an example. So Joel's saying this is his body in the background. That's obviously a lie. So like he's done a sin by saying that. So like now Joel is what's his punishment for that?
Well, the Bible says the wages of sin is death. So sin separates you from God.
Why is it that though?
I mean, who are we to say that it should be when that's the creator of this world said so?
Oh, he didn't tell us why.
Well, he said that's what happens in the book. So in the book of Genesis,
that seems crazy though.
Who are we
to say?
It's like who are we?
We're sane people, I guess.
What is it?
We're just like sane people who can like recognize craziness.
So, I mean, in essence, yeah. If you don't believe in Christ, the Bible says you die in your sins and you go to hell. That's it.
Right. I think that's crazy though. Like he could have made that like literally anything else. Like he could have made the wages of sin be anything he wanted to, right?
So we have a free will, and God gave us a free will. Yep. Like, for example, if I were to go and just help my neighbor cut his grass, I can. If I want to go,
my one single free will doesn't kind of factor into this because like I can still have the free will. That's all the same. No, but like student, I have the free will. My one free will, it's all the same. Everything is the same, except God could make the wages of sin, I don't know, tickled by a feather or something like that. I know that sounds silly, but like, why not, right? He doesn't have to make it death. It won't affect my free will.
So is murder wrong?
Do whatever you want. You have free will, but the wages of sin
wait a minute.
No, this, hold on. I'm saying this is how God would have said it. You have free will, do as you wish, but just so you know, these are sins, and if you sin, it's coochie coochie coo.
Mm-hmm. That's what he said in the garden in Genesis chapter 1-3.
Can I see that
said,
verse?
Do not eat of this tree. Yeah, go to Genesis.
Or you get tickled by a feather?
No, that's no.
You're gonna get
you were talking about
Adam and the woman.
I was saying hypothetically. Student, try to pay attention here. We're saying he could have made it instead of death. He could have made it.
No, you said that God should have gave us why we shouldn't have sinned. That's what you said, correct? That's what I heard.
Nope.
You said, well, God, why didn't God tell us why we should?
Maybe just ask us what we said so that there's no confusion.
Okay. Sure. So can you repeat what you said?
Yeah. Joel and I are saying, what if God, instead of death, had made the consequence of sin, the wage of sin, be you get tickled by a feather? That way,
there has to be a form of justice.
Yeah, that would be the justice. Yeah. So that way it's like, I don't really want that. It's uncomfortable and I don't like it, but no one has to like, be just like wildly slaughtered in the streets,
So should Hitler be tickled as a feather?
Or burned for eternity, yeah.
Should Hitler be tickled with a feather after what he did to the Jews?
If that's what God had made it be, then that's what it would be, right?
Well, no, I'm telling you. I mean, since you're trying to define what should
I see what
be
you're
and
saying.
should not.
So what you're saying is, I see what you're saying. You're saying
I'm pretty much
the
wanting
reason,
you to justify your answer.
Yeah, you're saying that the reason God made it death is so that he could like punish people with death. Like he wanted to make it death because that's a better thing.
No. So God didn't want us to do that because he told us, do not eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Student, try to focus on like, we're just talking about the consequence of the sin. The whole story is
I'm answering
whatever.
your question.
But he wants the consequence to be death. Like it's his prerogative.
It doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter if the consequences are that, if there's a creator. So that's going to go back to, is there a God or is there not?
No.
Because that's what I believe in and that's what's true.
Right.
And that's
the
his
God
laws.
you believe in chose death as the punishment. And that's what we're asking. That's
Well,
what we're
there has
talking
to be a
about.
form of justification, and our sin will lead us to death.
Could he
And
have
that's
made
what
it
happens.
anything he wanted?
So there has to be a form. Again, there has to be a form of judgment.
But he's the arbiter of morality.
Wait a second.
No, there doesn't.
There doesn't. Why would there have to be? You think that God is beholden to something that forces his hand in making a judgment? He could let everything go crazy and not have any judgment at all.
Yeah, if he wanted us to have like free will or something.
Well, that goes back into my answer about Hitler. Like, if you're saying that if people have sinned that it should be tickled with a feather, then what about Hitler killing 7 million Jews?
It doesn't matter what we think it should be. What we're saying right now is that you're saying it has to be, and that can't be true under God. So you're saying there
that's
has
just how
to be a
God
punishment
said.
for. You're saying there has to be a punishment for Hitler under God, but that can't
God's
be true.
hands are
He's all
tied in
powerful.
this situation. He's like, I can't do anything else but make it be this.
Well, he sent his son for us to be able to have our sins
I don't know if this
covered.
guy's having the same conversation as we are.
But I mean, that's what happened. So let's get into something interesting.
Are you in
we're
maybe
going
a
to go in
different
circle on this
conversation?
because I don't believe in you. And then
You don't believe in
obviously
us?
we're going to be conflicting on this. But I'll throw
That's going
something
to be hard to
interesting.
have this conversation.
He doesn't even believe in us. How is he?
Can I
does
tell
he
you,
think he's
student?
on-
Can I tell you
Yeah,
something? I believe in you.
I don't think I do. Honestly, student,
don't
I
do
don't
that.
think I do. So
No, don't do that. Let's do
believe in
something
you.
interesting. So let's talk about the authenticity of Scripture. The
I
one
want
thing
to say,
I like to go
I thought
into
that
is
the
book of
conversation
Isaiah.
was interesting because you were tanking in it and you couldn't follow the conversation. I thought that was fun. But
was
if you
just
want to,
answering.
if you want to change topics, I think that sounds fun too.
Either or.
I just want people in chat to know.
I can't answer for God.
Yeah, I know.
I
So
can't
I just
answer
have to
for God.
like we have to sometimes tell the people in chat what you're doing. What he's doing here is a pivot. He like is he's out of answers for this particular thing, so he's moving to a completely different topic. And we're gonna get to that topic right after the top of the hour.
That's right, folks. It is 1:34 a.m. in the morning. It's Bad Bible Debates. We're hanging out here, chilling out big time. We got Mezzo hosting the fuck out of this live stream. JRB sitting here in the sidecar. We've got Student in the hot seat. That's right. It's 1:34 a.m. and Mezzo.
Yeah.
For Wacky Wild Hump Day Dump Day Wednesday. It's Thursday now for me, but do you mind doing me a favor?
Anything.
Take it the fuck away.
Oh, yeah. We're back. The rhythm is the bass, and the bass is the treble. And you know where we're going to go? We're going to get in trouble because we want to talk about scripture with our good friend Student. Now, Student, you're in the hot seat. You want to change topics to scripture. What's the point of that? What do you want to talk about here?
It's either or. Now, yeah, sure. Either or, it really doesn't matter. But back to going to trying to justify, well, why did God make the wages of sin death? For me, I have nothing to say to that. That's what he said, and it is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, like there's nothing I can do to change that.
No. Or God. He can't do anything to change that either.
I mean, that's what he said, but then that would go back on his word. But
right,
that's
but
what he said.
He could have made the word be the wages of sin are tickled by a feather, and then he would be beholden to that. And then in the world, we'd have like these times where, when in the Old Testament times, people were doing sins, instead of him slaughtering the children in the streets, they would just go around and tickle everybody. It'd be weird. It'd be creepy. These angels going around tickling. It'd be creepy, but it would just be what happened. And then also in hell, instead of like eternal torment, people would just be down there laughing their fucking ass off. Like it'd be bad. It'd be like uncomfortable, but not like torture, right?
So, I mean, the Bible says that hell was never made for people. That's what it says. And then the wages of sin is death.
That, like, if it was tickled by a feather, Mezzo, I don't think it would be like hell's full of feathers and they're playing in feather beds and stuff. I think that like you'd be tickled by a feather for a little bit and then you just go to heaven, right? Because hell is the death thing, right? So there just wouldn't be hell. Yeah, you just go through the like feather gauntlet. You get a little tickled.
You die.
Oh, come on, stop it.
Your spirit gets a quick tickling.
Yeah.
For like one tickle for every sin you did, and then you go to heaven.
Yeah, then you go, in my Father's house there are many mansions, here's your mansion, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But then the issue
that sounds better.
Pillows, but we're not going to use those again.
I mean, then the issue goes back to, well, then what are we going to do with people committing murder and rape?
You know what I would do? I think he should not let them do that. That's what I would do. I would say, don't let them do those terrible things. You can still choose to like steal or something. Like you have some free will, but let's get rid of the graping. That's crazy.
Yeah.
You think God should let people grape each other?
No, not at all. But we live in a sinful world that's about to go all into fire anyways. But God, he doesn't want us to do that.
That's a good example. So like one thing he doesn't let us do is like right now, I want to set fire to Joel with my mind. Like it's something I think about a lot. Just like,
I hope not.
I see him and he's like, he playing piano better than me. He's like better at guitar than me. He writes better songs than me.
I always mention that it's my body.
Fucking burn him. I want him to like just be on fire, but with my mind. But God doesn't.
He sends
give
me private messages about this. He goes, I would love to burn you with my mind. It'd be so funny. And I go, I don't get the joke.
Well, I'll be like, you're so hot, Joel. And that's why we have that. Joel's hot, like that.
I know that part seems like you're doing a joke, but what you're saying is
I want him to be on fire. But I can't do that with my mind. God didn't give me the free will to burn Joel with my mind, right? So I have free will even though I can't do that, right? That type of sin is outside of my capabilities. He could do that with grape, with murder in general, right? He could just make it outside of our capabilities.
I mean, we have a free will, but it's the issue of man. Like if you decide to go kill someone, that's what you did. That's not God's fault for what you did.
Student, I have a quick question for you. Do you have the free will to set Mezzo on fire just with your mind?
No, that wouldn't be physically possible.
So even if you wanted to right now, you couldn't do it. It would be physically impossible. Have you ever had the desire to burn someone alive with your mind?
Oh, you're asking.
I mean, Jesus said if you have hatred against someone in your heart, you're committing murder.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, have you looked around being like, I want to, like, you've tried? Have you ever tried it? Have you ever been like, I desire to burn someone with my mind. I'm going to try it. Have you ever done that?
I mean, you can try all you want, but I haven't seen one.
Well, it's impossible, right? So you wouldn't. The answer is no.
Yeah, it would be impossible.
Focus up here. I want you to lock in. So we've got you not being able to set someone on fire with your mind and not having the desire to do that. Now, I want you to, this is going to be crazy. I want you to apply that to murder or molestation or...
You're talking about things you can't do to things you can do.
Yeah, what we're saying is if God made it impossible for you to light someone on fire with your mind and didn't give you the desire to light someone on fire with your mind, then he probably could have done that for murder, molestation, and all the other things. Do you follow?
Okay, so I apologize. I think I'm now starting to follow your question.
Awesome.
So is your question like, why did God allow us to think evil things that we can't do? I mean, it sounds, to me personally, it sounds kind of crazy to even ask that.
No, I'm saying he could have made grape not a thing. Right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we got a free will, and if you decide to touch someone, I mean, like, we can move our hands and we can do things. So fundamentally, it wouldn't make sense.
Well, sometimes I talk about, like, there's other ways out of it, right? So,
and I apologize if I'm not fully understanding what you all are asking.
Maybe I can, like, go about this in a different route. So, like, sometimes we talk about this terrible scenario, but it's probably actually happening somewhere right now where, like, there's a kid in a garage somewhere who's like being sexually assaulted by a grown-up, and God's there because God's everywhere, and God could stop it, right?
I see. So it's about, like, God being everywhere, omnipresent. But
and
why
all powerful
can't God
and all
stop
good,
evil?
and He's not stopping it, right? And you're going to say that's
I see
because
your
of free
question.
will, right?
Yeah. So we have a free will.
Yep. But what I'm saying is, I think there's a way for Him to remove that act without infringing on free will.
I see. Now I see what your question is. Yeah, me personally, yeah, I wish that would happen. However, I mean, the Bible talks about God gave us a free will, and eventually everything is just going to be thrown into hell because of being evil. So the moment that God does do this, that's the end of the world.
What's the verse?
According to the Bible.
What's the verse where it says God gave you free will? Just real quick.
Let's see. I mean, as far as a verse, I don't think so. But as far as God creating people, we weren't made to be robots. Like, all of us.
Yeah. So where's the verse that says we weren't made to be robots or anything? The free will.
I mean, it's not in there, but it's common sense.
Not really.
Not really. But so here's what I want to run with you, students. So let's say God is in the room, in the garage with somebody, and they're doing this sexual assault on a minor, and He could stop it, but He chooses not to, right?
I see. Well,
that's
everyone's going to have a
hypothetical.
judgment day. I mean,
no. What I'm not talking about what happens to the perpetrator. I'm talking about the victim. We're trying to help the victim, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So here's a thing. Like, God could grab him by the arm and throw him down in a suplex for sure. But the other thing He could do is make him not want to. Right. And I can display this in a really easy way because you've heard of, like, the spaghetti wives, right?
No.
You haven't seen, like, these guys, like, they're on the internet, but, like, you take, like, spaghetti pasta and you boil it till it's al dente. I don't do this. You don't do this, but some people do this. And then they have this, like, weird desire to shape that into a woman. And it kind of, as it dries off, like, they mold spaghetti into, like, a wife. They make a spaghetti wife, and they, like, dress it in marinara sauce, and they marry it. It's like a whole thing. If you haven't seen the people who want to marry spaghetti wives,
they have pictures on the internet.
No,
they really redefine sending nudes. Am I right?
Yeah, because with 2 O's. Yeah. Well, the reason I think why you haven't heard of it is because I made it up. It's not a real thing, but you have the free will. You could do it, right? But just no one really actually has the desire to make a spaghetti wife. You have the free will to. You just don't have that. You don't have that drive in you, right? No one does. And so I would say just do that with, like, the pedophilia thing. Don't give anyone that desire. You could still do it, like, physically it'd be possible, but you wouldn't have the desire to. So, like, the number of, like, times that would happen would reduce by, like,
are you saying, like,
99.9%? Yeah, just
like
take
the
the desire
evil desires and
yeah,
we
just
don't
take
do
that
the
desire.
evil things that we do?
Yeah, for those ones that really hurt other people, for things like stealing from corporations or something, or using or like believing in God, like make believing in God still just fully free will, because then He can know if we love Him or not. But the ones where there's going to be victims, like child victims, take that desire out of people.
I see what you're saying. Well, I mean, that goes back to us having a free will, and it's not God's fault for what the evil of what man does.
Right, I understand that, but did you hear how I just solved that free will thing?
Well, then let me.
Yeah, but then that would go back.
Student, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Student, let me ask you a question.
Because if you take away the desires, which, yes, it would be morally good.
Am
but
I
then
muted?
how would he be able? What is
Student.
that?
He's trying to figure it out. As
Okay, gotcha. I didn't even hear.
I'll help you out. I'll help you out. Okay. So, have you ever had the desire to make a spaghetti wife?
No.
Do you have free will?
Yes, but just okay.
So God hasn't given you the desire to make a spaghetti wife, correct?
I mean, that desires never came into my mind.
Right, but you still have free will.
Yes.
So you have a desire that's missing, a possible desire that's missing.
What? That's
maybe
you have
this will be more clear.
Desire.
Maybe this might make it more clear, even and I hate to do this, but
no, I get what you're saying.
But student, do you have the desire to grape children?
No.
Do you have free will?
Yes, because I chose not to do that.
Yeah.
And I don't want to.
Well, you don't have the desire to. Yeah, without the desire, it's an easy choice, right?
Yeah, like you can choose to do something even though you don't have a desire to do it.
Absolutely, yeah. So you would still have free will. So he could remove the desire and we'd all still have free will. All of the like
then maybe we'd be robots.
No, because you don't have the desire. Are you a robot? Wait, are you a robot?
If you took away desires, then you would be. That would be.
No, just don't ever give it to them to begin with. When someone is born, make them so that they will never get the desire to grape a child.
Yeah, maybe we should be clear. Not every single desire. We're not saying you don't have
Just
a desire to have ice cream. You don't have the desire to hurt a child. So that's not robot, because you're not a robot, right?
Well, God never gave us that intentionally. We were never made that, and that's according to the Bible.
I got a super chat coming in on YouTube from Mash333. Thanks for the $14. Is the spaghetti wife buxom? That was the question. I guess it's however you want it to be. I mean, if you use a wider noodle, maybe a fettuccine, you could probably make the butt a little wider, I assume. And then if you want it to be chestier, maybe like a macaroni shell. Or what are the bigger macaroni ones called? Those not ricotta. What's the like really big?
I don't know. I tried to do a penne princess, but I didn't boil the pasta, and it was just sharp. Like it just got my dick got ripped to shreds.
Oh, you don't have to have sex with them. It's just you marry
don't?
them. Were you trying to consummate?
Marry them. Okay.
Yeah, you marry and arrow them. You were doing penne. That was dumb. All right. Well, student, it seems like it's perfectly possible for God to make people without the desire to grape kids and still have free will. You're the case study, right? You're the example of that. You don't have the desire. You still have free will. I think he should do that to everybody. And by not doing that, I think that he's a moral monster. I know it's not really the topic that we were originally going down, but it's just the whole point of it is like you
I see where you're coming from on it.
You keep tying God's hands up. You're trying to say like he has to have he has to do free will. He has to make it death. Like you're the one who's like tying God up and like in these knots, making him like, constrained to these things. But like God's omnipotent. His hands are free. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He's just letting this stuff happen because he's terrible or inexistent, hopefully.
So I'll ask you this, if I can ask you a question. So it's like, what do you have to say in regard to the prophecies that were written in the Bible before they happened? And there's plenty of them.
Like it was written in the Bible and then later in the Bible it happened?
Yes. That's what makes the Bible a very supernatural book.
He's gonna do a prophecy. He's gonna do a prophecy.
Wow, I love this.
It's like a B.
No. Yeah, a little higher.
It's a G. Hold on.
You're a little flat on it. Oh, okay, yeah. He's gonna do a prophecy.
It's like 100 degrees in my garage, and this is ice cold water. It's a really good.
Probably really refreshing.
It's a Poyaku brand. Prophecy.
Oh, when you get that contract.
Yeah. The thing about prophecy for me, though, is that, like, if something was written in the past and then in the future they read the thing that was written and then say that it happened, it's kind of like not a real prophecy. And I think that's how most of them were.
If that's how it happened, then yeah, that wouldn't be prophecy. If you write about something in the past that already happened just to get people to believe. Yeah, that wouldn't be a prophecy.
Like, have you ever seen like one of these prophecy scrolls? It has
no, but there's actually a pretty fascinating one in Israel. Which
you're going to love this one. Hold on, let me show you this one. This
Dude,
is cool.
This is incredible. There's a prophecy scroll here. Lock in.
These are cool. Let me see if... yeah, there's words on here. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
It says, and on that day, the unbeliever known as Mezzo shall meet with a guest in the place of clocks. Hold on a second.
What would that mean? It's like a clock. There's an hour hand. There's hands.
TikTok.
It goes TikTok. TikTok.
Do you think that's about right now?
We're on TikTok right now.
Do you think this is about right now, student?
I think this might be a prophecy for now.
No, so it's in the book of Isaiah.
No, this one's right here.
Lock in.
No, I'm talking about something that's relevant.
But this is. Do you think that this one's not relevant? This isn't happening right now.
No, so let me show it to you. I'll prove it to you.
He's denying it. Hold on, let's keep reading. And they will speak of prophecies and gods. That's true. And when this comes to pass, Mezzo will indeed offer a tune of pleasing chords. That was remember?
Those were great, those chords. They really pleased me.
Oh my gosh. There's more too. Alas, the thirst will overcome him. That's mostly because I'm just like fucking horny.
Yeah.
Yet he will be replenished with the cold waters. That was
It was cold.
Do you remember I said it was...
You actually mentioned it was cold.
This is freaking me out. There's a little more. It says, though the guest will deny this prophecy, he did. He denied it a second ago.
He didn't even want to hear about it.
He was trying to do Isaiah. It shall come to pass. And on that day, the guest will surely have lost the debate. And the people will shower Mezzo with W's in chat. Amen. Amen. Well, that's the only thing I don't see, though. I didn't get any W's in chat.
There may not be any
There's
W's.
a copy that's actually 2,200 years old.
Holy shit.
Students, there's W's in chat. Are you seeing this?
This was really accurate.
I'm just telling you what's in there. You all could look this yourself.
This
but
prophecy
there's a 22.
True.
So the book of Isaiah has
Student, you're not paying attention. Did you get the point of this demonstration?
It's irrelevant to what I'm talking about. I get what you're saying.
Here, I'll tell you what.
Just listen.
Get the fuck out of here, then.
To us first. I'm not going to engage with the argument against prophecy.
If you're just like going to do your own conversation, he's probably just still talking to himself. Wait a minute. I got an L over on YouTube. Oh, it's not the place of clocks, though. We're fine. We're still good.
Doesn't matter. We still, that prophecy still came true. And as long as there's a bunch of W's, right? Like there doesn't have to be only W's.
That's true. I felt showered by them. We've got nerds. What is it?
Cold nads. This one's got cold nads.
Nice cold nads. Welcome in, nads. How old are you?
I am 24.
Why are you religious? I mean, which religious are you?
Right, I am. 1 second. Sorry about that.
Are you making a pasta wife? What kind of noodle are you using?
I'm a Muslim.
A Muslim noodle?
Yeah.
When did you request up? It couldn't have been when you put up Jesus is evil.
I just put this up. He's been in there for a while, but his background noise was really terrible, and I don't feel like listening to that.
Yeah, contending with it.
I was just getting my charger.
That was just getting a charger sound?
Wait.
Do you mean you were getting your Dodge Charger off of the freaking blocks?
Nah, I've been waiting for time, but then the charger went low, so I'm thinking, rah.
I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, sorry.
Ooh, the pasta in the Discord is doing it for me. You know, I got to be honest with you. All this talk about pasta wives is making me curious about how this is going to work out. So I say we try an experiment. We make one wife, right? And we let Joel fuck it. But Nads, welcome in. So you probably do think. Or, Joel, did you get a call or something?
I was just saying, yay.
Anything for Joel to fuck. Nads, I was going to talk about how Jesus is evil, but you probably want to talk about something else.
Yes, I do. I don't think Jesus is evil. I think Jesus is a prophet. I don't believe he's God.
Well, I think some of the prophets are evil.
Like who?
Jesus, Muhammad, Moses, the main ones.
And why would you think that?
Well, I think they all did fucked up shit, Jesus claimed to be God. Muhammad claimed to talk to God, and he started a cult just so he could lead these conquests and marry all these children, whoever he wants. He was a monster. Moses wasn't any better. He was a murderer.
Okay, so with Jesus claiming to be God, I don't believe that. I don't believe he'd ever claim to be God because I believe him as a prophet. With Muhammad, I can explain because I know what you're going to say. He married a 6-year-old and at 9 years old. But there's explanations to that too, if you want to go into that. But the main reason I come up here is I wanted to get your concept of why there is no God. And I wanted to prove that there is God outside of religion before we went into religion, because I believe for someone that doesn't believe in God, they have to believe in a creator first before they pick the religion. What's right? What religion's true?
Sure, yeah. Go ahead and show that there's a creator.
So okay, can nothing can one come from zero? Basically, let me just ask you that first.
Can one come from zero?
Yeah.
If you're counting, it comes after zero.
That's a very bad analogy, but okay, let me say this. Can something be made from nothing?
In my naturalistic view, no, I don't think so.
So something cannot be made from nothing.
If we're going to do this, you have to answer the questions too.
Okay.
Let's skip the one from zero because that was weird.
Yeah.
Do you think something can come from nothing?
No.
Okay. We agree that's impossible.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Next question.
So if something can't come from nothing, that means for existence to be, for life to be, for this world to be, there had to have been an ultimate start. So
no, it means that everything that exists had to exist forever.
Yeah, no, it had to have come from something, because it, like we've said, something can't come from nothing. So let's say the world started with a big bang, so 2 rocks. Them 2 rocks can't have just come. They can't have just come.
Yeah, I think that it's more likely that they didn't come from nothing, but we do have stuff here, so it was always here.
Yeah, so in that sense, but I don't believe in the Big Bang. So what I believe is, so if nothing can't come from...
Wait, okay, you have to answer the questions too. How did something get here then?
So I believe that if something can't come from nothing, there had to have been an ultimate creator outside of our realm, outside of everything, that had to have been there from the start and will always be there till the end.
Okay.
An existence.
But where did space and time and matter come from?
From from what I'm speaking about, from this existence, there had to be an ultimate being.
No, I mean, what did he? Yeah, what did he make it out of?
Well, I believe Allah. Let's just put it into terms instead of saying he. So I believe Allah. I believe Allah was there from the start.
But he made the universe.
Yep.
Out of what?
Out of he just willed it. So
there was Allah alone and nothing else.
Alone and nothing else.
And then there was a law and the universe.
Yeah, and then Allah.
So he turned he turned the universe out of nothing.
No, not out of nothing.
Well, what did he use to make it?
He's all so. I get where you're going with this, and I'm following you, and I'll fully follow you. But so.
Because earlier you and I were both saying,
from part of him.
just to make sure, because I don't think the people in chat are following this. This is a little bit high level, complicated stuff. Is like we both agreed that something can't come from nothing, and then I said, but since we see something, it must have always been here, because that means there never could have been nothing. And then you said at one point there was a law and nothing, and then there was a law and universe. And did he make it out of himself?
This is what I didn't want to say. I didn't want to say he made it out of himself. But
so then he made it out of the other thing that he was with, which was nothing.
No, essentially, yes, it has to be out of himself, out of his will. He willed it to be, and it was.
But will doesn't turn into matter. We're talking about where the energy and matter came from.
Yeah, that's our will, though. That's not God's will. That's not Allah's will.
No, but you're saying it was from Allah's will.
Yeah, the definition of will that you're using is our will. Yeah, if we will something, matter can't come into it. But Allah is out of our box of physical understanding and our how we understand science, how we understand everything.
So he can will something out of nothingness.
He can will something, and it will happen because it's him. He can will something.
Even if there was nothing there, like there was no universe at all, he could like will a whole universe out of nothing?
Out of himself.
Maybe his will is energy and matter and stuff like that. Is that what you're saying, Nads?
He has a physical will.
It could be. I'm not gonna.
So he is like within our like physical universe. Like he has regular energy, regular matter. It's the same stuff that we're out of.
No, I don't believe in that. I believe that.
Yeah, maybe we should just sketch this out. Because it is a little like it's hard to put into words.
You know. Now, can Mezzo just let me know if it would be fruitful for me to also have a theory?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, is it a fruity theory?
It's like it's a fruit. It's a theory of how things began, and it involves some soggy, dilapidated stuff. I don't know if.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe we could compare both.
Yeah, that's what maybe I was thinking, if that would work for you.
Now that would actually be very interesting. So Nads, I've heard Joel mention before this thing. Have you ever heard of this theory called the wet box?
No, but I presume he made it up, so let's go for it.
Well, it's actually a coincidence. It's called Joel's wet box.
Yeah, it's named after a Billy Joel.
No problem. Let's go for it.
Did he come up with it, or just like people thought they like?
It's a homage.
It's a tribute. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a line down the middle.
Yep.
And then on one side I'll do a law making the universe, and on the other side we'll do Joel's wet box theory, and we'll see which kind of seems more plausible. So who wants?
Why don't you go, Nads? Just because, like, what are we doing? Are we just saying like how it happened, or like the evidence there is for it?
Give me like a little just description of how it went down, and then we'll talk about the evidence. But just so we know which thing we're talking about, when I can like write a few evidentiary points and stuff. But so should I start with like it's almost a timeline, right? So we have, and you don't want me to draw a law, right?
Yeah, I really don't. That's what I was just struggling on. How am I going to get you?
Can I just do like a circle, like to be like a representation?
Just write Allah. Just write Allah if you can.
Well, it's it's mirrored.
Maybe like an A and a star or something like that.
No, just please write ALLAH.
I'm telling you, it's mirrored. It's going to be all reversed. It's hard for me. It's easier if I just do a circle and put an A in it. Is that enough? Like this? It's a symbolic representation.
You've done it now, so let's go for it.
This can't send me to hell.
What do you mean?
This can't do it.
Obviously, it can't.
Picture
that letter and that circle that you did, of course, it can't send you to hell.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what a law looks like, and then there's a universe. I'm just kidding. I'm just fucking with you. And then and there's no universe, and then there is a universe. And do you think that the universe like goes on from now till infinity, till the end of time?
Yes.
Okay, because he has to make.
It depends what you're saying. So I believe this world that we're living in, like Earth, if you want to call it this Earth and all of that, when Judgment Day comes, this world will be non-existence. It will be gone.
Yeah, but like heaven goes on forever too. That's going to be part of the
100%.
universe.
All right. Yeah.
That's part of the universe, right?
Yeah. Cool. All right. Yeah.
Because there wasn't heaven, and then there was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to do just to like, I'll do like an infinity sign. Oh, that was a good one.
Oh, that's great.
Okay. And somehow what we need to do is show how like how he like makes the infinity. But let's like think about that for a second, how you want us to like demonstrate that. And let's for a second, Joel, would you mind kind of like showing?
Yeah. So the wet box, I think, is draw it on the bottom because everything springs out of it. So there needs to be some room for that.
So it'd be kind of like one of these type of things.
Yep. Perfect. And if you want to just write WB on it, like Warner Brothers, but it's a wet box. And this is like, you can't really tell, but it looks a little dilapidated. The box is a bit dilapidated.
Oh,
and
I have an
it
idea.
is soaking wet.
I can do this. I have blue, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Do a puddle.
I can kind of like put it in this like.
Yep, perfect.
And then have some like water lines. You know?
Yep, that's exactly what it would be like. Yeah, I mean this is just
drenched.
It's an anthropomorphization of it, but
obviously.
But it is a wet cardboard box, which is magic, and it is to answer the question so that we can be equivalent. It is also eternal, like it's always existed, and the universe that comes out of it will always exist as well.
Okay. Oh, so then how do we get, you have infinity here too, right?
Well, yeah, we just haven't gotten to that with Allah yet, so I didn't want to give it away, but.
Yeah, well, somehow this happens.
Yes.
Okay.
And that actually looks a lot like what happens, but anyway, go on.
Okay. So with Allah, we're talking about what's the method? How does he bring matter and time into existence?
So like I said, Allah willed it, and it was. The physical understanding, and that's not in the capability of my mind nor yours. So how he transformed parts of himself or whatever you want to say to the matter, that's beyond our capability of mind. Him. But no, I'm saying whatever you want to say. For me, I say Allah, the ultimate being, the supreme being that was there from the start, that because we've already agreed that something can't come from nothing, that something is what I believe in. The thing that started, the ultimate being that started the spark, whatever you want to call it, for this universe is what I believe in. The ultimate creator. I don't know what he looks like.
It's almost like if Allah is the universe, then the universe is Allah too.
Well, it's like this.
But I'm not saying Allah is the universe.
No,
he made
this makes sense. So like Allah, like he exists and he creates the infinity, the infinite universe,
which is time and space and like light.
Right.
This is like.
But he's also infinite, so the infinity kind of goes towards him too. Like
so to your question there. Allah creates the universe. The universe is an infinite with him. Allah creates the universe,
but it will last infinitely.
No, yeah. So the universe will last infinitely because Allah wills it.
Did he last forever back in time?
Allah was always there before.
That's interesting. So like, there's the forward infinity, but also like there's the return infinity.
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
Interesting.
So Allah was So Allah was always there without a beginning and will always be there without an end.
Mm-hmm.
The universe isn't the same as Allah. The universe relies and depends upon Allah. Allah don't depend on anything. There's nothing he depends on because he is the ultimate being, the one, the thing.
That's why he's on his own up here, but he made this continuum. And then we don't know exactly the method. There's almost like a question mark, but something, is like.
Yeah, you can put a question mark. You can put a question mark.
Yeah. And I'll be like, what? Oh, wait, I got to do it backwards. Sorry. Is that backwards? Okay.
Maybe just put one like right at the top of the Allah circle.
Because that's we know this stuff.
Yeah, so it's like, what's all that's just coming out of there? Yeah.
It's almost like a piercing that. But okay, so how about how did yours do it?
So the wet box is a little different. It's not like a mind. It's not sentient, and everything just came out of it because it is a magical wet box.
Just like this.
So all life just came out of it. The whole universe. Yeah.
Like a person.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't come out fully formed. It comes out in a
I can do
sort of like
I'll do like a
just energy and stuff, which becomes matter and stuff like that, which eventually becomes the universe, which will go on forever. And that's basically how that works.
Just a little moon.
Oh, that's adorable.
Okay, and what's the method again?
Magic.
And his was question mark.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now let's share some evidence. What's your evidence for yours?
What's the evidence for me?
Yeah, for this this thing.
So, like I said to you from the start, when I said something can't come from nothing, we agreed upon that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said, whatever that something is that started everything, that's what I believe in. Now, say we're looking at the universe. So let's say this universe has got a design. The trees breathe out oxygen. We breathe out carbon dioxide.
Just to be clear, the universe has a design, but Allah doesn't, right?
Yeah, Allah does not have a design, no.
Why do you think the universe is designed?
Because Allah designed it.
No, but like...
Oh, that's circular.
That's just circular. Like, what makes it look designed to you? Like, you're looking way down here and going like, what?
So the universe,
That's
what I
design?
see in life... No. What I see in life... So, an iPhone is designed. I know an iPhone is designed. It's got intelligence in it, but someone put that intelligence in. Same
you can
as
tell
the
because
universe.
it's like so complex.
Yeah, so same as the universe is complex. Your mind is complex. Your brain is complex.
Sure,
everything is complex. So it results to having a designer. So
is Allah complex?
Well, Allah.
Yeah.
He's beyond my understanding.
He's even more complex than the universe.
100 billion%.
So he's like even more designed than the universe.
Nope.
But complexity, when you look at complexity, like if you're looking down here and you're like, this is so complex, then it's more complex up here, then you have to say that this is more designed. If complexity makes you think it's designed, then complexity should make you think it's designed.
So this is why I said Allah is beyond my understanding. I do not know what Allah looks like. I do not know how Allah does what he does if you want to go to like exact things. But I'm saying there's an ultimate being. There has to be a supreme being. There has to be something that created everything. Because nothing, let's just go back to the start again.
Well,
nothing,
hold on. Let's give Joel a
something can't
chance
come from
here.
nothing.
Well, I just want to confirm here, Nads, that like just saying that like I don't know how this all works, this design thing, like you got to like move the design thing off the table, because that doesn't work. Right. Because if everything it needs to be designed because it's complex, then Allah needs to be designed. So
is the wet box theory designed? Hold on.
I get where you're going.
Hold on. Is the wet box designed?
No, there's no design. No design.
Okay, I'm just gonna put no D.
So okay, I get where you're going with this.
Perfect.
If there's a designer, then who's the designer's designer? If there's the God, who's his God? Or
No, that's not what it is, Nads. What it is very simple. You're saying that something that's complex requires a designer. Allah is complex, but doesn't require a designer. So either things that are complex do not need a designer, or you have the same problem with Allah. So
who's the designer?
So okay, can I just get literally like a minute and a half to explain?
No, that's too long. Who's the designer?
30 seconds. So in my head, when we've gone from the start, I've said something can't come from nothing. We agreed upon that.
Yeah,
and
we
I'm
each have a thing.
And I'm saying that something that everything came from has to have existed throughout time. It can't have started and it can't have stopped. Has to exist.
We got that.
So I'm saying that existence to create something like this, to make anything like this happen, has to have intelligence. Has to be an ultimate being, an all-knowing.
Why does it need intelligence?
Prove that.
All right, so prove why it needs intelligence.
You're saying Allah is the designer?
So yes,
I'll do mine real quick, and then you can tell me why.
No, you said prove that. I just want to prove that. I'm saying because.
Yeah, but you've been talking for a while. So Allah's the D, and then you have. Tell us what the wet box like. What's your proof for this? What's the evidence?
The evidence that I have, I'll just ask you, Nads. Nads, where did you specifically come from? How did you get here to Earth?
Just Nads, like himself.
Yeah, like when you were born.
Oh, with my belief.
No, you personally, your physical body. How did you come to Earth?
My mother was room for 9 months. And
are you alive?
Me? Yes, I am.
Okay, so you would agree
Should
that
I draw his mother's womb over here?
No, don't do that. You would agree with me that. Okay, can you mute up, Nads? Because
you're getting a lot of
horrible echo. Yeah. Sorry, I muted you because there's a lot of echo there. But so you would agree with me, Nads, that you, who is alive, you sprung forth from your mother's wet box, right? So you can see that life does spring forth from wet boxes. It happens all throughout nature. And that's all that's happening here. There's a wet cardboard box that everything has flown out of. And
then with no D.
Yeah, no D. Laws of nature. It's a magical box.
That's the sound it makes when the universe comes out.
That's true. It's a very magical sound. And that is it. That is, and everything kind of naturally forms. We've studied a lot of these natural processes, but they all came out of the wet cardboard box. But the wet cardboard box has always been.
You know what's interesting is that even if Allah is true, the D here, this would have come out of that.
That's right.
Right. That's where Allah came from, is out of the box, because you said everything. All right. Well, look, I think they both have equal silliness to them, but yours does have a little bit of evidence, and his was a lot of I don't knows. There's just some nads in this idea here, but yeah, I think we'll probably
explain. But yeah,
sure, yeah. But I mean, we get it. I think we understand. Okay.
But you see, Nads, the whole point is that just positing something at the beginning of all things doesn't make it true. It's just something people make up because there's a gape there and they want to fill the gape.
No, but we already agreed that something can't come from nothing. So I'm saying that's something. I'm not saying that.
That's what we're saying. You're just making up what the something is that made something.
Yep. And you don't know how it works or anything about it. There's no evidence for it. You're just saying it there's got to be something. So I'm going to call it Allah. And I'm saying, I agree. There's got to be something. I'm going to call it a wet cardboard box. And both of them have as much evidence and are as legitimate as each other.
Yeah, you can do that. But I'm saying I didn't put Allah there. I'm saying at first I wanted to talk logically. I wanted to leave religion out of this and talk logically because there is
So when we talk logically, the wet cardboard box is as logical as a made up God
equal
concept.
footing.
Yes,
equal
you could say that.
And also, by the way, so is mine, which I didn't draw, but it's just that everything existed forever.
Okay, but that's something coming from nothing. We've agreed on that.
There's nothing coming. Yours had something coming. Joel's had something coming. In mine, no one comes. Nothing comes. Mine is like
there.
It's not as fun, but it exists. Like it's like just soaking in the cosmic.
Yeah.
Like
can I ask you, how does that logically make sense?
But Nads, to be fair to Mezzo right now, we both have something that's been around forever. Like we have a box that I have a box that goes infinitely backwards. You have a God that goes infinitely backwards. Mezzo just has the laws of nature and all things that we have here go infinitely backwards. So
energy,
it's
the
all
matter,
equivalent.
all the stuff.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm saying to Mezzo, how can he logically make that
the
make
same
sense?
way you do? You're saying that Allah made the universe out of himself, which means the stuff of the universe, Allah, that Nads, that the stuff that he made existed in him forever. The stuff of the universe is eternal. I'm saying the exact same thing. There's just not a guy. I just don't have a guy in mine. You just added a guy. Joel added a box. You added a guy with a dick. I just don't have a guy.
No. I do not believe it's a guy. I don't believe it's a he or she. Right. Although when I speak in language, I refer to
being. You added a being. Yeah, I just don't
picking on the wrong part of the argument.
An intelligent being, yeah.
Yeah. I just don't add that because I don't believe that there's like some brainless mind floating in nothingness before the universe existed who can think. Like that doesn't make any sense. It's silly, and I think we can probably I'm pretty much just ready to go to the next guest. Joel, are you ready?
There's just no evidence for it. I think is the strongest thing. Like there's literally no reason to believe that.
Nads, are you ready to go to the next guest?
Yeah, you can go to the next best, but all right, it's been a pleasure.
Thanks. I should ask them. Are you ready to go to the next guest? I should do that more often. Joel, that was really fun.
That was a fun one.
I've never gotten to draw your idea before. And it was honestly just as erotic. Did you see how wet that box was?
Oh yeah.
Trench.
I so wish that like there were two whiteboards so you could have Allah's big dick fuck that.
And I realized after I drew the A that I should have like drawn it like curving just out like this bent way so it could like go into yours. And I was like, I don't know how to do that now without like giving this so away. And like I guess I could just draw it now. We could just like do that for fun. I'll tell you what. After the live, I'll draw the Allah dick plunging into Joel's wet box, and I'll post it on Discord for y'all to see. So if you guys want to get on Discord, you got to be a subscriber to me or Joel or to Nope here. Nope, not that. You can subscribe to them. Is that true, Nope? Are you okay with subscribers?
Nope, no thanks has 4 followers. I don't think. Well, I don't know if they can take subscribers
just
yet.
Do me or Joel. Just do me or Joel then, and skip him, and then
now.
Yeah, for now, until he joins up, and we'll be the Bad Bible Trio as we debate Christians together. Nope, welcome in. How old are you? What's your age? What's your religion?
I am 30. Mm-hmm. My name is Carl, and I'm actually enjoying this a lot. So you guys are hilarious.
But wait, I asked you how old you are and your age. Is that both a 30?
How old am I? Yeah, I'm both 30.
All right. I tried to catch him in a lie. It didn't work. This guy's clever. And what religion were you, Carl?
I actually don't have one.
Oh, neither do I.
Yeah. So, I mean, like I started as a Christian, went to atheist. And so now I do believe there's a higher being, but I'm not quite sure what religion it's attributed to.
Probably none of them, right? They all made it up.
Yeah. Well, that's the interesting thing, right? So, like, if you look at religion, like, for instance, if you look at the Latin word religare, it means to bind by obligation. I'm sure you can probably connect with that because that seems to be what religion does best, is bind you by obligations.
What?
So far, not interesting, but keep going.
So far, but not okay.
You said it's interesting, and then it wasn't.
Yeah, that was a lie. We did catch you in a lie.
Okay, well that's fine. Well, that's subjective. I'm sure there's other people who found it interesting.
Hey, no, do you believe that hell exists?
Do I believe that hell exists? I believe that there is a darkness. I believe there's a way that you can't get into the afterlife.
You think there's an afterlife?
I do actually, yeah.
Do you believe there's a thing called redemption or sin or forgiveness or any of these things?
I do believe that there is a way for you to commit terrible acts on the planet, just as there are ways you can, commit good ones. I mean,
do you think God is is Jesus?
Do I think God is Jesus? No, I think that Jesus was a real historical man, but I don't think he was God.
You don't. What about Yahweh? Do you think maybe that's God?
Well, that's an interesting question.
See, that's another lie. It wasn't. You caught me.
I'm like,
okay. Well, I think
but I'm not sure.
I do think that's an interesting question. I think that there probably is a God, but he's playing several different identities.
So he is evil.
I think
you're talking about Pranko. Pranko's the trickster god that pretends to be all the other gods.
I'm talking about a God who's playing several identities across several religions.
Yeah, right. To cause division and to tear people apart and cause wars and death and strife, right?
This is classic Pranko. He goes up and
shit.
He tells Moses that his name is Yahweh, and then he tells the Hindu writers that his name is Brahman and Vishnu and Shiva, and then he tells these other people like Paul. He's like, I'm Jesus. This is fucking Pranko.
There's only one God, but he's three. But then the other one's like, it's only one. And the other one's like, we got tons of them. It's like, we got to kill the ones that have more than one.
Then he's over there doing Norse shit. And he's over with indigenous people in the Americas being like, I'm all the animals. And they're like, this trickster. Yeah. And they were right.
He was like the Dogon tribe, right? Where they believe in the fish gods.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Well,
no shit. No.
You know what? I think this did turn out to be interesting. What do you say? Should we end on a good note?
Well, can I say one more thing real quick?
What one is it? What one is it?
E flat.
E flat. E flat. E flat. E flat. E flat.
Maybe hit the D.
Oh, it's a major seventh?
That's all I got. Nope. Thanks for coming by, and we'll talk to you again next time. Oh shit, I dropped Joel. Fuck. We're fucked.
Unbelievable every time. Every fucking time.
So sorry.
Thank you so much for coming up, Nope.
Carter, thank you. By the way, Nope, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I am so sorry. Thank you so much. It was the same cadence.
Yeah, I am so thankful. And Carter, what's your age and what's your religion?
Yo, so I'm 20 and I am a Mormon.
Do you think Jesus is evil?
I do not think Jesus is evil. I think Jesus is all loving. I'm actually very glad that I'm the one chosen for this question.
Okay. So you don't believe in the Bible?
You think Jesus is evil? Oh, sorry.
You have your own Bible?
I have a King James.
But do you think it's true?
I think as far as it has been translated and transmitted correctly, that it is true.
Why do you think the King James one is true of all of them? That's the worst one.
That's just the one that I use. It's not one that I would necessarily say is the best translation.
What is?
I mostly just like its pretty words.
Because of the words you like it?
Yeah,
that's the worst part about it. They made it as confusing as possible.
True, kinda. Yeah. It's just very. It sounds nice. It sounds more authoritarian, I guess.
Yeah, right. That's bad. Well, look, I don't know so much about Mormonism and which like Bible parts you believe. The stuff that I use to show that Jesus is evil works with Christians. You know what I mean? And then by the end of the conversation, these Christians are like, holy shit, you're right. Jesus was fucking evil.
So, yeah, I would agree with you in the creedal sense. You know, the early creeds, Trinitarian God, I fully believe he is evil. I don't think that there's a way you can rationally believe that omnipresent, all the omni crap. I don't think there's a way you can justify all of those with a fully loving God. He could be all powerful and all that. For real, he could be all powerful and all that could be powerful within. Sorry, it's really late for me and I'm tired. I got up early this morning, so
actually, I want you to tell that to our next Christian guest, because like I try to tell them that and they don't have none of it. Can you tell that to them?
Sure, yeah. Yeah, because
let's see if like Gordon is gonna. I don't know if Gordon is a Christian. No, they left. Fuck, we don't have any other Christian guests. All right, well, never mind. I guess we'll just have to do it with you. The thing is, so like, do you believe the book of Acts? Do you believe the book of Jude?
I would say largely yes.
Romans.
I would have to look into each book that's like brought up, but we hold the 66 Protestant canon Bible as
well. One disrespectful.
Sorry. Modern. Sorry, I apologize. Modern Crusaders.
This is what we were talking about.
Record us. We're being kind. We're just asking questions.
You're not being kind. You were being disrespectful, attacking Christianity for no reason whatsoever.
We're doing Mormonism right now.
Bible, right? If you read the Bible, right, God is a God of love, justice, and mercy.
That's what they say, but we're challenging that with logic. Is it okay?
Jesus is not evil. What Jesus did came out of pure love, right?
So Carter, here's what I'm going to try to do. So modern, hold on. Here, let me. I want to show modern. Hold on. I want to show Carter what I was talking about.
You're going to shut your mouth, right?
Well, no, I want to open it though.
No, you're not going to open your mouth. You're going to shut your mouth because
are you scared to hear what we have to say?
I'm hearing enough disrespect.
Ooh, he's scared to hear what we have to say. You're going to plug your ears.
Don't go him. You know why you're scared? Is because you attack Christianity because it's the only truth. You don't attack Muslims.
We've
been
talking to Muslims all night. Had a whole conversation to Muslims and
Bro doesn't even know the context of the live stream.
You only attack Christianity, right? Because you know
Modern, I'm just muting you because we'd like to have a conversation with you, but just if you could do us a favor and just like calm down for a second and have a conveation.
Yeah, here, I'll take the picture of Jesus off for him. There we go. I think he was triggered by the Jesus picture there. Is this better?
Well, I'm just going to say, shut up. Right? That's what I'm going to say.
Sure, but Modern, can we talk about it actually?
No, we're not going to talk about it because I'm telling you the truth. That you do not like.
I want to challenge that. I don't think it's true, and I want to be. If it's true, I want to be convinced of it, though.
Jesus came down.
He made the rules. Then he can't be a loving God because he made the rules, made you broken, made you in a world of fallen sin and evil, and then you die, and then you go to hell for no reason.
We all need rules in our life, and if we break those rules, what happens? There's going to be consequences.
This guy's more modern than you are. He's a Mormon. That's the most modern religion, other than Scientology.
Mormons, right, are not the true religion, right?
Well, obviously not. There isn't one. So yeah.
They're the most modern Abrahamic?
No, they're
maybe.
not.
Well, maybe
no, they are not.
Were the Hale-Bot people Abrahamic?
I don't know about the JWs.
Oh.
Jesus started
when did Jehovah's
church, right? Jesus
witnesses were also like 1800s, same time as Mormonism, I think.
But modern Christian Crusader, you're way back in the day. Are you some sort of Orthodox or are you Catholic?
No, I'm Anglican.
Yeah, Mormons before Jehovah's Witness.
Do you mean Anglican?
Mormons, not even apostolic.
Mormons is actually
what did you say? Anglican?
Angelican.
You're an angel licking?
Angelican.
Modern, I just got to let you know,
Anglican.
when you come up here yelling, it makes your religion look bad. I know it feels like you're crusading for God, but what happens is it makes Christians look like idiots. But let's have a real conversation.
You're actually making yourself look like an idiot.
I know. Obviously, I'm making atheism look bad, but you're making Christianity look bad.
You're attacking the truth. That's what you do. You people, right? You atheists.
I'm questioning the truth. But is it okay for us to question it, or are we not allowed to? Are we supposed to just believe without any... Modern, shut up. You're being annoying. Yeah, we're not supposed to just believe without asking. We're supposed to test the prophets. It says it in the Bible.
That is James 1:5.
You the truth.
Mormon doctrine.
We should not lean on our own understanding.
Are you leaning on your understanding?
No, I'm not leaning on my own understanding.
What are you using? The Bible?
We should use the Bible. We should use scriptures.
Then let's look at the Bible. Let's look at it and see what it says. Let's just look at it and read it.
What we're doing here is we're giving you a platform in order to show the truth of Christianity. We're asking questions so that you can show everybody here. There's like 600 people here that Jesus is real just by answering our simple questions.
666 people in here. Oh my gosh.
666, the devil's number.
We're all gonna die. Oh no, it's 669 now. We're okay.
Oh, thank goodness. The superstitious boys can calm down.
I was so scared for a second we weren't going to suck each other's dicks laying next to each other inverted.
Justice and mercy, right?
So modern, let's just read the scripture. If you can find a verse that says atheists should shut the fuck up, then we'll look at that verse and we'll read it and we'll shut up.
I'm just going to report your asking.
Yeah, let's find that verse. But if I can find the verse that makes Jesus evil,
I'm reporting you. I am reporting you now.
Why?
Okay.
Why? You're scared?
Because you are being disrespectful.
You're scared of
you
the
are
truth?
disgusting.
I blocked him.
What a baby! What an absolute baby!
That was crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty normal though. Nads is trying to come back up. I think we're done with
Average
Nads.
credo Christian.
Yeah, so what we have is, what I usually bring up is that you have this verse in Romans 10:9, I think it is, where it says, if you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord, you will be saved. Something along those lines. You know that one?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, that's true.
And then I also have this verse in Jude 1:5 where it says that Jesus delivered people out of Egypt and later destroyed those who did not believe. And what this does is connect Jesus to the Old Testament, which Christians like to get away from, right? They don't want to talk about the Old Testament God because he's so obviously evil, like so obviously a monster, right? And so they are always kind of like, you're always in the Old Testament. Well, this is a New Testament verse saying Jesus did the shit in the Old Testament. And it's devastating because sometimes the ancient manuscripts say Jesus. Sometimes they say Lord. But when they use Lord, and Jesus is the earlier ones, but the later ones, they changed it to Lord. When they say Lord, it's the word Kyrios. In Greek, that means Lord. It's the same Lord used in Romans 10:9. If you declare with your mouth Jesus is Kyrios, then you'll be saved. So in order to be saved, you have to admit that Jesus is this Lord, used in Jude 1:5, meaning Jesus Christ himself destroyed unbelievers. Now, I don't think that not believing is worthy of death. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm the monster here trying to let people think how they want to think and not murder them willy-nilly. But this is the main reason why we do the Jesus is evil background. What do you think?
So first I want to set out, I'm not like a spokesman for the church. I'm not like a LDS apologist. I'm just a dude who likes yapping. So
yeah, but you're the only Mormon we've talked to, so we're going to assume you're every Mormon.
Oh, true.
And that the church stands by every word that you say and clings to
I'm every morning.
Oh, that's a good Weird Al. That'd be a great Weird Al. He did Amish one. He could do a Mormon one.
That would be awesome.
Every moment. Key change. Every moment. Oh man, we should record that.
So I would say I would need to look more into that. The question about the non-believers. If it's simply for the lack of belief, I would say that that's wrong. If it was for other things, like, I don't know, like earlier you're talking about like child rape. If it was they were child raping and also they happened to not believe and God killed them, I think that'd be justified. But without having like full context of all of those in my head, I would say I would need to look into it more. But if it was simply for unbelief, it's probably a mistake of the person writing the Bible. Yeah. I think people writing the Bible can be fallible.
It's so predictable. Every time that something isn't liked by the religious person, they say, "But this part, they just got this part wrong." I like all the other stuff that I did. That is, but like back then, they loved this part. They're like, "Yeah, fuck those unbelievers. He got them." You know, it's just now in the modern day we think that that's like so disturbing. You know, so like we go, well, they must have messed that part up. They got the Jesus said love your neighbors part right. Well, I don't know if they're getting stuff wrong. Maybe the actual quote was Jesus said to throw rocks at your neighbors just for being there. Like we'll never know if we don't trust these words, which is why I don't believe the Bible's true.
So that's interesting, and it kind of comes to epistemology. How do we know certain things are true? I think that, and this is my epistemology, and my epistemology is different than yours, and we're not going to agree on that, and I'm not going to change your mind on that. That's just how it's going to work, this conversation. You know, I'm not God or the universe or whatever. I can't change your mind, but I think that there is a way to tell truth from error, and that would be spirit or good feeling is how it's like mischaracterized. But that would be, you know, if I read the words of Jesus, I get like this good feeling, you know, oh, this is good, you know, loving my neighbor. I can see good fruits in that too. If I go out and I help my neighbors live in a better life. If I go out and throw stones at my neighbor's head because I think they look stupid, then
that's what I'm saying. You're just using your own intuition. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd be using my intuition.
But like the last guy who came up, remember that guy who was crazy a second ago? He's going to read it and be like, yeah, fuck the unbelievers. And we should and we do get people come up here and be like, you deserve to die. Right. Like people have said that to me. And so, you know, like that's a real thing that they think. They're getting a good feeling of those verses. So it's not just the best way to come to true conclusions, since feelings can be so subjective.
That's why we have, I say we, there's a Mormon apologist I really like, Jacob Hansen. He has 5 points of epistemology. I don't think I can remember all 5 of them right now, mostly because I'm retarded.
Hey, Carter, don't ever say that word like that again. Like, I know you're referring to yourself, but like my wife genuinely works with people who have intellectual disabilities, and that word is super hurtful, and we can just move past using it. Like, as a society, we should just like not use that anymore, okay?
For sure, dude. Yeah. My apologies.
Like, I don't mean just like in my life, but like in your life, go forward not using that word. Because it like, when you use words like that, you're not like insulting yourself. You're really like saying all of them are bad. You're like using that to hurt people who have intellectual disabilities. They're the ones who are all insulted. You know, like when you're saying like, I'm bad, and you use their word to call you that. Like, it's not good, man. You got to move past that.
I get you. I don't want to get into my life, but I have similar stories and like that, and you know, it's just something that slipped into my vocabulary working construction, and so it's, you know, I get.
I had to work it out of mine. I had to work a lot of stuff out of mine. I was, and Joel and I have talked about this. We were like raised a bigot. Probably him more than me. I was just raised like a misogynist. So there was a lot of stuff I had to kind of like work on with my vocabulary, and I still am. You know, there's stuff I'm still learning to say, and things that don't casually flow off my tongue. Like that's the thing I was talking to Sam about. Like it's difficult for me to use they for people. It doesn't roll off my tongue yet, but I'm trying. I'm making the effort. So yeah, like you're okay. Maybe you didn't know, but like yeah, that's a slur. Don't use it on people's TikToks.
Go forth and slur no more. Yeah. My apologies. I will go forth and slur no more.
Yeah, seriously. Like just try to work that out. And if you're in construction and you hear someone else use it, be brave. I would encourage you and say, hey, we're not doing that one anymore.
Yeah.
That's scary to do in construction, but I believe in you. But I don't believe in God. So you were saying
me out for repentance? This is crazy.
Actually, Noah Squatch, and sorry, last thing about this, like that is something that like after like while deconstructing religion, we deconstruct all these other things too, and like misogyny and like deep-rooted hate in just like casual conversation that we don't know hurts people is stuff that like we kind of like work out of our system. So, you know, it's just something like, and you seem like someone who is deconstructing religion a bit. You're looking at it and going like, I'm raised Mormon, but I can see that some of the Bible's not true. Right?
So, that kind of happened before already. When I was like, I mean, kind of getting back into personal stuff that I was saying earlier. My little brother, he has severe autism and epilepsy. So from a young age, I would watch him like die in front of me every day with each seizure he had.
Yeah.
And I was like, how could a loving God allow this?
Doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense at all. How could this be possible? And so by the age of like 10, I didn't really believe in anything. I thought it was really dumb to believe in a God. And then around the age of like 16 to 17, I started thinking, well, you know, maybe there's more to it. I'm going to look into it and see if it's actually just dumb or if there's something. And I feel like through my research and my study, not just good feeling, but reading works by C.S. Lewis, which I know isn't like gonna change the minds of many people here. Reading the works of like C.S. Lewis and others, I started to come to the conclusion, well, maybe there's a God, but how could they still be all loving and all powerful? And this is actually something that I'm very big on. Problem of evil, problem of suffering, problem of hell. I fully believe it is solved in the Mormon paradigm. So
yeah, how'd they do that with suffering?
Credo Christianity, God is existence. God is everything, you know, that everything flows from God. So God made the rules. If God made the rules, what the heck? Well, why would he made a rule. Let's say it's like, don't press this button. Then he gave you a predestination to go and touch that button. But the choice, well, you don't have to, but I made it so that you're like 99% going to go touch that button. Then you go touch the button, and he goes, you're going to hell forever now. I hate you. That's not a loving God. He just punished you for no reason. He made a world.
He made you for torture.
Said, there's a punishment if you do this thing that I'm going to make you do. And then made you do it, and then went, oh, you idiot. I'm going to kill you now forever, and it's going to suck.
Yeah. So yeah, that doesn't make sense for sure.
So that's all the bad thing. What's the solve?
So I think the solve is there is a fundamental reality already. Now, in your wet box analogy, there's a fundamental reality.
He doesn't really believe that.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, just real quick. Christ Soldier, are you the same guy?
Yes, sir.
I mean, like, who was the one? Who was the other? Like, what was the guy's name?
The modern crusader. No,
Are you modern crusader?
I'm Christian. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were someone else. Sorry. Okay.
It's fine.
I'm gonna drop you down. I invited him up because I thought it was the same guy. I was like, this is for sure the same guy, and so I just want to see if he'd yell at us, because I assume that guy's gonna go like switch accounts and then do reports and stuff. But so I invited him, but I don't know like why he said yes. He's the same like as yesterday.
Yeah, I'm the guy.
Are you the same guy that you were yesterday? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yesterday.
Okay, sorry. Boyz II Men did it better. Carter, what were we saying about God solves the problem of suffering?
So I would say that there is a fundamental reality besides God. There is something else that God is emergent from, that he exists in the same as us. And that he just is the most powerful in that realm. He can do all things that are capable of being done in that realm of existence. So there are laws surrounding God already that he has to follow. And there's no breaking those laws. Like, you can't break the law of gravity. God is like bound by these laws.
He can't do miracles.
So he can do miracles. It's more things like the law of non-contradictions, like an easy one.
Yeah, but gravity. So like I talk about this sometimes.
But it's also like the law of morality.
I mean, yeah, but just real quick to make sure we're standing. So sometimes I'll hold like I have. This isn't a magic trick. There's just two quarters. So because of the laws that I'm confined by, if I put these in my pocket, just logically, can I pull 5 out? Can like 2 equal 5?
No, not with our laws that we're bound by.
Yeah, because logic would dictate that 2 equals 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. But God's confined by logic, so could he make 5 come out?
So, if he's all powerful in all things, he could make a wormhole in his pocket and pull 5 out. It's not an impossibility, but there's like a probability for it.
That is impossible. To make a wormhole that brings you quarters, that's not a possible thing.
I mean, sure, we could go with that. I guess.
So that's what I'm just asking. So like, it's kind of weird to say like God is limited by gravity, but he can walk on water. Like gravity would.
So I was saying gravity,
you know what I mean?
for us, like in our realm, in our current state, gravity is like something that's holding us.
Right, but you said he can't. Was that, did I mishear you? Can he fly?
I think it might have been a miscommunication. That might have been on me. I'm sorry. If
okay. He can break the law of gravity, but he just is confined by logic.
So, yeah, there are like special laws around God. Things like the Book of Mormon describes it as like there must be an opposition to all things. So if God creates light, if he speaks light into existence, darkness must follow.
Is there an equal evil power to the good power of God?
I would say there is, and that's what hell is.
No, but like if there's God, and I know that you guys have like an infinite regression of gods, is there an infinite regression of like Satan's or Lucifer's or whatever evil being you guys have?
So that's one conception of God as the infinite regress. I personally don't hold to that one, although I know many who do. That's one possibility, but it's not core Mormon doctrine.
Okay, whatever. It's fine with whatever you believe that God is. Is there a like same version of that is the evil being?
If there is, we don't have anything explicitly written about him. Potentially Abaddon in the Book of Revelation.
But like it'd have to be, right? Because like if everything is if it's duality where there's, you know, the like light dark, hot cold,
right.
Super good being, super evil being, right? Like they have to be the same.
And that's what I would hold.
Are you guys seeing chat looking weird?
Yeah,
there's like these weird holes in chat. There's like is this a God of the Gapes thing that's happening?
Well, this is what I also wanted to ask Carter is like, what explanatory power does God have? Because it sounds like God, and I don't know, like maybe he is a type of creator, but he's not like the ultimate creator. The thing that like these other religions do is they have God explaining literally everything that we don't have explained yet.
It sounds like they read Newton's laws of motions and tried to like add that to God, like equal and opposite reactions. They're like, oh, that sounds cool. Let's add that to God. And
That's what the Mormons are doing.
Yeah.
That's
but like, is your God a creator God?
He did create, but out of existent materials.
Yeah. So nothing created that. So like, why do we need this God? Like, what does it explain?
So that gets into like fundamental Mormon doctrine. This is where you guys will have to kind of suspend your disbelief for a second. I know that's not like too.
More importantly, I'm wondering about like why you fell for this. Like it's not that deep of a doctrine that made you fall for Mormonism, right? Like you were out, you were going. My brother is in a terrible circumstance. It's obviously horrible, and if someone's in charge here and they're like allowing these things happen, then it's monstrous. And then you read the Book of Mormon and were like, this solves it? Or like, what's the... I get what you're saying, where like he's confined, but he still can do miracles. So he could stop that.
He could, but he doesn't for a greater purpose and here's the classic.
His ways are higher.
It's higher than what we know. But
that's dangerous.
I feel like it can be explained better than that.
That's dangerous cult
Mormon
mentality.
doctrine is that suffering is exalting being glorifying.
So what happens with that is that means that everything that, like every crime that actually like comes to fruition, is for the better good. Or else he would have stopped it. Like he is stopping some, right? Like you hear stories sometimes, I don't know if you believe them, but it's like, oh, there was some, like a car accident that almost happened and God saved me from it. Like, do you think he does intervene?
There are times where he is able to intervene.
Yeah, right.
I could not say why he does or does not.
That's what I mean. So what? Well, you did say why. I can say why. If it's based off what you said, then like the reason that a certain car accident does happen is because somehow down the line, all things considered, it's for like a better good, right? Which means that, and this is why I think that's so dangerous, because then for everybody who tries to grape someone, you can say it like if it doesn't work, like if they fail for some reason, like they can't catch them, then that wasn't for the greater good. But the grapes that happen are for the greater good. And that's just like such a like dangerous view to have, because then we can all go nuts and do whatever we want. And if God lets us do it, then it's ultimately for the greater good. We're justified in doing
that
it.
Because I don't think God is, and here's where all of the Christians in chat will start hating on me. I don't think God is all powerful enough to stop that, to stop all things like that. Like to just kind of like, muzzle us all in one swift motion and just like, nope, you're not doing that.
How many could he stop? So like he's trying his best, do you think? Like you think like he's trying to stop somebody like can't keep up with him?
It wouldn't. See, this is a hard conversation, because I like I've said before, like I'm just some dude. I'm not an apologist.
This isn't uncommon. Like this is everyone tonight has been making up stuff as they go along. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I'm just a yapper. I'm not.
And by the way, Carter, this is how the religions form.
Yeah,
like this is where they come from. Is hey, let's update this. Let's do our own version of this. Let's fix these problems. And everyone does it. Like the Muslims probably thought that they were, fixing Christianity. They took a lot from Christianity and then, adjusted it. And the Mormons did the same thing. JW's like they're all just doing their own cults, right?
But go ahead, Joel. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think that it's worth telling Carter about the Cat in the Hat. I think that you're kind of in line with this, because you see that you're taking the Jewish God, who was taken over by Christianity, who was taken over by Islam, but you guys went back to Christianity and turned it into Mormonism, and then you're taking that and kind of making your own version of it. And I talk about the Cat in the Hat a lot, and like, imagine you're reading the book, The Cat in the Hat, and you're like, okay, there's this cat and this cool hat, and it's talking. That's a little weird, but cool. Okay, it says it's doing it, and then there's this thing 1 and there's thing 2. You know the book Cat in the Hat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, like, it would have been like a waste of time if I talked for 20 minutes about it, and then you're like, I've never read this book. Is this a documentary book? Funny. Yeah, so you know it, and then you're like reading it, and you think this is all real, and then you look on the back, and from the note from the library is like, this goes in the fiction section. You're like, what the fuck? I thought this was a nonfiction. I thought this was a reference book. This is fiction. So you go back to the library, you put it back on the fiction shelf, and then you go home and you're like, but I still believe in the cat. Obviously the cat's still like the main character, like not thing 1 and not thing 2 and like not the house, but the cat's still real. Like you still want to believe in the main character from this like old ancient fiction book, that when you look at the book, you go, obviously people made this stuff up. Like there's stuff in here that's not true. And then you're trying to like make the cat real.
I can see where you're coming from, but I don't think that applies. And so,
I think you'll think about it over the course of the next week and see if you're making a cat real. That's my.
But I think what it is, as well as that, like Mormonism, by the sounds of it, I don't really know enough about it, but it does feel like Joseph Smith did limit the God character from the other cults in such a way that it can make more sense to you, Carter. But it does, in the same way that like the other cults have the problem of like God not making sense and the whole thing being incoherent because they made him too powerful. Yours seems like there's really no reason to even call this God. It seems like a bit of an impotent being that like sort of exists.
He's trying
maybe.
his best.
So yeah, I was actually going to get to that. So there's like the great God, who we'll just call El Elyon. That's the traditional name that we understand.
Boss mode. We call him boss mode sometimes.
We can call him boss mode. Big G. The big dog. So there's the Father. He's perfectly aligned with whatever law is. Then there's Jesus Christ, the Son, who is also perfectly aligned. God the Father is aligned with justice and morality, and he tells.
Well, Elyon is different than Yahweh, right?
We were all pre-existent beings as well, like pre-mortal beings. We all had a life before this one where we were in some kind of state with the Father and the Son. And we wanted to be like the Father. We wanted to have the same light, glory, and power that the Father has. And the Son, having the same power, was set forth as the Savior. So we had to go to an earth.
This is so much weirder than the Cat in the Hat.
But by the way, so I'm remembering. So we are kind of the demon characters in the Christian story, but now the El Elyon character is also under the moral justice logic laws that pre-exist.
Yes,
and those are naturally occurring phenomenon that are what all of this comes from.
Yes.
So if you were to erase all the God stuff and just like put it to one side and pretend, okay, what if this doesn't exist? We could have an eternal universe that operates on the laws of nature. And that would just be, as far as Occam's razor goes, just the more reasonable thing to believe.
I would say on Occam's razor, I would fall on the other side. I would think that that the complexity points towards a creator being.
But we don't have the creator being for the complexity.
You had the complexity before the creator.
Yeah.
So there's, yeah, I guess there's, I mean, that you have a complexity without a creator as well.
Yeah.
Right.
So
we both believe in that, but then you're adding like we're saying we're saying the complexity came about like or makes these natural processes that allows for us to come about, right? And you're saying the complexity allows for us to come about and gods to come about that have magic. Like you're adding so much to this and like these alternate worlds and dimensions and stuff that like don't add anything to the explanation, but just add like tons more mystery, like making it's already this riddle, you know, this puzzle, like where did we come from is this hard thing. And you're adding so much more mystery to it.
And you don't explain the problem of suffering. Let me say this. You maybe fix what pitfalls the Christians have for the problem of suffering, but we have a better answer to this. Like we have it being just like the natural world is fine. Like we don't need a better explanation than that.
That's exactly what we would expect, right? Like we would, if it was a natural world and humans evolved, then like we would expect us to like sometimes be shitty to each other, and for like disease to happen.
From a like theistic perspective, though, I think this is the best choice.
That's fine, but like there's no reason to believe it, and it's a bunch of like like you're just adding a bunch of useless stuff and gods that I wouldn't even call gods. I guess in the same way you'd call Zeus a god or something like that. Demigods. So you're going to like real hardcore myth stuff. You're just doing the Hebrew myths. And by the way, you're probably maybe even closer to what the Hebrews may have thought of their gods, because I don't think they thought that like El Elyon or Yahweh or whatever gods they believed in were all powerful either.
Were you raised Mormon?
Technically, yes. Like my family was Mormon, and then I left. Said that can't be true. I watched the God Makers movie with Starbase Kolob and the.
But that makes more sense that like when you felt a gape in your knowledge, you felt inclined to like revert back to your childhood God. Like that makes more sense to me.
And I've thought about that before and wondered, am I just falling back into something?
I really think you are.
I genuinely don't think I am. I think there's enough evidence to at least make faith in the Latter-day Saint perception at least probable. Because, and I'm sure you know this, how many handwritten eyewitness testimonies are there of the resurrection of Jesus Christ?
Zero.
How many handwritten eyewitness testimonies of the golden plates that people brought to their deaths are there of Joseph Smith's gold plates, that they actually saw them, handled them, and touched them? There are 19. There are over 19.
They all saw the plates?
They all saw and handled the plates. Yes, and in the front of the Book of Mormon, there are.
Did they all know what the plates said?
So we have the translation. We have a.
I believe that there were plates. I just don't think that. I don't think the plates had secret, like messages on them.
I mean, you could think that, but if someone,
why would I think that there was secret messages on these on these plates? Just because this guy said, "Here's what these mean."
Every witness said that there was engravings on them.
Yeah, but did they all translate them, or just one guy?
Just one guy. But
So one guy said it, and they all fell for it. This is a scam. This is him duping people. He's a known con man.
Could I finish this real quick?
Sure.
So 600 pages dictated in 2 months. Rate of what was it?
What was the font size?
I'm blanking.
It doesn't matter. You can make stuff up. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, you can make stuff up.
He could have spent years dreaming up the ideas and thinking everything up, and even like making notes. He just tells it to them. Big whoop.
So the only issue with that is if he had notes. So there are complex timelines within the Book of Mormon, jumping back and forth. There's 200 plus probable Hebrew origin names within the Book of Mormon.
Plausible names?
Plausible names. So some that were undiscovered Hebrew names, some that were known Hebrew names, things like...
What do you mean undiscovered?
Undiscovered, like they were names that that at the time that Joseph Smith had written them, there was no archaeological evidence of. But then later down the line, there was evidence of those names in the archaeological record. Not of those people, but of those names being true names that were used in ancient.
God was like, I'm going to tell you, the one guy, all the secrets. And by the way, the guy is a like known con man, and that's who I'm choosing to be my prophet. Like this doesn't make any sense, Carter. Like
something interesting about
hold on.
Yeah.
Look, it's 12:11. I'm almost done here, and just like I really, and I want you to come back. I want to talk with you more. You're very cool, but like there's Joel. How do you do the school bus one?
So it requires a few things. Who is it that gives? First of all, the one thing I want to just say is like Carter, like something like this, like could be a scam, right? Like it on the face of it, at least you have to admit, like this. Yeah, a guy could fake something like this.
Possible.
Like it's so yeah. So this is the question: which God is it that presented these plates or revealed themselves or sent the angel or whatever happened to Joseph Smith?
God the Father.
Okay. Is God the Father perfect?
Yes.
Okay, so God the Father would be a perfect communicator?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So a perfect communicator and consistent, right?
To the capacity available to who he's communicating to, yes.
I'm not sure exactly what that means, but like he's the perfect communicator. Now, the thing is that this story sounds exactly the same, maybe not exactly the same, but very eerily similar to something like Paul's Damascus Road conversion or Muhammad's cave angel encounter. So these things are similar, but
very
they're
similar to the Muhammad one, actually.
Yeah. They're inconsistent, and it's hard to tell which of these things are true. Now, this is why it's a problem. I don't know. Do you live in America? Obviously. Yeah. So what do they pick up the kids from school in your town?
Yellow school bus.
Big, giant yellow school buses?
Yeah.
Why do you think they don't pick them up in unmarked white vans?
It'd be a lot easier to get that mixed up.
Yeah, the kids wouldn't know. The kids wouldn't know which is the good van, the safe van,
right?
Or you know, a van that has a kidnapper in it, right?
Right.
So we make sure that we communicate with them that the way that we're going to pick them up is to make sure that they're safe when we're going to give them, you know, very important truths. We're going to say, use this big yellow bus. That's your vehicle, not these the ones that the kidnappers are in. So anyway, the point is that your cult is an unmarked white van.
Right. Okay. I can see where you're getting at. Would you mind? I'm not trying to like proselyte right now. I'm too tired for that. Would you mind if I read some scriptures to try to, and I'm not sola scriptura, to try to like maybe clear this up a little bit? So,
if you think it could,
Jesus says to test everything by their fruits ye shall know them. A bad tree cannot bring forth good fruit, and a good tree cannot bring forth bad fruit. So, if something is doing something good, helping people live a better life, a happier life, quality of life is increasing, divorce rates go down, that is a good fruit. Not only that, but in the Epistle of James, chapter 1, verse 5, it says, "If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given." So if we have a tree, a church, a book, and it's producing good fruit, we can ask God, is this true? And he will provide an answer for us in a way that we will understand. That can lead to
Well, Carter, this doesn't do anything because obviously this is going to do the same thing for the Christians and for the Muslims. They're all going to say the same thing and believe the same thing. So obviously
book
that
says it's
system
true.
doesn't work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. That's
Do you know
why
what would have been good is instead of just one guy, instead of just one guy with like 19 people who can look at the plates, just come to everybody.
So that's the message of the Book of Mormon ultimately, is that you can go to God and ask him directly, and he can give you he can, according to the Book of Mormon, give you a face-to-face answer.
Well, sure. Let's do that. Why are we talking about all this stuff? If that can happen, let's just do that. What do we do?
You just have faith and you pray, faith being an alignment to the words of God. So
you have to pre-believe
it's
it.
a big ask, but if you want to know if it's true, it's something that
if you want to know that it's true, you just have to believe it in advance, and then it'll seem true. Is that what you mean?
Well, start acting on it as if it were true, not believe it immediately. So, I mean, you
have to pretend it's true.
Sorry, it's so late for me, and I'm so
No,
tired,
I get what you
so
mean.
I'm
It's like
trying to,
you don't fully believe it yet, but like you kind of like make yourself like force, like you make yourself like you're gonna believe it, kind of like sorry, I just have to adjust too real quick. You have to like you make believe it first, and then it starts to seem more true later.
I don't want to agree to that, but essentially, if I'm understanding correct, yes.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean, you stick to it even when you...
Have you tried that with other gods?
Down the line. I'm sorry, what's that?
Have you tried that with other gods?
So I did that with Protestantism for a bit, and I thought this is dookie.
Did you try it with Allah or with the Hindu ones? They all have the same thing.
I did try it with Allah.
They teach the exact same thing. That's what I'm saying. These are all unmarked white vans. There's nothing unique about your cult. I mean, there's some different stories, sure, but there's nothing that this perfect communicator communicated in such a way that would make us believe that this one has to be the true one. This is not a yellow school bus. And
So
that disproves the God.
It's just so common that when people like grow up a bit and leave their religion and then they go try to have a face-to-face like experience with God, it turns out to be the one from their childhood that they feel connected to again. Isn't that a little bit concerning to you? That maybe this is all bullshit?
On one hand, yes. On another,
hand?
I also have the testimony of other people around me who have been Catholic, Muslim. I know...
And they converted to Mormonism?
You Catholics who were born and raised Catholic. They loved
anecdotal,
going to Mass and stuff. And they read the Book of Mormon, and it changed the way they understood life. And they
Carter, you can see that on all the different sides. You'll get Mormons that are Christians,
right, yes.
Muslims that were Christians, Mormons, Christians that became Mormons. Like they go back and forth because sometimes a change is as good as a break. It's just neat to have a different thing and go, oh, you know what? I didn't like the thing I was raised with. I got a little bit rebellious, and now I'm actually going to reject it and become a Muslim. Like it's the same thing, guys. Like it's always the same thing.
Yeah,
it just have a slightly different color.
Carter, I want to, like I said, I want to talk to you more, but I'm going to go to sleep. If you have any other suggestions besides just to pre-believe it, I'm willing to try things. I would like to have an experience with God if he's real. I would still have beef with him, right? Like I'd still be like, you still let people get graped, knock it off. And I know that you can do it. If you're real and you can give like magic revelations to people, then like you should be able to do this in a different way. Like this limitation is bullshit. And the stuff that you did in the Bible is horrific. But I want to talk to him. So I'm open-minded to it. But hey, look, we got some new people in the Discord. So I have to do a drawing and I have to go to bed. So you have 1 second here, Carter. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say read the Book of Mormon if you think you might get something from it. If you don't think you're going to get anything from it, you're probably not going to get anything from it.
I want to read it to like find contradictions and stuff. Does that count?
I mean, yeah, you might find something in there.
Okay.
I don't hold to infallible. What is it? Scriptural infallibility or whatever.
No,
I genuinely believe.
Yeah. You said that like when you don't like something, you don't believe that part. So.
Oh,
fuck! I erased.
Say that. I mean, we could talk about this more later.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, Carter, come back anytime, and we'll try to explore this more. But I really think that like communication argument is it does destroy those things, and it destroys personal experience as well, because that's just not how a perfect communicator would communicate in ways that are culturally specific and inconsistent and personal, frankly, because you'd want these things to be, universal and that kind of thing. So, but listen, good chatting with you. Mezzo's obviously drawing, so we'll let you go. Okay.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Thanks, Carter. Come back again. I'd like to talk more when I have more awake in me.
Yeah, me too.
All right. Good night.
Yeah,
so,
good night.
Yeah, and Joel, you'll have to drop him or say. So I thought he was going to do a free will thing, so I just like got ready to do my free will drawing, and in doing so, I accidentally erased the wet box and Allah's dick. So I'm doing a quick like re-sketch up, and I won't do the whole thing, but just to kind of like before you go to bed, if you can just kind of check, because you're the one who's in charge of the wet box part, right? And I'm almost done. I just want to make sure this is like wet.
I was, I don't think I told you, I was up in Mary Ann's live. She changed her name, but yeah. And they were talking about stuff that the wet box would be appropriate for. So I was like, I'll just go up and do the wet box. But these panels, they had this one Christian that kept over talking me. So I said, I don't have to be here. I quoted your dad. I go, I don't have to be here. And I dropped.
Yeah, he does say that.
I don't have to do this. I don't have to be here. And so then
do that again and I'll drop. And everyone's like, we don't care. We want you to leave.
Don't care. But they did care. So Marianne was like, come back up. Come back up. So I pulled a...
They do not do that for my dad.
No. I was a diva. But then I came back up and then he kept on talking. I'm like, oh, here we go.
Yeah, this is just your...
It's beautiful. That's beautiful.
And so it'll be going in. Okay. All right. So I'll finish this drawing up and I'll put it in the Discord. Joel, it's so late for you. Thanks for hanging out with me. I was sleepy this whole live.
I think it was a great live.
Yeah.
It really was. And we talked to Christians, Muslims, and Mormon. Like we did well on all of them.
And deists, maybe. I'm bummed we didn't get to use this live, this background.
It didn't come back.
Yeah, this is just for Tick. Next time, if someone's name is Tick, please come up, okay? All right, I got to go because I got to go pee. Here's the last song. Joel, thank you so much. When are you going live? Tomorrow?
I think we go live tomorrow night.
Okay. That's right, everybody. Follow Joel for tomorrow night live. I'll hang out for a bit with him if I can. And then Friday, I'll be back again. Who knows what happens Saturday? No one knows. And then Sunday, back here for Ass. if you play your cards right. Good night.
And the bass is the treble. The rhythm is the bass and the bass is the treble. The rhythm is the bass and the bass is the treble. I'm tweaking into a whole new era. G-Funk, step to this, I dare you. Funk on a whole new level. The rhythm is the bass and the bass is the treble. Chords, strings, we bring melody. G-Funk, where rhythm is life and life is rhythm. And the bass is the treble. If you know like I know, you don't wanna step to this. It's the G-Funk era, funked out with a gangster twist. If you smoke like I smoke, then you high like every day. And if your ass is a buster, 2 and 3 will regulate. If you know like I know, you don't wanna step to this. Funked out with a gangster twist. If you smoke like I smoke, then you high like every dirt. And if your ass is a buster, too, the rhythm is the bass and the bass is the treble.
Yeah, good night, everybody.
The rhythm is the bass and the bass is the treble. And the bass is the treble. The rhythm is the bass and the bass is the treble. If you know like I know, you don't want to step to this.
Hey, be sure to go raid somebody.
G-Funk era, funked out with a gangster twirl.